it back? Any ship manifestos you find them on that can trace back to the
When
continent?
y'all
That you
ready
can send
for a
back?
more story, just let me know.
Okay,
Uh,
I'm gonna drop you again if you try to overtalk me or anybody else, bro. Like, serious, chill out.
I will say this. I'm not as thorough as some of the people who I learned from. I'm not thorough as in
No,
it,
no, no,
but
no. So to claim that, right? To
uh
claim
good.
that lineage, can
Uh
you trace your lineage back to any slave ship, like the manifestos, right, of the cargo that they carried over, that then went back to Western Africa, that then somehow trace where they got those prisoners of wars from tribes that actually trace their descendants back to those that group that came out of Israel in 70 AD.
I never did it. I never traced it me personally.
So
So
But
how the
correct.
fuck are
who is
y'all claiming that shit then?
who is y'all? You talking to me?
So
So
correct
why
me if
are
I'm
you
Hey,
wrong.
claiming
real,
it?
real. I can ask a question, real. I can
I
ask a
don't
question.
I don't think he's a
Right
subscriber
after
of the
ATL.
12 tribes chart. Right. I
Hey,
think a lot of this comes out of that 12 tribes chart, in which I think the
Yeah.
leader under One West at that time had some sort of dream or premonition or some shit that grouped all of
hey,
these foreign nations together.
Yeah.
let me
Yeah.
ask a question. Let me ask
Yeah,
a question.
I don't agree with that chart at all. There's, I know made that chart up and everything. Yeah, it's not in the scriptures. I don't know why people fall for it, but yeah, that's
Hey,
not my.
Israel. Hey, Israel. Is it true that most Hebrew Israelites believe a woman is ready to bear a child when her period come on?
Uh, so, some do. I'll say some do.
Uh-huh.
Pedophilia.
Now, do
Knew
I?
it.
Gotta
Do
have
I
that
believe it?
pedophilia
Now,
in
do
there,
I
or else it
believe it?
wouldn't
No,
really
me personally, no, I don't.
it wouldn't be an Abrahamic religion if it didn't have pedophilia, would it?
They all say that they don't believe it, but they say others believe it, and so it's just a cycle, man. It never ends.
I mean,
So
everybody got.
what kind of Israel? Like, wait, what kind of Israelite are you?
I'm, I'm me. This is where I stand at. I'm a Hebrew Israelite. That's just what I believe, and that's the lineage I believe I come from. I believe
So
all
what's the
12 tribes
lineage?
are Negro. I believe all 12 tribes are Negro. As far as that, I'll just leave it alone. I'm pro black about the people. I'm a
So you're an
street
Israelite. Some nigga
soldier.
just caught you
So
on the corner. He was
he
talking
said,
good and he got you in.
I don't, no, I don't listen to the niggas on the corner. I don't believe what they believe in. So no,
So where did you get your theology from that you follow? Like, you know what I'm saying?
from
Like,
Hebrew Israelites who aren't on the corner. Those who
what?
believe Negro only. Those who believe that
But you're
all
not
12
able to
tribes are Negro only.
articulate what they believe, so why are you defending something you can't even articulate?
I just told you I believe that all 12 tribes are Negro only.
So let me ask you this. When you first came into your awakening, so to speak, were
Uh,
you a proponent of a One West doctrine and you eventually studied
uh,
and came out of that particular
no,
doctrine?
no, not at all. No, I never rock with One West. Never. Those are agent camps. All them they sell by the people who run them are agents. One of the dudes who run IUIC,
Okay.
he's
Okay.
like a
So for the
consul.
space for the space's edification, right? Can you name those One West camps?
They're set up by agents.
Yes.
Yeah, all of them. Any of them, by anybody you see on the corner that weren't dressed, they all dressed like all that. They got little
Do you think
IUIC,
you're ethnically
like
related to
IUIC,
these?
IUIC, HOI, AOI, all of them. Yeah.
Are you saying you're ethnically related to these people, or are you just saying that that you want to be a Jew? Which
I would
one?
say, I'll say it's possible. I'll say it's possible. I'm not,
What do you feel about the fact that the only black people who are sub-Saharan Africans are the Limba tribe, Lemba? They're the only people that have that DNA you're talking about.
uh,
Everybody else is just a practicing Jew, like Ethiopians. They've been practicing Judaism, true, but they are not ethnically Jewish. So the only people that have been found on the earth to have that DNA that you're speaking about of one of these tribes is the Limba people. They live in Zimbabwe, and they're not related to us at all. So that DNA is not in Black Americans. We don't have a Cohen priestly DNA at all. It's not part. We've had tons of research done on our ethnicities in different parts of the country. You may not know about that, and I'm not talking about 23andMe. I'm speaking about actual DNA research, the kind that they do when they do archaeology, forensic studies. And so that has never been seen on us. The only time we come up Jewish is if there's, 1 in a million Jewish slave owner, or 1 in a million, something like that. I'm speaking about in 1800s, not currently, because of course somebody could marry a Jewish person now. But we do see some Jewish admixture if that scenario happened. 9 times out of 10, 99% of us are not Jewish, and we don't even have those markers. A lot of the Jewish people don't have them either because, as we know, they are not from the source. There is a source in Africa that is of African descent, but it is not Black Americans. I mean, this is just like if I make an argument when a Jamaican says we created hip hop. No, that's what we created. You joined in. We
Mhm.
don't like people taking our culture, and so why would we want to take other people's cultures? I like to
Well,
not be a hypocrite. I think
well,
it's a
well,
hypocrite to
well,
blame
a
somebody.
lot of them also believe that we do that we are from the same lineage.
So yeah, I know there is some sentiment from that comes out of Israel that Black Americans are, descendants of some of the lost tribes of Israel. I, I mean, when you kind of look at it, but
Where is that?
Well, my thing is,
I'll try to find some of
Yeah,
those
this,
show
rabbis in
me a
Israel.
link, because the only people of African descent that I know that they have verified through research is the Limba tribe. Black Americans are not the lost tribes of Israel.
So I know what is his name, Rabbi Harry Rosenberg.
Does he have any
Um,
DNA to go with this?
I'm not sure. Wanted to
Or
be
is it somebody's
yeah, I'm not
mouth?
sure.
Because, yeah, I'm not doing oral stories and people's mouths running. You cannot pin Black American lineage down to one place. So all of
it,
the
I
Moorish
disagree
theories
with
that
that.
all of the Moorish doctrine and all of the Hebrew doctrine always tries to say that we were a particular group that was picked on, singled out by slave catchers for this abuse. And that's not true. They picked on a whole bunch of people all over Africa, not one group.
Mhm.
They did not pick on one particular group. So we're not an amalgamation of one type of African. So that's false. Everything that these groups say is so outdated and easily disproven. It's outrageous. We're not from one type of African. We're not from one type of European, for
Oh, we
that
fully
matter.
amalgamated. We fully amalgamated over
We're
here.
totally amalgamated on all kinds of
But
stuff.
understandably, our history has been stolen. We're in the process of trying to figure out who we are.
It's not stolen, and I know who I am. Our
Well,
history
I
is
mean, well,
not
kudos to
stolen
you for
now.
knowing. All the
Our
rest,
history is not
everybody don't know.
stolen
But
now. It's not stolen now.
the fact
It's
of the
not
matter is,
stolen now. It
okay.
was
But the fact
stolen.
of the matter is,
It
everybody
was
don't
stolen.
know. Everybody don't know. Let's not be silly.
They
You
don't
might
know
know.
because they don't
Everybody
want to
don't know.
know.
Don't be fucking silly. Come on now.
We have.
Shit.
Hold on. Obviously, you don't know. Hold on. Let me slide. Let me just co-host. Stop playing with myself. Obviously, you don't know, bro. Like, for real. We know. I'm
We
sorry.
have
We know the truth.
research. We have collective research from scientists. We have our individual DNA studies that we can do. We also have genealogy, and none of that stuff points to us being from one tribe. Even if you look at, like, I've researched some of these plantations. I looked at the inventory of slaves. They're not one group of slaves. It's not like, oh, they all came from this Hebrew group that we all stole. No, grow the fuck up. We're not from one group in Africa. I have DNA from all over West Africa, Central Africa, some in South Africa, some in Southeast Africa. And
Not
that's
to
not even
mention
normal.
the majority of Black Americans, when they do their DNA test, they're gonna find Irish in that motherfucker. A lot of y'all gonna find out you got some Irish in you.
We have 24% European DNA on average. And not just one type of European either. Some of us that were not enslaved have been exposed to Swedish people, Dutch people. We have something called Dutch Black. We have something called, oh, no, sorry, Black Dutch. We have something called Black Irish. Irish women birth tons of Black children, tons of mulatto children, and those mulatto children most likely went on to marry black people or blacker people that became black. And that's why everybody has a mulatto grandmother. This is why people have these things. We're not from one group in Africa. This boneheaded belief system has been disproven and debunked a million times. That's why I'm tired of it.
I would say this though,
How do
man.
you debunk? There's
If
so many different beliefs in Hebrew Israelite. There are Messianic, non-Messianic. There motherfucker believes Negro only. There's so many. So
You're
which one
just
did
trying to move
exactly which
around so
one
you
have you
can't get
debunked?
caught
Is
up in
what
the
I'm saying.
weeds.
Which
Not
one?
everybody's
You
trying
know,
to do
It's like
that.
you trying to put us all in one pipe. Don't do that shit because I'm not them
there
other
is
niggas.
one box.
No,
You can't. If
the
you
fuck
say,
not.
the moment you say Hebrew Israelite, you're done because you're not from that group. You have no genetic proof. Have no paperwork on that. You have no genealogy to say you're from that particular group. You have nothing but mouths flapping in the wind. On the other hand, we have
The,
tons of proof of
well,
where we
actually,
come from.
I'll go.
We have slave ships showing the different parts of Africa we came from. We have slave
It,
ships
here's the
showing
thing:
the
it's almost
candidates.
impossible.
We
See,
have
I don't like
paperwork
getting into it
showing the
about
different
fucking
people. We have
spirituality. I don't want to get into
plantations
debates like this.
showing the different
But
tribes.
you can't
We
have
have
you can't
plantations
go back and forth
showing the
with
different
somebody
tribes.
who
What
who
do
who,
you have?
who
What do
you
you
still
have? A
you can't go back and
bullhorn
forth with
and a
somebody
corner.
who's not in who don't believe in
You have a
spirituality. It's
bullhorn
almost
and a
fucking
corner.
impossible. It's fucking pointless to go back and forth with somebody who's not spiritual. It's fucking pointless. Fucking pointless.
so
I'm gonna
There's
fucking
essentially,
y'all.
one.
so hold on. So
Hey, I'm
essentially,
fucking so y'all
so
don't fuck about
essentially, you're
nothing. I
saying.
don't fuck about nothing. So just
Y'all
don't put
niggas
with
is
some other niggas.
fucking
Don't act like I'm
support.
some corn
Y'all
ass
niggas
nigga
is
who's
aligning
against
yourself with
reparations
white
because I'm for
supremacists.
reparations. Stop the
Period, bro.
bullshit.
That's
Stop the
it.
bullshit. Stop the
One mic.
You're support. You're
bullshit.
fucking
Just because
lying.
Guys, I'm eating real quick. I finally found something to eat. There's one mic. Hold on.
So you believe that it is more metaphysical in our understanding, right, than something that can be scientifically proven through
now
DNA.
I'm just not as thorough as proving it like that. People I learn from, they're better at it. I'm just not that cold at proving it like that.
You got any friends on the app that can that you can pick in the room? I want to understand it. Like real talk. You got anybody? Any more Israelites or Moors in the building? You want to grab a mic, please? I'm trying to learn today. Learning Sunday.
So I know some of the arguments that are made is because there's certain scriptures, especially in the Torah, that alludes to the true people being essentially black, right? Well melanated. So
Bro,
I guess over the decades they have aligned themselves in that sort of thinking, like, well, shit, like especially, correct me if I'm wrong, Deuteronomy 28. That is the basis of that doctrine.
Yeah, there's a group of people who fix that to a T. And if you ask me, that would be us.
No, that would not be you or me.
I said if
You're
you ask
not every
me, I
black.
said
You're
if you
not
ask
every
me, that would
melanated
be us. That's
person.
my fucking opinion that
Well,
I'm
see,
fucking
that's
entitled
what Nigerians
to.
think. Nigerians have credited themselves with going into outer space, being the people that calculated the moon landing, everything that we did, won all the gold medals, war heroes, won the country for the United States. They've credited themselves
that's
with being that.
awesome.
And that's not correct either. Yes, we are of African ancestry, but it's a different group of people. So yeah, there's no doubt about it. The Bible is not a factual book, but it's a book about people in Africa. It is a book about people that have melanin. It's not a book about Europeans. It's not a book about any of them, but that doesn't mean it's about us. That's like saying
So
just because we find out
That's the realest
Egyptians
shit I've
are
heard on this fucking app in a really long time.
just because
Well,
Egyptians
well,
are of
well,
African
who
ancestry
else fits the
does
curses
not.
then? Who else
Hold
fits
on,
the who
hold
else
on,
fits the curses in Deuteronomy?
hold on. Just
Not
because
you.
Egyptians are not
Fuck up. Ain't nobody talking to your
white
bitch ass.
does not mean I'm Egyptian. How does your brain make those connections?
Exactly.
We know that Egyptians are of African ancestry. We're not blind. White people can gaslight till they're blue in the face. We've already done, again, we did DNA studies. We have pictures of the actual people They drew themselves as chocolate all over the place, and they still have the same. They've done a bunch of these melanin tests on these people. We know that the older invaders were white people, but the original people there for centuries were of African descent. That doesn't mean that I'm Egyptian. How the hell do we jump to that shit? I'm from another group, you know. I'm not Egyptian. Some of us actually have an Egyptian haplogroup, but collectively we're not Egyptian people. We're not ancient Egyptian stock. We just have some of that because we have some of everything, as we know. And then
Exactly.
plus we have nomadic people got caught up in the slave trade. Remember that we got the Fulani go from east to west, and those Fulani people have some Egyptian DNA. They got everything in there. So
Remember the
if you
Fulani
got a
thought they
Fulani
were white.
ancestor, you're subject to have anything.
Nah, they Sahel region.
Yeah, man. The early 17th century, bro.
See, the last time I was home, they just said our family immigrated from fucking Portugal. That they were Moors. Then they came to the U.S. And then I guess they didn't like it here, and then they fucking went back to wherever they were from. Part of my fucking family.
Wait,
They,
where are you from?
New Jersey.
Wait, you're New
I want
Jersey,
to know
but you're
what he
Portuguese?
believes, right? I want to know
No,
the
I'm not Portuguese.
basis.
I'm saying my family. That was what they were saying last time I was there. You know, every time you go back home, there's something new, right?
Well, I noticed that when the Hebrew Israelites try to slip out of my noose and
Which
get
one?
out,
Which one is that?
I noticed that what they do is they go, "You're just not spiritual." So now I'm antichrist,
Yeah, that's that
and they'll
thing.
call
They
me
always
Esau.
it's
Which
you're
one?
not
Which
spiritual.
one?
You're
So
not
so
this. You're
Which
not
Israel.
one?
that.
It ain't no which ones, nigga. All y'all the same, nigga. Whether you in the mosque, the temple, the house, the backyard, cooking out, putting in for that blunt, you know, y'all all niggas the same. This fucking
So
cornbread is
Israel.
busted.
Thank
Israel.
you.
How
So
many Hebrew
Niggas, niggas.
Israelite groups are there? Israel.
I know there's more than, to my knowledge, there's more at least more than five at least. I know that much. I don't know the exact
Now
number.
I'm in a very difficult position because I want to defend Kyrie because he has the right to post anything he wants, legal, book or movie on Amazon. He didn't post anything that was wrong. So I'm at a bad place because I'm going to defend his right to post, but I don't like that movie or whatever the hell because I didn't look at it, but I know it's going to say some dumb shit that's wrong and
No, you
people are
don't.
going to
It's something you ain't
gobble it
saying.
up. But
So
You know why I'm
I
supporting
defend his
Kyrie?
right I defend his right to post that movie. So that puts me in a very strange place because I know that that book is going to say some bullshit, the same bullshit we
so
hear
Miss
on the
so
corner.
Miss Wani, I think all of their premise is looking
I'm
at
supporting
Deuteronomy
Kyrie because
28.
he's helping
Bro, hold on, bro.
galvanize
Hold
folks.
no,
on.
no, that's not
Mute
true.
your mic, nigga.
Not true because everybody don't believe the Torah. So no, that's not true. What you about to say is false.
But I think what your premise is that everything is based off of Deuteronomy 28. You look at Deuteronomy 28 and you try to
Well, no,
analyze the
that's one of the
curses and
that's
how
just
they
one of the
apply.
things I go off. That's one of the
Hey,
things
The reason
I
I
why I
go off
kind of want
of.
to
support
hear what
Kyrie is because
ATL's
he's making niggas mad as
Hey
hell. That's
Rhea.
why I
I want to
support
hear what
Kyrie.
ATL is saying. I'm sorry, y'all. I want to hear what ATL is saying.
I mean, from what I've understood and conversations that I've had, it all just leads back to Deuteronomy 28, right? And they look at the curses and they try to analyze um, via the world, right? Look at
Everybody
all
don't read the New
different
Testament,
cultures.
so that's not true.
We're looking at different cultures and who those curses apply to. And then from there, they add on in terms of different scriptures that can identify a certain phenotype or maybe a certain complexion. And then they bring that all into a fold. No matter what, if you're a part of a camp or not a part of a camp, the baseline is Deuteronomy 28.
No,
Now
that's
let
false.
me
That's
These
false.
white folks is trying to brain drain niggas, bro.
That's a false
They're
statement.
brain draining
let me
us, my
ask a
nigga.
quick question, real quick. So they bring up the first of all, I have studied the Bible extensively. I just want to put that out there, and all of the groups around it, the Moors. and the Hebrew Israelites. So I'm not just talking out of my ass, and I'm not
I just want to
prejudiced
say,
against.
if anyone's listening, fuck every group. I'm not in
Okay,
any of those groups. Thank
okay,
you.
cool. Okay, so they mentioned synagogues of Satan. And I noticed that the Hebrew Israelites will throw that up and use that to say, well, see, that's those white Jews they're talking about. But when they said synagogues of Satan, that should have been at the time when these uh, melanated Jews were walking on the earth, not the others. They came along far after and accepted Judaism's. One of the things I notice about the Hebrew Israelites, they have a timeline challenge that's out of this world. They don't understand time and they don't understand
I'm gonna just
math.
let y'all know right now.
Oh my God.
We're
Are you drunk?
wasting too much time
I
wasting
think
on
you're
these
drunk.
fucking this shit right now. I was
I
in a group
agree.
chat
I
earlier.
agree, but you're drunk, right?
I was in a group chat earlier. This Algerian
You're not
motherfucker was
answering.
saying, "Fuck all Jews and we are better than them." Everyone
Uh,
started laughing.
okay, cool.
Only black folks are sitting here fucking thinking about and analyzing. These motherfuckers are supremacists. They're
I
supremacists.
know, I know, I know.
They are
So,
supremacists. Why are we doing? Well, we're wasting
so
time here
Shut
now.
I
the fuck
just
up. You
wanted.
can't put us all in one
Okay,
fucking
cool.
boat, nigga. Shut the fuck up. That's
Can
stupid as
some?
fuck.
I'm trying to help you, nigga.
You
I'm
can't
here
help
for
me, nigga.
you,
You can't help your
nigga.
damn self, you punk bitch. Shut the fuck up.
There ain't nothing
Can
punk
someone
about me, my
answer that?
nigga.
Nigga,
I'm
you a
here for
punk
you,
ass bitch
bro.
ass nigga. Shut the fuck up. I know a bitch when I hear one. Shut the fuck up, nigga.
Why are you yelling, bro?
A
Why
bitch
are you
ass nigga. I
upset?
don't like bitch niggas, dog. You sound like a bitch ass
You're
nigga.
Israeli, nigga. You
Nigga,
have
shut
Hebrew.
the fuck
You
up.
fucking
I
Elijah.
don't
Damn, damn. I feel you. You be like that by religion, bro. Just calm down, calm down, calm down. Shit, got aggressive with that shit real quick.
What?
Why could I
What? What
hear
did you just say?
somebody?
You can
Bro, all I'm gonna say
you
is
can
any
hear me,
black
Wani?
person that aligns themselves with crackers is.
Can you hear me, Wani? I was talking, Wani.
You muffled, bro.
Okay. Ask Wani if you can hear me.
Hey, Wani, can you hear Rhea?
I
I
can't hear shit.
I don't understand what's happening at all on this on the stage.
Yo, Rhea, we can't hear you. You're like really muffled.
What about
Yeah,
now?
No,
you're
he keeps
What
muting
about
me,
now?
bro, because I'm fucking
yeah,
going in on him. He
yeah.
doesn't want me to go in on this fucking fucker.
Hey, fraternity, bro. You been on one since fucking 8 o'clock this morning, bro. Chill. This motherfucker one is good. Y'all chill. For real.
Now,
No, I mean I definitely. Oh, go ahead,
does
Wani. Sorry.
anyone want to answer the question? Because like when they, because I read all of this stuff they're talking about, they said, look, it says here the ships left from Egypt. Okay, cool. But the transatlantic slave trade didn't happen in Egypt. Oh, that doesn't matter. We just make up shit. Then they'll say synagogues of Satan. It's like, but that's when you were the Jews. Remember? That wasn't when the Khazars or the Turkic tribes adopted Judaism.
Yeah, but I
That's
don't
when
think
you
the
were
I
the
think the
Jews.
term
know.
synagogue came after the
It's about Revelation,
Tetragrammaton.
which is speaking of the last days. Those who claim they're Jews and are not. There's only one group of people who claim to be Jews, and if you look into their background, they're actually Khazars.
What
They're not
year is
fucking
that?
Jews.
What year is that though?
It's the end time. Revelation is the end. It's the end times. The
That's
times that we're
within the
living
first.
in
That's
now.
within the first
The
century.
times we're living in now.
That's within the first century.
Now you should
No,
know
it's
when the Khazars first adopted Judaism, okay, versus when it was supposed to be all melanated. So there's a difference. Timelines need to be paid attention to.
no. The timeline is Revelation. It's speaking of the end times. Basically,
What Bible are you getting that from? I just want to know
And the
what
end
Bible are you getting it
times
from?
isn't now, just so that people be clear.
KJV 1619 version.
What
And this
about
is what
versions? What about versions that precede King James commissioning of the Bible?
like the apocrypha.
Or the
Say it again.
Ethiopian Bible that's written in what I think is Gay's or Gay's script.
I didn't hear your question. Say it again.
I said, what about versions that predate King James 16? What is it? 1611.
I mean,
I mean, there's Bibles that predate King James. Like King James commissioned, I think, 70 scholars to
well,
translate.
I can't. Well, I actually can't answer that. I can't answer that.
But y'all getting it from the Bible though, the Holy Bible with Jesus and
Me
Moses,
personally, I'm
Adam and
talking
Eve.
me. That's me. Me. Stop y'all, niggas. Stop putting us in the same boat. Not the rest of them.
All right, bitch boy, you. Okay, sorry. That's where you're getting it from, the Bible.
Your bitch ass up, nigga. Shut your bitch ass up, dog. You
Okay, so all the Hebrew Israelites I know, because I got some of my family, that's why I ain't been commenting. God done like broke these niggas down. Yes, y'all do get it from the Bible. But y'all be screaming so much about the white man this, the white man that. But y'all getting it from the white man Bible, bro. God damn. I mean, at least write your own book from some history that y'all done like looked up yourselves and verified. I'm just saying. Like, damn.
nigga, the white man didn't write the Bible, nigga. Shut the fuck up, dog. That's bullshit.
Yeah, they
Hey, I got a
did.
question. Hey, I got a question. Hey, so every time we ask the Hebrews, are they against reparations? They
Which
say,
one? Which ones?
well, I only know one group. I don't know other groups, but
All right, all right.
but they always give me the same answer. No, we don't
Them
believe.
niggas ain't got nothing to do with me.
No,
I don't
no,
know what you
no.
talking about.
But no, let me just ask you if you agree with it. They always say no, we don't believe in reparations. We gonna get it back from the white man in
I
blood.
believe in reparations.
I know that's what I'm saying. They always respond with no, we gonna get it from the white man in blood. I want you to explain what does that mean? Get it from the white man in blood.
Those are you talking about them camp niggas that I told you that niggas they are set up for this purpose, niggas, just to cause chaos, niggas. That's their whole purpose.
Do you believe the Bible is like literal, or do you believe some of the stories are just for entertainment purposes?
I believe some of it is literal. I believe some of it.
Some of it, you like
Believe
to get out of my
believe
noose,
I
don't
believe
you?
some of it's been tampered
You're
with.
very hard to catch.
I believe some has been tampered with.
Some of it, do you believe Noah's Ark?
Uh,
Do you think that's a true story?
some of it, yeah.
Do you
Some of
think
it.
that's allegorical?
Which part do you think is true?
Did he just say
I believe there was a flood. I
Okay,
mean,
that's fine. There was a flood, but not a world flood. But go ahead.
well, that's
What else? What do you think that all the animals on the earth got on the ark?
uh, no, I don't.
thank you,
Oh, so
Jesus?
you're
Okay,
smart.
thank you,
That's good.
Jesus.
I don't even think that was the intent of that particular part scripture.
Ah,
But
I
the
have a
fact that we
question.
That's
So
fine.
we talking about this two
That is
thousand
all
years
right with
later
me,
is
Wani.
the problem.
I have a question. So are we saying that the Bible itself is false? Is that what we are trying to
yeah,
infer
it's
here?
not real.
If
Noah's
the
What
Ark
white
is
what
man
of
wrote the Bible,
Noah's Ark
hold
right?
is
on.
not
I want to understand what Miss Woni is
Noah's
saying.
Ark is not a factual story. That's what I'm saying.
So how do you know
So
that?
because there's 6 million
Whoa,
land
don't
animals,
don't yell. I'm
because
just trying to
there's
get an
six
understanding.
million land animals on the earth, because the ark was over in a particular area, and how in the hell are you going to get a fucking kangaroo and a penguin on an ark? You're
Now,
not
how you
even
gonna
over
feed them?
there.
How you gonna feed them for 40 days?
How are you going to get 6 million animals on a
I let me
510-foot ark?
okay,
Hold on,
okay.
you asked me to give you
If
the
I remember
answers.
correctly, it said
I'm
two of
okay, never
every
mind.
animal. It didn't say all the animals. So I'm just
Hold
saying
up.
that right there.
Hold on. Don't try to argue this. The ark is 510 feet
I'm not arguing,
long.
Jake. I'm just
There
making a
are
statement.
6 million species of animals on the earth. Even
So
if
what
you
makes
take,
you Miss Wani, what makes you think that those animals were animals in their physical form? Do you know anything about
ah,
do
Oh, they
you
were ghost animals.
because it
They
said
were
you
ghost
one by
animals.
think
one,
do you think
because it
for a
said one
moment
by, hold on, because it said one by one they walked onto the ark, ma'am. It didn't say they were invisible or they floated on or it was their genomes.
according to you you don't believe in that work anyways. So it's hard to argue a point if you don't even
Well,
believe
it's
in the
hard to
work.
argue a point when you don't
So,
have a point, and you
well,
don't.
that's you. That's what
And
I'm
the thing
stating.
is,
You
That's
don't.
you.
and
You
the thing
don't.
is, show the version that says it's every animal, because my understanding, and according to me looking, it
There were
says two
particular
of
animals
every animal, not
because
every
a lot of
single
Well,
damn
animals were
because
not
animal.
the world,
kosher.
They
but
still
the
won't
world
fit, but they
flood
still
had.
won't fit.
Hold
But
on,
Big
Who's
Low,
to say that?
the
if it
point
was a
is,
world
And it's been
Physics,
flood, then what
crossbreeding
happened
physics
to
over
say
those
the
that.
animals?
years.
Let
Physics
me
say that, bruh.
let me answer. Let me give you some more information. You can't even say, oh, those animals didn't exist, because animals like kangaroo have been around for millions of years. So they were here. They did not get on the ark. And there was no world flood in Australia. And in fact, the people that wrote the Bible didn't even fucking know about Australia. And some of the only countries they knew about were the countries they traded with. They did not
so
There was
know.
so
no
Miss
They did
Australia
not
shit. There
know
so
wasn't
about
even an
hold
Australia.
on,
America
Grinds.
back
Hold on,
then.
Grinds. Let me just ask a quick question.
And zombie
So
white
are you?
Jesus ain't gonna come back
Oh
and
my
save you from white
God.
people.
So can I ask a question, please? Jesus, do you believe in a higher power at all?
Yes.
Okay.
How about we
And
just don't
what?
believe what the white
Hey, but how
masters
about
gave
we
us?
listen? How about we just stop interrupting, bro? Let her finish. Hey, Grimes, drop back down and come back up because that's who I can't hear. I just called it. I just called the mic. I'll bring you right back up. Sorry, Mia. Go ahead.
So you said you believe in a higher power. I have another question. Do you believe in divine intervention? Do you believe that said power participates, I guess, for lack of a better word, in something called divine intervention?
Are you saying that if someone has a problem, is an angel going to come down and save them? That type of thing?
No, because a problem to us may not be a problem to a higher power. It's just more so a manipulation of energy, period. It neither good nor bad. It just is. So do you believe in divine intervention?
Well, I want to say something first. I don't feel like it's right to connect the fact that I've debunked all of these books with the fact that I don't believe in a higher power, because those two are not the same. Books written by man have nothing to do with the creator of the universe. Okay? It does appear to be intelligently created, but just because some book popped up a few thousand years ago and man is millions of years old, I'm not impressed by a book that just pops up and the writers of the book
So
don't even know basic
so do you
information.
believe, I just want you
The
to answer my
the way that
question.
the
Do you believe
writers
in divine intervention?
hold on,
That was the question.
the way that the book is written, it's written by people that are regional. It's all regional. It doesn't mention anything
I
about
just want to say,
places.
you know what? Everyone on this fucking
Oh my
shit,
God, you're
I
so
Yo,
love y'all.
much.
fraternal, bro.
I love
Chill.
y'all.
Hey,
I
Rhea,
love y'all.
make me
Y'all,
co-host,
I
bro.
love everyone on this fucking
I
on
don't
the
love
space
you at
right now.
all. I don't love many people and definitely don't like your explosions. I think you're drunk, or either you're a weird nerd. I can't tell which one. So you really got me going.
Since 8 o'clock.
Hey, I got a question for one of the Israeli guys. I got a question. So like, what is the whole goal behind your whole religion? Like, what do y'all hope to achieve?
Will you talk to me?
Any of the Hebrew Israelite guys?
Well, me personally, my thing is it's just the lineage that I believe in. You know, a lot of people probably don't want to hear this, but we get I believe we get our blessings in the afterlife, but that don't mean I'm not trying to get my blessings on earth as well. Um, I mean, my beliefs is my beliefs. They my personal beliefs, and for the most part, I'm just a rider. This is what it is. Just don't confuse me with them niggas on the corner. That's my thing. That's my whole thing. Just don't confuse me with them niggas who don't believe in reparations and shit. That's not me.
Fair enough. What do you think some of the nuances is from you supporting reparation as a Hebrew Israelite versus from what we've seen that Wani has pointed out?
Say that again.
What do you think some of the nuances is from your understanding, right? Because we can see some of these camps,
Uh-huh.
these Hebrew Israelite camps are against reparations. Like, what do you think some of the nuances is that make you have a difference of opinion to support reparations from them?
Because a lot of them aren't entitled to reparations. I believe a lot of them guys in camps are immigrants. They believe that Mexicans and Native Americans are Israelites as well. So they kind of it's like a rainbow coalition with them.
And they
Right.
don't they don't understand there's a such thing as a white Hispanic. So that's why you look at that group yesterday that was at Tariq's rally for reparations. You see two white guys with them, two white
Yeah.
guys
Okay.
dressed in
All right.
uniform with them
Yeah. So
because they don't know what a white Hispanic or a white Puerto Rican is. So they take
they
anybody
with the
basically.
Wow.
people of color. Who they with the people of color? Whoever, yeah,
So let
whoever
me
this is.
say something real quick. Do they know what a Mexican is? A Mexican is not an ancient group of people. It's a combination of Spanish people and indigenous people. It's a new group.
We be
Yeah.
It's
trying to tell
not,
them that
it
though,
hasn't,
but they don't listen.
well,
We try to
Yeah.
okay.
tell them that the Native Americans, they killed the men, they raped the women. So according to the scripture, you are your father is, even if you say they quote unquote were Hebrews or whatever, they see this based off a European man. So either way, them white Hispanics are not Israelites. So
All
Okay.
right,
What
so
about
check this out. So check
They
Haitians?
this
don't
out,
understand
Whoa.
what an ethnicity is.
So whoa, what is your tenet, right? What was your foundation in figuring you think African Americans, foundational Black Americans, are Hebrew Israelites?
primarily, it's funny because it actually stems really from like our belief, like as Black people deep in the South. The secret is the best kept secret that we all know. We say, well, I know Jesus is black. Like everybody say that. But we've never actually taken the time to go further. Okay, if we say Jesus black, hair like wool, skin of burnt brass, that means the people was black. Israelites is black. We didn't even put two and two together. That's how brainwashed
Excuse
we
me,
were.
sir. Sir,
Yes, sir.
is your skin the color? Is your skin the color of brass? I mean, we are amalgamated. Here pretty amalgamated, so we range. But originally, back then, you were going to say your ancestors. No, just you got it. Go ahead.
Hey,
All
hey,
right, brother. Let me
but that's what makes it so dangerous, man. Because it's giving black people who are Christians out there, and they feel like what I'm saying. I don't agree with these other Christians. It's giving them a way to get their own identity into Christianity.
Listen, listen,
Hey, if
and that's
you
what's
don't mind,
crazy to me. It just
let me
sounds like
finish my point though, because y'all kind of cut me off. Yeah, I was just on to answer the brother, then y'all could get off, not to be rude enough. But yeah, so from there, pretty much just understanding the scriptures, understanding the history. I think a lot of the times we have these conversations, the depth of our understanding, we don't even talk about like a lot of Hebrews. Like we can go back to, if y'all know anything about the once Jerusalem was destroyed, how a million of our people ran into Africa. From there, if you know about anything
Who's
about the
our
Spanish.
people?
Sister, I didn't cut you off. Let me finish, please.
just say
You
y'all
said
people.
you said our people, right?
He asked me a question. I'm trying to answer it. I come up here. I don't disrespect nobody.
But
I'm trying
could
to
you
answer the question.
clarify what you're talking about?
Black people, Negroes, Bantu people, Hebrew. I mean, does that answer your question, sister? Okay, no reply. All right, so from there, it's just a lot of history as far as even Spanish, Portuguese, Jews, how people was getting killed at the stake on Sundays, and then they were even tasked with the question, "Hey, convert to Christianity, or your children will be taken from you." It's even many proofs that the children taken from those Spanish, Portuguese Jews, they were actually shipped to the island on the west coast of Africa, called Sao Tome. Y'all can look it up. SAO. Shit, Tome, Toma. And then from there, after they were expelled, they came to West Africa further. The old maps, you got Judah on the maps. You got different people like Olaudah Equiano. He was a Igbo from the 1700s that wrote a whole testimonial about his customs. before he was taken
Do
aboard a
you
slave
believe?
ship.
Do you believe in reparations for descendants of American chattel slaves?
Yeah, I mean, I do. I do believe in them. I don't think we're gonna get them, no. But
So,
I
so how
believe
does
in them.
that? So how does that help us with our claim?
I mean, we can try it. I mean, we can still proceed forward and tarry while we wait for, what's
Now,
to
you
come for
said
our
this
people.
guy had customs that were, you were probably going to say Jewish customs. Do
Yeah.
you have any kind of proof of this person?
Yeah. He
A
actually.
link showing the this person and what customs they had? Because again, like I said, there are some people in southern Africa, Zimbabwe, that have Jewish customs. And if they got caught up, because I have South African and Southeast African DNA, so there could be a person that was snatched from the Limba group or a group practicing Judaism that had that custom again, but it doesn't mean that we're all that
Well,
group of people.
Well, I would say too, but also to your point, there are also many other people, explorers, historians that have actually written about Yorubas, the Igbos, the Hausas, the Zulus, Fulanis, Ashantis. There's a lot more people that actually have Hebraic traditions, even from the
They're
language.
not Jewish though. They don't
Well, they
have
actually,
Jewish traditions. Only one group has kind of
well, that's
Jewish
that's not true,
traditions.
actually, sister.
Yes, it is true. Yes, it
Well,
is true. The Limba people are the only people that actually have Jewish traditions and the DNA, the ethnic DNA to back it. All these other West African people that claim to have those Jewish traditions found out they don't have them and they don't have the DNA to back it. They're not ethnic Jews at all. The only people that
are
are
you talking
ethnic
about
Jews,
Jewish people? Or are
the
you
only
talking about
people
true
the
Hebrews?
only people that are ethnic Jews, we're speaking about the 12 tribes. The only people that have been proven to be those people are the Limba people that live in mostly Zimbabwe and some
Okay, proven
in
by who?
Malawi.
Are you
Not
going to
West
ignore?
Africa. Not
Are you
West
going to
Africa.
ignore Beta Israel and Ethiopia? When y'all going to
What?
bring them up? Are you going to not talk about Ethiopia at all?
Ethiopian people practice Judaism, but they're not ethnic Jews.
So to
Okay,
be unbiased,
look,
I do know there's a
listen,
book
I can
called
say,
Religion and Art by R.S. Rattray. I think he spent
I,
like 20 years
I can
amongst the
post this book
Ashanti
I have too,
people.
brother. It's about Tudor Parfit had a whole book called Black Jews in Africa where he went through historical profiles of people documenting the practices of these different African peoples, their
Can you
oral
name the
history.
tribes? Because this, I don't like this vague talk. I'm giving you
I mean, sister,
specifics.
who has made you the supreme authority on knowing this?
Me, because I
Okay,
just told you, and I have the
you.
proof of it. The
Okay,
Limba
I have the
people
proof of it
are the
too.
only people that have been tested genetically that did come back. There's been
Okay, okay.
people that
You believe in
said,
genetic testing? Okay, nice. That's I get where you're coming from.
okay,
Well, you can believe in genetic testing, sister.
so they
Okay.
basically said that they had these Jewish customs, and people laughed at them and said, "Oh no, you don't." Blah blah blah. And they said, "No, we do. We marry a certain way. We believe in circumcision. We do this. We do that. We don't eat the same foods as the people around us. We don't." They had specific practices that are associated with Judaism. And they finally genetically tested those people, and they actually had it. Some other people that got genetically tested that also
West
practiced
Africans,
Judaism
many of them do
were,
have that too, though.
hold
They don't
on,
have the genetic
hold
testing.
on,
Well, you
for
cut me off, sister. I was speaking and you
Ethiopian
started
people.
asserting your
You asked me who made me the authority. I'm trying to give you the references.
but
Ethiopian
I'm
people
giving you my
have,
references.
oh
We
my
just tried to
God.
See, let's be respectful. Like, this is one thing I do know about y'all is a nigga is gonna have a hell of a time trying to win an argument with you motherfuckers, bro. Like, chill. We get it, bro. Just chill. Let the lady land. You know, be a gentleman. Be a gentleman.
she cut me off, brother.
But you asked the
You
question, and I
said
heard
what
you
made me
pause.
the authority? I'm trying to tell you. So, the Ethiopian people also told the Jewish people, because a lot of these people want to escape from their country and go to Israel under the guise of being Jewish. So they did get tested to see, and they are not Jewish ethnically. They're beta Jews. That means that they have a long history of practicing Judaism, but they are not ethnic Jews. The only people that are ethnic Jews that are one of those tribes are the Limba people. There's no other people that have ever been tested, proven to do that. Those other people in West Africa were tested, and they're not Jews. They're not ethnic Jews.
Okay, so now my wife is actually Yoruba, and actually knowing the history, digging deep into the culture, regardless of genetic testing, I guess you hang your hat on that. I hang it on actually Yoruba. If you actually know Hebrew and studying the language, actually Yoruba from their oral traditions is actually that's the name of the first king of the northern
Are you
kingdom of
Black
Israel.
American?
Yes, I am.
Descendants of chattel slavery here?
Yes, my granddad was a sharecropper. Oh, yes, sir.
From where?
Mississippi.
And where was his father from?
They were all from Mississippi.
Mm, okay.
Yeah, I'll just say this because I don't know. Yeah, I don't really see myself to the understanding. But hey, brother, I appreciate y'all taking me up though. It's a great book if you want to learn the history of actually people and their Hebraic customs, language, and everything about that. The Black Jews in Africa and the Americas by Tudor Parfit. Rudolph Windsor has a great book from Babylon to Timbuktu. You know, if you have a perspective, I guess you're gonna stand on that. But way more people in our Africans, whatnot, they have to break customs. Whether you want to accept that or not, sister, it's on you. But you know, I know what my people are. I'm gonna take the written accounts, the scripture, the prophecies, the history, and I know what I'm talking about. So respect to y'all, but that's my take on it.
If you're not talking, can you mute your mic? If you're not talking, can you mute your mic? I can't hear any of you because it's too much going on.
Damn, these people are drunk.
DD Penn, nobody was talking, but the floor is yours. DD Penn.
You might be trolling.
Hey, can I ask what the purpose of this space is? You're just talking about the reparation.
So the other thing that's funny is that these people say they don't believe in DNA, and yet every day somebody uses DNA to find out whose daddy is whose, and that's uh, you know accepted, and they know it's true. The other thing is they have this thing called the Innocence Project, which people are freed every day from crimes they didn't commit by testing their DNA. But all of a sudden, because these motherfuckers can't win an argument, oh, you want to hang your hat on DNA? Yeah, I do. I use that as a tool. Okay. Yeah, I do believe in DNA. Not always 23andMe um, is not as accurate as these research projects that use DNA. I'll say that. When they tested those Limba people for DNA, that is not the same as 23andMe. You can't even find those markers on a 23andMe test.
Either way, it's better than their feelings being proof. They just using their feelings in some book. I mean, who knows if that stuff is real?
Yep.
If I told you, hey, yesterday chicken fell out the sky and told me these are the 10 Commandments, you're gonna look at me like I'm crazy. But yeah, we gotta believe some 2,000-year-old story from way back, and we don't know none of them people. We don't know who wrote that. All we know was printed up in the, it was printed up and then given to us during slavery. So that need to be the last thing we need to be looking at and following.
That or a version of it where certain empowerment pages were ripped out of it
You
and
know who
titled.
wrote it? The Greeks wrote it. The Greeks wrote the Bible. The Greeks wrote the
Mm,
Bible.
Not necessarily.
The
no.
Greeks wrote the Bible.
If it's
Bro,
They
comfortable for you
created
to
a
feel that
language to
way,
go with
fine.
it too.
If it's comfortable for you to feel that way, that's fine. But all I'm saying is there's the one that a lot of people adhere to, and then we're finding out that there was one where there are several pages and chapters and books ripped out entitled the Slave Bible.
Bro, King
and put
James.
in
It
them
got his
and
name
put
on
in a
it.
museum.
King James. He was a
Yeah, that's
horrible
yeah,
person.
yeah.
He was a horrible person, and he never took baths. And he was a downright nasty, dirty white supremacist king in England. His name is on it, and we carry it around. Those are the same ones that Hebrew Israelite got on the streets right now. I
Can we
wouldn't even touch
also
that book.
can we also mention that he wrote a book on demonology? That's his other cool book that he wrote.
I know other people have
Well,
written
King
books
James,
on
first of all,
demonology,
didn't write the book.
had
He
it
I
translated.
he had it translated. So let's just stop the
He
foolishness.
signed off on it. That's why his name is on it. He
But
okayed
I
it.
can sign my name on
Okay.
a blank check. I mean, and then what?
You're
Like, come
Yeah,
on.
but
responsible
no,
for that.
I mean the Greeks are responsible for the translation you currently understand as the King James. Matter of fact, the primary translator of the King James Bible they took from a guy named Targum Onkelos. He's the one that sat with the Sadducees and the Pharisees and was allowed to translate it into Koine Greek.
And prior to that, what? The Code of Hammurabi. I mean, the shit is everything in the Bible is not new. Am I a devout Christian? No, but I do want to say this because this panel has gotten like really disrespectful, and I'm not about disrespecting nobody's shit. Like, do your thing. I'm not mad if you want to call yourself Hebrew Israelite, Freddy Krueger, Jason. I don't care as long as you're not harming me. That's what I don't understand about all the animosity that
Oh,
you
they
have
are harming
heard.
us.
Hold on,
They're at
I've
the
said
reparation.
back. I've said back, and I've let you all talk. I just want to get my shit off real
Ain't
quick.
nobody harming you. Who's harming you?
Can I finish? So what I wanted to say is that you're not harming me, but I don't understand the animosity that I'm
They
feeling.
were at the rally
Okay.
guarding us.
Okay, I get it, but I think the young gentleman did say, and I heard another, someone who came in earlier. I've been in this room all day, and yesterday when the rally was going on. He said that those people have nothing to do with us.
Yeah,
So
they
it
do.
does sound like there may be some different sects, right, that follow
Yeah,
certain.
it is for sure.
I don't know, but we can't bunch them all up together and
Yes,
then
I
and
can.
then can I fucking finish? Just let me land my plane. My landing gear is down. So we can't bunch them all up together. Just like I guess we don't want to all be bunched up together. We need to stop attacking these people. Like if they believe what they believe in, let them believe in it. If that wasn't the specific person that came to the rally and said, "Hey, yo, I was there. I was the one that sat in the back, antagonizing y'all," then just let it go. Like it's no point in sitting up here like snuffing flames of motherfuckers that still, they getting it the best way they know how, whatever way that may be. Like it's no point.
Yeah, you can't lump everybody in the same, just like we're not all one big nigga. We're not all big whatever, people think in their minds. You're like, I know there's people that don't believe what I believe, and that's fine. I have no problem with that. You don't believe in this, you don't believe in God, you don't believe in Christ, whatever. That's fine with me. I have no problem with that. I have not built whatever in my life to fight people on that and try to force people to believe what I believe. I might have the things that I stand on, but one thing that I will say is I will absolutely not try to bunch everybody in one thing, and I would appreciate it if people didn't do that shit to me.
Well, I think some of the disconnect is, we got people under an umbrella, right? That term Hebrew Israelites who are in objection to reparations. So anybody, I mean, that's just nature, right? Anybody that's going under that umbrella is gonna get some smoke because we had niggas actively out at the rally. You know what I'm saying? On some other shit.
Yeah, I'm
So the
paying
set,
attention. Anybody
yeah,
who's a Hebrew Israelite is getting grouped up together because, like I said, I did study their doctrine in the different groups, and they're not slipping out of the noose because they can't keep changing their little bullshit story so that they can still hang around us. That's what they want to do. That's why they're in the room. They're always skulking around the rallies. They're always trying to find a place to. Why don't they go do their own thing? Why are they always up under us when they don't even like what we're talking about? We literally know our lineage. This is a lineage based on reality, not feelings, not what we want to be, and oh, I like the Egyptian pyramids, so I'm Egyptian. It's not based on that. They're based in a delusion, and they want to hang around us. Why? Go do your delusion across town. Nobody's stopping you from supporting Kanye and Carrie. They're having a big old thing about that. And you have every right to say, hey, spread that dumb book around, everybody. You got rights. No one's stopping them from doing that. I'm for that. Actually, stay up from under my skirt tails. Stop talking against reparations. Stop screaming when our people are talking on the stage. And if you continue to do so, you're going to get in trouble. Seriously. They knew better. They shut their dumb asses up because we looked at them like a mother looking at somebody in the grocery store. Are you fucking crazy? This is not a time for your screaming bullhorn bullshit. They got the look. And they took their dumb ass somewhere and did a prayer circle, and they need to pray for their own ass because they're playing with fire. I'm not playing. They're playing with fire. They're about to really go down further than they're already down.
Well, let me just reply to Mia. Yeah, Mia, I think we definitely for sure should definitely not lump everybody in the same group because I think with people that are not actually Hebrews in the community, they only see the more boisterous and loud ones, the cat people that are on the corners. But a lot of us ain't really turned up like that, and a lot of us are actually a lot more laid back. I would probably say it's more people that are chill and calm, that are quote unquote Negro only, that don't really subscribe to the 12 tribes chart, that are really, I guess I say, shit, really humble, peaceful people. And the camp dudes, I mean, they just emotional. They got a lot of passion, so I'm not about to even throw them under the bus like that. But it's just, I think until, I guess, not that people will always do it because they're not in the faith, but until we really understand the differences between everybody, we be going against the camps. It's a lot of stuff they do that honestly embarrasses the whole faith in general. It's like y'all are giving everybody a bad name. A lot of us think the camp people are agents because it's like some of the stuff they do is too ridiculous. But them brothers are still doing what they think is right. We still can break bread with them and build with them. But with that being said, too, it's like, hey, if you
So,
don't like Hebrew, you don't like
so
Hebrew.
here's my question, real
So,
quick. So once you get to
yeah.
claiming reparations, right, and we get to that point, right, then you got to start proving your lineage, and y'all have to do that, your ancestry, and figure out who was born where by birth certificates or whatever documentation. At what point do you say, well, fuck it, that's not me. I'm not. Maybe I'm not from there. Maybe I'm from here. At what point? Because
So this is I assume, okay, this is the FDA space. So y'all saying prove lineage as in we need to find it back to how far? Like what's the cutoff
You don't
point for
even
lineage?
know? Why are you in the
1870,
space?
bro.
Sister, somebody DM me. I have
1876.
not disrespected you
18,
once, but you,
1870,
you
bro.
clearly
1870.
you got a
18.
problem with
Okay,
Hebrews and you real emotional, so you need to fix that. Go work on yourself
who are
because
you
you got
talking
problems.
to?
The Wani,
No, 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 no,
I ain't
no, no, no.
disrespected her once up there, but
Okay, so
somebody DM me this space and I came to talk. That's why I'm here, sister.
cool. So leave it, emotions. Don't get triggered. We're triggered because it's something that some people in this room have been actively working on for the better part, of a decade or so, and now you're at a rally that they support, full support behind, and the people who actually hosted the rally. But then you have people from your religion, not per se your sect, but your religion, same name, who's saying we don't believe in reparations. We believe in the Bible.
Mhm.
We believe we don't want reparations. We want Jesus to. We'll wait for Jesus to come back. You see the
Mhm.
conflict of interest. But some of those people in that sect, in your sect, will have a claim for reparations just because their lineage. That's their paperwork.
Okay.
Trace you back by census on the census. It's going to trace you back to being a descendant of chattel slavery. Some of you can even trace it back further to that. So at what point do you start? You put the theory of that whatever you got going on aside, and come to reality.
Just me proving my lineage. I mean, I guess.
You proving your
Are you
lineage
saying
means you're not a Hebrew Israelite. It means you're a Black American.
Right, you can't be both. I'm going to tell you
but
that right now. You cannot be
okay,
both.
to
You
the
cannot be a
brother that's
Hebrew
speaking,
Israelite and a freedman. It's
to,
impossible.
to the brother that's speaking. So because I am a black freedman and I can prove that, are you saying my roots had to come from a Native American at that point, or are you saying
Oh
what
no,
could
no,
have
no, no, no.
still
What
come
I'm
from
saying is,
Africa?
if we here as freedmen, Black Americans, were very much amalgamated. All right, that's maybe it's indigenous, maybe it's South American or whatever. Maybe it's from Africa. It's damn sure going to be some European in there. That's what we're saying. You're
Okay, so
fully
you're
amalgamated.
saying, so could we prove our lineage and still be from Africa? Because that's what we believe, that we came on slave ships and we got here.
The
So that
whole
doesn't
point is
prove
Lord
that
who
we're
we
from
are.
Jesus.
Africa. Okay, so you don't know anything about what FBA is,
I
okay?
know what FB, I know what FBA is, but I
If
want to
we
get y'all
descend from
perspective just to
slavery, how would we
ensure.
not have anything to do with Africa? That doesn't make any sense.
He been listening to them damn the
Yeah,
script
you know
tribes.
what? I
Yeah.
swear to God.
I mean, I'm asking questions to get understanding. I'm not asking to
Okay, let
be
me
ignorant.
help. Let me help. So, um, the ancestors that we're related to that came over on the transatlantic slave trade, that's
Hmm.
part of the claim of slavery. So obviously, we're claiming that we have African ancestry. Of course, we have other admixtures as a result of being in America. Um, the people that came over on the transatlantic slave trade are not um, from the Middle East. They're not from the Levant region.
We agree with that. Okay, we from
So that
Africa.
is the end of being a Hebrew Israelite because they're not only are they not from one group of people, which is one of the belief systems of Moors and Hebrew Israelites. They're not from one belief system. In fact, somebody on my great grandfather's plantation had actual tribal markings all over their face. This person was brought over after the slave trade was outlawed, but they still were trading slaves. This person was very wild looking, had, just completely out of the jungle, tribal markings, the whole bit. Everybody is not a Moor with Moorish heritage. Everybody is not a Jew coming from Africa. Most people are not any of that. So there's no way to go along with the lineage because, like I said, I know the lineage story that is told by Hebrew Israelites. It's not our story, it's a different story. Okay.
So
I
if we
feel as
were
though
captives, okay, captives of war, then what how do we know that we weren't from one place or the other? What tribe were they
Sam,
fighting at that
let me
time?
tell you something. We're from all over the place.
But you just said that we
It's not
weren't
one
from
place.
you just said that we weren't from up there. Like you don't know that.
Yeah, we do.
You may not be from
We
up there,
do
but
know
you can't
that.
tell this gentleman that he's not up from
We
there.
do know
Are
that.
you some omnipotent being that I need to
We
know
do
about? Because
know.
I
We
don't
do
get
know
it.
we're not from the Levant region. That's not our
How
lineage.
do
So
we know
Collectively,
that? I don't
wait,
collectively.
wait, wait. So what they're gonna do is they're gonna do genetic testing and DNA. It's just strict like that. Well, like we know that science
Okay,
is
that's
proven, right?
cool. I'm
So
down. Yeah.
yeah, so they're gonna look at the genetics and the DNA of tribes, right? That's quote unquote how they're supposed to be able to trace you back to a specific tribe or specific place from the continent once you go that far. If these niggas ain't did none of that, then what's the point in them? Trace your lineage back as far on this continent that you can, and once you have the resources, I mean, go for it if
Okay,
you
can I?
can.
yeah, I would agree that, brother. I would say to
Okay, could you just get a map and look at where the Levant region is?
I
It's
want to say
not.
something too.
It's not
Like,
on
Just
the
hold on one moment.
transatlantic.
Let Wani land, please.
I was just going to say the Levant region is not where people came out of. It's not on the transatlantic slave trade route. And again, like I said, if you had an ancestor that was a nomad, they could have picked up DNA from anywhere in Africa. So you could have some DNA from other places. But to say that we are all from the Levant region, which is what these both of these groups say, is absolutely false. 100% a lie. And I don't live in these little weird wishy-washy brain world. What it could be, well, maybe one of the, we're not talking about one, we're speaking of collectively, our DNA collectively. We're not speaking about one person who got swooped up from another place. We're not speaking about one Hebrew Israelite that may not be insane. We're speaking about collectively their belief system is flawed. Their beliefs are flawed. Their theories are flawed. And it's based on something, yeah, you could get away with that, saying that stuff in the early 1900s when nobody could trace anything, but you're not getting away with it now. It's impossible. What you're saying about leaving the Levant region, then the transatlantic slave trade would have been somewhere else. It would be in another location if so many people from the Levant region were being snatched up. They wouldn't be leaving from fucking the west coast of Africa. They wouldn't fucking be leaving from the slave coast. They wouldn't fucking be leaving from Ghana, dumbass people. Why do I have to go
Okay.
Whoa,
through
whoa,
this
Well,
whoa,
shit?
whoa, whoa,
hey,
whoa, whoa,
hey,
whoa, whoa,
brother.
whoa, whoa,
Hey,
whoa,
hey,
whoa.
hey, sister. I got it. Let me reply. I'm gonna
Oh.
reply to that. So this is the disconnect, right? You think that, yet you don't. You act like you know what we think, and what you're asking and what you're saying is totally just easy to just retort against. That's not. You don't have a proper understanding of what we believe if you just think we're not from the Levant. So why is it not from the Levant? You don't know the migration patterns, the history, the scripture, and
Explain,
how our
prove.
people move.
Okay, so at this point, prove it. Post some sources in the jumbotron. Prove it. Explain it to us. Like if you trying to convert me over, give me your best shot. I mean, like that's what I'm trying to hear. Like how, what links to what?
That's fine. I'll do that. Let me I'll drop some stuff in the jumbotron real quick. I'll make my post. And I just say this too. Hey, I used to be in a lot of black conscious spaces, different people with different beliefs and stuff like that. Um,
No, no, it's not. We're not conscious. This is we're
okay, but just
reparationists.
just
Just hear
just
me
black
out.
people
It's
that
listen, bro.
want to be better.
It's what? No, no. It's called being a reparationist, right? I
Okay,
need to be, a descendant of American chattel slavery. My political status, freedman.
fine.
Um, I'm asking for a debt to be paid from the American government.
Yeah,
To qualify for that debt, I need to trace my lineage back to slavery here on this continent. I'm not bringing, when I take policy to them and ask them for a check and specific tangibles to be tax free and a protected status, I'm not taking my no Hotep shit to them. I'm not taking no Hebrew Israelite. I'm not telling them I'm from a tribe of Judah or none of that. I'm specifically a black American, African American, political class freedman. And then until we as a cultural group want to get to the name we want to get to, like that's it. But like y'all are black Americans. You's a nigga. Like this is what I need to get y'all. I get it. What I hear when I hear these hotepisms, a lot of the time I'm hearing self-hate. I don't want to identify with black or being that nigga. I want to be a different breed. All this American Negro shit, all this other shit. Nigga, you just
No,
black
but
on
Rhea,
paper.
Rhea,
I
can I
get
say
it. And I'm being
this? Can I
yes,
say this
ma'am.
to you? Because I really like you and I don't want you to feel that way, but I want you
Mm-hmm.
to know too that what I hear when I hear you say that is that I am nothing more than just a slave that was brought over here on a slave ship. That's what I hear. I believe two
Well,
things can be true. And I also believe in Schrodinger's, cat, where, we won't know one way or the other, but that is okay. Why do we have to fight? That's what I'm
see,
saying.
that's where I'm more so. That's where I'm more so at. We won't more know. We won't know one way more than the other, right? Unless you can prove it, right? So I'm
yeah,
just with. I'm going to for what my claim for is. That's all I want to go with to get my check. Like once
yeah.
we get that check, we gonna have those resources to do what some need to do, and those who are really delving into it. I mean, pull those resources and do some proving. But to that point, like stick to the objective. Don't muddy the waters. Don't muddy the claim. It's like just like being on code. It's like,
Rhea, could I ask you one question, sir?
mm-hmm.
Being able to disassociate your religious belief from being a reparationist.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
my thing is that to the sister Mia's point, it's like as a Hebrew, especially me, like especially many of us I've spoken to, and maybe not some of the camps, not even all the camps, some of the camps, like proving our lineage that we were descendants of slaves and us thinking we're Hebrews, like those two things can be true. Like I never thought the two had to be separate schools of thoughts, so to speak. And my point earlier was just saying I've got up here and I discuss with a lot of people all the time about stuff. Above all things, we are people, and y'all are my people. At the end of the day, whether you believe what I believe or not, let's just keep everything respectful. I didn't get up here trying to throw no shots at no FBA, no reparationists, nothing like that. I ask questions to make sure I'm aware of your stance. That's my only thing about this whole thing. We can discuss it, we could talk about it. A little emotion, I understand, but the blatant
Do
disrespect and
you
stuff like that.
understand these are not
Look at this. You're
stances
cutting me
and
off, though. You're cutting me off.
positions?
That's
There's
disrespectful, sister. I
facts
didn't
versus
look at this.
stances.
Hey, y'all can keep it, bro. I'm trying to have a discussion. I have disrespected her. She done cussed and all this type of random said tomfoolery, said lies. She don't know what you're talking about, truthfully. But y'all gonna defend it. Re-up. I appreciate you for the whoever DM me about it. Shit. I mean, I'm with reparations. We can prove our claim and all of that. We can put our faith. We can do our faith at home. We can keep our faith in us. So when the claims come up, hey, we can prove this still. That doesn't change what I believe, but we can do that. So we don't have to be one or the other.
You actually do, but whatever.
Okay, sister, get help too.
No, listen. For reparations, you actually do have to just be one specific thing, because as far as
So if I
reparations
come
go,
up here, I can't.
hmm
So as far as reparations go, from my understanding, right? I'm not ultra political. Y'all probably know more, so I ask questions so I can become aware of what you're saying. So you're telling me they can't see in my life of me being a Hebrew. I can't be nothing more than a Black
don't
American Christian.
no. All listen. All I'm saying is, when it comes to that time, you need to qualify to be under that political status. Because in America, you can't do anything by race, quote unquote. That's unconstitutional,
Yeah,
right?
because on these
So you need
political
to
and
qualify.
official,
Listen.
uh
That
yeah, yeah.
that what you're doing is religion. I'm a
You're
live
breaking up. I
in
can't
New
hear you
York.
good.
That
I can't
religion,
hear
you
you.
hear me now?
It's just going in and out. I'm sorry. I want to hear what you're saying.
Okay, I'm back now. Yeah, that religion is more so giving you that's a religion, right? I'm not going to them telling them, hey, I was raised Southern Baptist. All right,
Okay, but
what does it equate to? White people are
yeah,
Southern
yeah.
Baptist. You
We don't
see,
got to bring that up though. I mean, I wouldn't bring that up. I would keep that to myself. Why would I just blurt that out? Like
But wait,
Hebrews.
hold on. So, do you believe that it is a religion? Being a Hebrew Israelite is a religion, or is it a race of people?
Hebrews is a nationality of people with a certain set of customs that they follow. Does that make sense?
so you
They
can
don't
join.
have
Anybody can join the nation.
You can become. Let me specify this. The faith of Hebrews, if you want to put a name on it, we're Nazarenes. Nazarenes or Messianics. That's our faith call, if you want to say it. That's what our faith is. Us saying we're Hebrews is the way we walk and the way we live our lives. That's our nationality. Our faith is actually a Nazarene. That's the official name of it.
Well, I thought it
So
was a
you're
specific bloodline. Like you had to be, I
To
thought
be
Hebrew
to be a
Israelites believed
Hebrew,
that they were descendants directly out of the
yes, that's
12
what we
tribes.
believe because the Hebrews were a nation of people. Like I said, it's a nationality. So we believe
are
we
you
are the
not
bloodline
American?
descendants.
Your nationality needs to be American
We do
for
not
you
put
to
Hebrew
apply
Israelite.
for.
My bad. I was trying to mute myself. My bad.
This is about Americans, okay? It's about American claim for chattel slavery. It's not about Hebrews. If you have a problem with them, then you should speak to somebody in the Levant region.
Okay, my thing is we don't put we're Hebrews on official documents. We put Black American. We like y'all thinking that we gonna pop up. Nah, damn, I ain't putting Black American.
You said
I'm
that
gonna
was
put
your
Indian.
nationality.
I know that's my true
Hebrew
nationality
is
of
not
my
a
people,
nationality
but
for
when it
anybody on
comes to
the planet.
documentation to exist in America, we know we're Black Americans.
So
This is where my people came from.
you're just playing make believe.
That's not playing make believe, sister. If I say my ancestors is descended from here, and this is my true nationality,
Do
that's what it
do
is.
you see how you sound like really? We're speaking about our nationality, which is American.
Our current nationality
Hold
is
on.
Black American. Sister,
Hold
first
on.
off, I
Our
don't even want to address
nationality
you
is
because you got to be
American.
respectful.
We are
We can talk to you.
American
I'm not about to
Our
even deal with you, sister, because you're a
our
disrespectful woman. You're a
okay,
disrespectful black
our
woman. So,
passports say
so if
American.
y'all want to talk to me about something else, somebody else can speak. I'm not
I
dealing with
know
women.
that you don't want to speak to me because you're not going to win an argument and you
I
can't
don't need to
handle
win
that.
woman.
Not
I don't need to
everybody's
win
trying
an
to
argument
argue,
with you.
sister. That's what you need
'Cause
to understand.
you're trying to argue. You got up
Listen,
here
we
insulting people.
are
You
listen.
can't even respect the black man, but you're talking about
Hey,
reparations.
oh no, we
You
just
need to
respect each other.
respect yourself. You need to
You need to
respect
respect
yourself.
yourself. You
You
talking
got
about
up
black
here
this,
talking
black
about
this,
your
sister. You real
nationality
light
is
skinned with some
And
Hebrew.
long hair.
respect
Are
for
you even
self
fully black?
doesn't mean taking disrespect from others, sister. It's not about that. You need to
Your
understand not everybody's trying to
nationality is
argue with you. You're
American.
trying to
It's not
argue with everybody.
Hebrew.
We're not
It's
trying to
not
argue with you,
Hebrew.
sister.
It's
Didn't
not
nobody get up
Hebrew.
here
We're
Your
defending
not trying to
nobody,
nationality.
argue
bro.
with you or win an argument
Will
Okay,
you
against you,
be
sister. You need
quiet?
okay. We gonna move on. We gonna move on. Let's get to these hands. All right, we'll get back to you. Hands been up. So we gonna try DD Pin again, or DD Pin Darvish, and then we'll get the art real quick.
They have whole fields of, in academics, in academia, to debunk anything of this Hebrew nonsense. Like they have whole fields of studies that, like honestly, like whole fields of study that debunks all of that. Like very, very easy. I don't see why, and I see what Wani is saying because it's ridiculous. Even you are a Black American, you can't be a Hebrew too to be a Black American. The migration pattern doesn't make sense. And that study is called paleontology. That study, it doesn't make sense. It's literally stupid to say that you are a Hebrew and you are a Black American, which you come from Western Central Africa a way long time prior to some book being written. Even then, the book being written is being written by Greeks, which is a whole study on that. They created a language to go with the book that they stole. And the book that they stole it from is an African book, which is Northeast Africa, which is Levant area, which Wani is talking about. We don't have absolutely nothing to do with those people. That's all I wanted to say.
They want to
But
be
he
Jews, but
said,
the Jews don't want you. Y'all want to be Jews, but they don't want you.
Them Jews are not even fully Jews. Those are Khazar
but
converts.
he
thank you.
said,
What are
he
y'all
said
talking
you
about? Y'all,
were
y'all are
Hebrew.
not well versed in this to be speaking on what we believe
We
in.
are.
You
Look,
That's
are
what
one.
you
we're asking.
said
Trying
you
to.
You
were
don't know,
Hebrew
sister. You don't even
nationality.
respect black men. I can't even
Can you
take you.
shut?
Oh God, look. We just gonna respect all people. I don't get into the whole. I don't buy into that. We should respect each other as human beings. You know what I'm saying? Like it is what it is. If you like direct your question to that, or the answer to somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Uh, Hold on real quick. Let's get to these hands. We'll go to Art Grimes, Jamal. Excuse me, Art Grimes, Mia, then Jabal.
Man, uh, about the Hebrew Israelites and the Moors, I don't know why they want to believe in cultures that predate, like, they're believing a copy of things that predate. I posted this Israel that was on the stone. It's, the Germany. It's a Berlin statue pedestal relief. It has Israel as a 1350 BC, which means something totally different in Egypt. But fun fact, if you go do a little bit more homework and dig a little bit deeper, guess who the pharaoh was during that time? Amenhotep the third, and he's considered the first monotheist. So if you want to believe in a jacked religion, honestly, I think that's jacked. Even that monotheism was jacked from some earlier form of Mahatism, which dates back to 5000 BC. So, like, if we're going to be intellectually honest, nobody should, we should be ignoring all the rest of the religions, no? But if we're going to go by the oldest, so it's just weird. Like, but I will give them some context on the, that's the cons. The pros of the situation is the Aborigines of this country, particularly the Creeks, had a very similar language to the Hebrews, like Huru, Hara, Pel, Abe, El, common, means the same thing. It meant God. Um, there's a lot of crossover. Massa means burden. So there's a lot of crossover in the language, which is why they may or may not think
And we can't just look at migration patterns without looking at ecological patterns and linguistic patterns, which a lot of people like to leave out because they don't want to do thorough homework on it. So it's up for grabs. It's just a 50-50 odds without doing more homework, just on looking at the linguistic patterns alone. Also, those people that were mentioned in the Hebrew, as I remember, even in if you look at the Egyptian version of the Israel, the common denominator in both those are nomadic, which means they wouldn't have been in one place. So that's another thing. So, um, but to be clear, even though there is this evidence, even with all this pointing to that, there's still a 50-50 chance, right? Like we still haven't really proved it. We just haven't disproved it. So, um, but what we can prove is that all these Abrahamic religions are based off some variant of either Mahatism or Amenhotepism, like the combination of those two. But either way, I don't know why we're looking at something that came out in 600 BC when we know there was how many religions before that even showed up. Like, why isn't any of those other ones greater than that one? Especially when they literally copied that one. You know what I mean? So just some food for thought. I thought I'd put that out there. Land with that.
But being nomadic, you still have the same DNA, right?
Yeah, but that's another thing with the DNA things, and I've done some
Because the
research.
Fulani are nomadic,
Yeah, yeah, but
right? And they still
we
have
I
base
think it was
everything.
similar
Grinds. It's
DNA.
Grinds' turn. It's Grinds' turn.
Yeah,
No,
yeah, but
Mia,
I would like to.
you can go, Mia, because you were before me.
Okay, well, one thing I want to say though, if anybody here believes in Darwin's out of Africa theory, and the fact that you think Americans couldn't possibly, like the Africans over there couldn't possibly be Americans, or the Americans over here could possibly be, it could be vice versa, right? So we need to stop looking at things as if the center of the world's Africa, unless you love Darwin, because I don't believe anything Darwin says. So you're gonna have to make that decision up for your own. But I assure you, the multi-regional variant of evolution is way closer than that monolithic. Everybody came out of one spot. Like that's crazy. There's like no math or no logic that makes that there. And the oldest skull that we can place that's actually Homo sapien, not ape, actual Homo sapien, is some form of European skull. So like we gotta put this shit in context.
What does that have to do with the Levant region?
Because you assume that because they share DNA that they came from Africa. Like you put that as the oldest and not America. Why didn't they come? Those people in
No,
Levant
no, no,
come
no,
from
no, no,
America
no.
or
You're
Asia or anywhere
arguing
else?
you're arguing a false premise. I said
How?
that we as a people did not emanate from the Levant region, that we emanated from lots of regions around Africa. That
Yeah,
don't
well,
put words in
I
my
just
mouth.
said that those people. What I'm saying is the Israel people. We don't know if they came from the Levant area. Were a nomadic people. I didn't put them in a location. Now, if we tested DNA and
Well,
let's
they
say
put themselves there. I'm going
okay,
by them.
but even by their own logic, it still would be falsehood. Because what I'm saying is that even if you test in the DNA and it matched the Lamont area, first of all, that assumes that those people never migrated in the Lamont area, and then number two, that would also assume that they're from Africa and not that they're not the Africans there aren't American. Like you see what I'm saying? There's like so many ways to break that down. It's crazy. So
No,
having
no,
a
no.
specific location at a specific time doesn't really help a case one way or the other.
No.
Grinds, can you Grinds, you go. I'm gonna let what my brother just said marinate for a minute.
Okay, I just wanted to. I'm not gonna be long. I just want to say that I think that when it comes to, I think this is a very good opportunity for an educational moment. Because like I mentioned earlier, I had a particular understanding of something based on something that somebody alluded like a day or two ago in a prior space, and even somebody even kind of alluded to the same thing as a possibility in this particular conversation. And I've been open to the correction on the spot, by my brother Re-Ups on here, and even Sister Wani. But when you all said that, no, they all think the same, so the thing is, but I personally, even with it being alluded again, I don't think that everybody's on the same page with that. Just like not every Christian is on the same page, not every Muslim or whatever faith there is, they're different sects of different things, different understandings, because you got some people saying that yeah, we pro reparations, and then I'm learning as of recently that not everybody in that particular faith of Hebrew Israelite or whatever believes in reparations. So that's an educational moment for me. But and like I said earlier, I don't think that there's anything necessarily wrong with having a different of opinion, different, understanding or whatever. And, there are people on here that have a lot of information, but I will say this. It's not about winning an argument or arguing somebody down or whatever, and I have all the answers and you don't. I will say that you will not win any type of anything if you have an opportunity to educate somebody on something, and you can't even, you just trying to focus on shutting somebody down. That's not what it's about. You have an opportunity of a lifetime to give people information, and they would possibly be open to receiving the information, to at least analyze it and look into it themselves. But you definitely lost, not because of you don't know what you're talking about, you don't have any information, but you lost that person in that opportunity to educate them on something, to cause them to learn something that they may not have learned
Oh
before.
yeah, I
You've
don't care
lost.
anymore
You have
because they're too
absolutely
hard headed.
lost. You have absolutely
They're
lost.
too hard headed. I hope they put Hebrew
No,
Israelite
sister, you
on the
lost.
census.
You
I hope they
lost.
put
You
Hebrew
lost. You
Israelite
lost.
on
You
the
lost
So
that
birth
I
individual.
certificates.
can I
I
go
You're
left.
now,
doing it
guys? I don't
again.
want to.
You've
I don't want to
absolutely,
start her
and
back up.
see,
Can I
even
just go? Because
you
I
lost.
have to go in a minute. I just want to
Go
say
ahead, sister.
this. I just want to say this. I was born into a clairvoyant family. My grandmother. My folks were Geechee. And I know certain spirits when I hear them. And what we're not going to do is I'm not going to subject myself to your circumference of awareness at all. Like I'm not going to subscribe to that. I believe that with outside the circumference of everyone's awareness, there is much more to learn. I am in this space to learn. I'm not in here to say that I know everything. I'm in here to learn from the young man. You've spoken so much, so I gave you a follow. The guy with the avatar and the moon. I'd love to hear more. If you have books to share, I don't claim to know it all. I don't claim to be a Hebrew Israelite. But I do believe that there's some truth in there that's hidden that I want to find. I can also want reparations. I want reparations. So whatever I got to check on that damn whatever it is they sending out, I'm going to check it. And then when I get that money, I'm going to search for my people. So I believe two things can be true. That's what I'm saying. I don't see a point in us black women jumping up and bashing people for shit that you cannot prove. And if you can, it's probably based on something that a white man wrote you outside of the Bible. I'm not talking about the Bible, but your books. You say the Jews tell you that. Well, they've been lying about a lot of shit for a long time. That's all I'm saying. That's all I want to say. Like, you don't have to shit on
The
people. And
Jews
it's
told
not
you
it's
that. Where
not
did
an
you say
argument.
that?
It's not an argument. It should be an educational debate. Like, you can't sit here and arguing is when you're not hearing the other person's point of view or not even trying to understand what they're coming from. You're just shitting on them. And I think that, like, bro, it's so left a bad taste in my mouth in this space. Like, and I've only heard it from Djibouti and now you. And I think it's just incredibly sad because I really think it's going to run me away.
Oh, I don't care.
The whole thing
You
is
talking
centered around the
reparations,
Bible, though. You
so
said
you
it's not
can't
about the
expect
Bible, but
our
the whole
people.
thing is centered around the Bible. And y'all act like we the ones that are crazy, though. Y'all are talking about arcs, and y'all talking about the zombie god, and y'all talking about all this stuff in the Bible. But then y'all look at us like we crazy. How does it work?
You do know the first monotheist was Amenhotep, right? Like all that shit's copied from Amenhotep, probably from several different tombs that were taken out of Egyptology, even after Amenhotep. Like,
I agree. They're good
so you
stories.
believe a copycat
They're,
religion at best.
yeah,
Like that's just, I'm just telling you the science.
they're cool stories, but y'all don't need to come like it's a fact. Y'all
It's
don't
not
say,
a
"Hey, I'm about
story. That's
No,
predated.
no.
Like we
Big
can
Low is telling you.
scientifically prove it
Like, what do
predates
y'all think Big
the
Low is
the
saying?
ark
stories.
is
Listen,
scientifically proven." Did you just say that? You just said the
I
big.
ark.
said we can scientifically prove that the stories that predate every story that's in the Bible already told in some other variant, and
Yeah,
it
I know.
predates the Bible. So it's
Christianity was created 200 years after Christ died. You know that?
Yeah, but
Actually, the
that's kind
first
of moot
Christians
because the whole
existed
Torah
before.
wasn't even
So,
found in 600 BC. But
Yeah,
yet there's a stone that has a similar story, 1400 BC, 800 years before the Torah ever existed. So that would include all Abrahamic religions.
right, right. But when
Eh,
we talking about getting reparations for black people, and we got people who try to come in and stop that, like they did yesterday, and they talking about all this Harry Potter stuff. It sounds like Harry Potter Hogwarts. Then it's a problem. It's gonna be a problem. Then it's cool to have your own little fairy tale to yourself or whatever, but we trying to get business done. We trying to provide for our kids, generations and generations down the line, and y'all coming with the Hebrew Israelite
That's
stuff.
where this smoke is coming from, and it's not going to stop. So you can get pissed, you can run away, you can get mad, you can be butthurt. You come to my fucking rally, open your fucking dumb mouth up, screaming about Jesus, and it's on. It
But
is on.
that's not
It's
them, and
on.
they've already told you that wasn't them.
I mean,
You saying that is like somebody coming in here saying, "Oh, you black people broke into my house the other day." That wasn't me, bitch. Like
Yes,
not
it
you. I'm not
was.
calling you a
Yes,
bitch,
it
but if
was.
that was
no,
Yes, it
somebody
he
that
is
was.
though.
that
It
doesn't
was
even fucking
them.
make
Yes,
sense.
it was
Make it make
them.
sense.
I
It
just did. It
I
was
no, you
mean,
them.
actually
They were
didn't. You're
Hebrew
grouping up
Israelites.
what you're doing is you're grouping up a bunch of people and you're sitting your ass on Google. And I'm
We have to
sorry.
deal with
And
the
all you're doing
collective.
is you're trying to shit on people. And I think it's fucking disrespectful.
We have to
You're not
live in the
intelligent.
collective.
You're
Hey,
not
I got a
fucking
question for Woke.
smart.
I got a
Like
question
fuck
for
you,
Woke.
dude.
yeah.
I'm gonna keep my energy.
Hello.
And
Yeah,
I'm
Listen,
gonna keep
listen.
mine,
Listen.
and I'm gonna
yeah,
still
bro.
Hey,
call
Woke.
At
you
the
a
end
Hey,
of
I
the
got a
biblical
day,
question.
it's
devil
about
because that's what you
reparations,
are.
and
Your
what needs to
spirit
be
is
understood
trash.
is
I
that
got.
you have people that's pro reparations that are Black Americans, regardless of different beliefs and faiths and all of that. You
Right,
shouldn't be ready to jump down somebody's throat all because they might have a particular faith. Just because
right.
somebody has a
So
particular faith, that don't mean that
let
they're
me tell
not
you.
pro
Come on,
reparations.
wait.
That's not
Let me tell you.
everybody.
Let me tell you what a disconnect is
Who was
coming from.
speaking? Who was speaking? That was Grimes.
Yeah,
So
that
yeah,
was
that was
fine.
Grimes. So let
Okay,
me tell you.
I appreciate that because I agree with that.
Let me like where it's coming from is it's like this. I'm gonna keep going back to this. Most of the people in here are reparations. This room literally started because we started the conversation because of what happened at the rally. I've been trying to reset the room for those who are wanting to search. Now, if you can explain, we get, I think I just heard Grind say, okay, so, and I'm gonna equate it to in the Protestant religions, you got different sectors, all right. Even in the South, for Black people, what we, Episcopalian, AME, Southern Baptist, Kojic. Okay, those are like different beliefs and different practices. Okay, so if you're in here and you're saying you're a Hebrew Israelite and you believe in reparations, okay, this is not that smoke's not for you. I'm gonna say so. If it doesn't apply, let it fly. Um, but just don't go to the damn like when it's time. Just if you claim your political status that you're Black American if you qualify. That's what it is.
Keep.
It's hold on. On top of that, you also have to worry about the things that has undermined Black Americans like throughout our existence here on this continent. The things that are being used. I know that's where Wani's coming from because as long as we've been on this app, people have thrown like, man, if y'all have been in these rooms debating the people and the shit that you've heard, some of us are to the point where we can still debate it. Most of us at that point where we just fucking fed up with hearing the bullshit. Now with this coming from that rally and them being on the other end with Taharka Bay and doing their chants and trying to be louder and being a counter protest at what was considered our protest for Black Americans, those who are qualified for that is the disconnect. That shit is highly offensive and it's disrespectful. For you to be being a Black American doing it, it's like you're buying into that system of let's uh, divide and conquer. If that makes any sense, yeah, you got to understand how this can be offensive.
Yeah, that's very offensive. I mean, I didn't agree with them doing that. That's not right. I mean, above all things, I think as Black
We
people in
So why
general,
won't
I
you
think
go to
we
them
gotta
and
be
tell
okay.
them don't do that again?
Yeah,
I think
that
that's
would
the
be
Sons of Thunder. I don't know where they located actually.
okay. Sounds
Actually,
good.
but I see a couple of videos from time to time. But like I said, it's different types of us and whatnot. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with this. I don't agree with being off code in public. If we have internal conflict as Black people, we need to discuss that
Mm-hmm.
in the privacy of our own spaces by showing respect to each other, regardless of what you believe, how you feel about it. I got up
I
on this
listen.
map.
I'll
I
agree with that
haven't
to a
missed it.
point because that's
Yeah.
just like y'all got to start understanding our culture, man, and that's how we got to get to it. Sometimes the shit gonna get heated. Sometimes it'll get disrespectful, but if you can agree to disagree, come to understand and apologize for it and move on. Even if you don't apologize, just move on with agreeing to disagree. That's
Hey,
the point
woke.
you got
Hey,
to get to.
hey,
Yes,
woke.
yes, sir.
Do you believe
Yeah.
that? Do
But
you
let's
believe
get to
that a
these hands
woman?
real quick.
Hey, woke. Do you believe that a woman should bear a child when her period come on?
Oh Lord Jesus, let's get to these hands.
Do you mean bear a child, or you mean have sex when she's on her period?
It's the same thing, bro.
Okay.
It's
How did
not.
this
No,
conversation go
we
there? That's
don't
what I
we
It,
want to
don't
it
know.
do
can
that as
because you can't
Hebrews.
have a child while your period's on because you haven't
Yeah,
period to actually get
that's
pregnant.
why I asked the question. No, we
No,
don't
Man, you
because
know
believe
what I
that.
mean. You know what I mean. When they
It,
period come on, it's time for them to start having sex or they have a child. And
no,
most Hebrew Israelites believe
we
that.
don't do that as Hebrews.
technically,
We don't do
technically,
that.
you should start trying to procreate before that time.
We say women on
Trying
a
to procreate,
period. That's their time of
but
cleansing, and for them to get themselves right.
that's
So
the
we don't
truth.
do that.
That's
Yeah.
the truth. Miss Clarice, it's on you.
Shalom. That was very gross. Um, I have a question for sports fans. Um, and something that Grind said when he was talking. I don't know if he was relating it to. I don't know what Grimes is relating it to. However, it made me think of something. It when he was saying that when you're trying to win an argument with someone, you lose them, and you lose the and you push them away with the ability for them to even analyze something that you're saying or you're sharing. And the reason why I started with that is because I want to know, why do Hebrew Israelites, why do they scream and yell all the time, even at women? And why do they not believe that a woman can think for herself? And why do they believe that, what was the other thing I heard? That a woman never matures? And why do they believe that um, she's not a whole person, meaning capable of thinking for herself, unless she's married?
See, to that, or are you done asking your question? I didn't want to cut you off.
Yes, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, no problem. I think the biggest disconnect with it all right now is those are camp Hebrews. And I say that not to disparage them, but it's a pretty stark difference between people that are in the camps or not. The camps are a lot more radical, and they got some stuff in it that truthfully we're just like, bruh, that's not even scripture. Where the hell did y'all get that from? We disagree with it. This is why a lot of us at one point we dealt with camps and we left them. We see the tomfoolery and the foolishness in the camps, and we like, man, y'all are just shaming us as a people, bro. Why are y'all talking to people like that? Why are you cussing everybody out? I saw a video years ago, and it broke my heart. Even though she was white, it still was like sad because brothers was out there saying, in the kingdom we gonna rape you, right? And the white woman was like, I actually got raped by a black man once, and that brings back my PTSD. I was like, damn, that's a damn shame. So it's a lot of things that these brothers on the street corners.
Says so what? So what? Your grandfather probably did it to one of my grandmothers. Bitch, get over it.
Hey,
She was
brother,
white.
I
That's all
got
I want to
look,
say to
post-traumatic
her.
slave syndrome just from that
look,
comment.
look.
Re-ups.
I ain't disagreeing with it. Hey,
I'm just playing. I'm just
they
playing. I was just kidding, but
they gonna get
I
what
have
they
no
get.
sympathy for the
Their
KFBs.
time is gonna come. So, but just from this a person standpoint, I was like, dude, why are y'all saying that ain't scripture? That ain't what we believe, bro. Like that's not what the Messiah walked out. That ain't what the prophets and our disciples did. That's not what we believe. So when I say that, a lot of these kind of like crazy, over the top things, you got to kind of realize who you're hearing it from. Because I don't know if y'all know about Watchman reports. Do you know about rebirth? Do you know about
That's the that's Seventh Day Adventist and Jehovah's Witness, right?
no.
Oh no,
Watchman
no, I was talking
Watchman report.
Watchtower. I was talking about
Yeah,
the
Yeah,
that's
Watchtower. My
Watchmen's a
bad.
Watchtower.
Hebrew Israelite. But let me ask you this real quick:
Yeah.
have you tweeted out any like disavowance to what did occur?
Nope.
I saw a quick snippet of it. I don't be really. keeping up on it because I've really been just posting about the Kyrie and
That's
Kanye situation.
well, no, that's not what
I'm
I'm
sorry.
asking
Did
you.
he finish? Did he finish answering my question before we move on?
Well,
Because I
hold on,
just came
hold
up.
on, Clary,
Okay.
real
So
quick. I
what
just
he
want to
was
know.
basically said was, Miss Clarice, to sum it up, you can't group them all in. Most of them, like I was saying before, like they how there's different sectors in the Protestant religion. Most of them, you have your radical wings and all that. Most of them don't and have disavowed from that and have stepped away from the group who push that because it's not that belief is not steeped in their scripture. It's more so misogynistic type shit. If that makes any sense.
He
Yes.
also said that he wants to break bread with them, doesn't have a problem with them. I have a problem with anybody who breaks bread with somebody trying to heckle my people's rally. So then I have a problem with all of you.
You're talking about heckling somebody yet you've disrespected people up on here. You're talking about that.
That's
You're a
right.
hypocrite.
Now listen,
You are a
This is
hypocrite.
why somebody asked, did you like tweet out against that? Because me, if I'm a part of something, even though I'm a different sector, and I see that they're doing something that is kind of against the wave or kind of looks kind of oppy. For me not to be a part of that, I'm gonna post that and make sure people know. Look, I'm a part of it. I called it out, and I'm gonna work on calling it out to correct it. That's just me personally.
I appreciate that take actually because I didn't say nothing about it, but I appreciate your perspective. So I definitely will speak against it because I saw it. I was like, man, what are these niggas doing? Huh? And I just kind of scrolled on past it. I seen it once and I was like, what the hell? I know y'all have the reparations rally, but I kind of stay out of stuff. But to your point, we should call it out more. We call out a lot of stuff they do in our faith, but as far as that, and I see somebody doing something positive for our people, we definitely got to speak against it. So, to me, I will speak on that going forward and be more vocal about it because y'all are not doing something that's bad. I support y'all cause and what y'all are doing. So, um, I definitely will take that and tell people that I know, hey, let's speak up a little more about these things because it's not cool.
Well, thank you so much. I wasn't at the rally or anything like that, but I just wanted the opportunity to ask because I've heard these different things from on spaces. I've seen them on the internet. So, um, I appreciate you answering my question. And yeah, I don't know why you would break bread with them. It's kind of like
I
weird.
don't go and sit with them
So, but
personally.
thank you
Religion
again.
has fucked us. Religion
But
has really
Yeah,
fucked us.
yeah.
I just want to throw that out. Religion has fucked us.
I
Go
think I
ahead,
want to
Jamal.
say I didn't say I break bread with them because I don't actively be around
Yes,
that.
you did.
I separated myself. I said I don't want to disrespect them because I know what they're doing. I will sit down and
Hey,
discuss the
bro,
issues we have.
listen. Just
Yes,
me,
sir.
and it's just me. And I try to be fair and objective as possible.
Yeah.
When it comes to these reps and this check, nigga, I'm going to be very disrespectful. Like if like what you give, like I gotta match that energy because it's too much undermining going on. If you understand, if
Yes,
you can
sir.
understand that, yeah.
Mhm. No, I mean, for one, I get why y'all are upset with them because, like, Negroes, even if you disagree, stand back. Like, this ain't the time for that, right? I think we can all agree with, like, that wasn't the space to be doing that. You know what I'm saying? If y'all disagree with it, hey, let's as black people, let's have a meeting, let's have a talk, let's come into a space, let's gather and discuss, hey, we don't want this and blah, 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 blah. We may disagree, cool, we going about our ways, but to go up and show disagreement um in public, you know what I'm saying? I feel like that's where the whole stand on code thing we miss out on that. I don't have a problem with Hebrews going in church parking lots. Because I mean anybody up here talking bad about Hebrews, but you're still a Christian, let's just stop. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So I
but
don't
look, man, that's a base problem of Stockholm syndrome. If we being real, like
say it again, brother.
it's Stockholm syndrome.
Okay,
That's
okay.
if we're keeping it a buck, that's what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, people are not, however you want to relate it, but that's what it is. And
Hmm.
then we mix with some tribalism. You know what I mean?
They don't even consider themselves black though. How you gonna have a conversation come together as black people? They don't consider themselves black.
What is black? Some Eurocentric bullshit? Like what is black?
No,
Somebody give me that
Yeah.
definition.
no. That's one of those
Are we doing
qualifications.
colorism? Like
Oh shit,
The
Jamal,
Hebrew
go
Israelites
ahead.
don't consider themselves black.
Appreciate it,
They
bro.
don't consider
Jamal,
okay,
go
themselves
but
ahead,
black.
and then when
Can
you
I
don't
just
call,
say something
dark
real quick?
skinned
Jamal,
Indians don't consider themselves black either.
I don't want to mute Jamal,
Like,
go
you know
ahead.
what I mean? Like, what is black?
Hey, I
You're
think
from
one
North
thing.
Africa. You can be.
Go ahead, Jamal. Y'all tripping right now. Yeah, if you're from North African, I guess you could be considered black, but they don't consider themselves black. They say they Arab, but they African. They be trying to get in. I swear to God.
I'm saying on paper they're white. Literally, they can check
Correct.
box.
They can
You
check
know what I
white.
mean? Like, so what is
Crazy as
black and
shit.
white anymore?
Crazy as shit.
Yo,
We
this
understand.
nigga Elon Musk is African
He's
American. Like,
African
what is
American.
this
Big
shit,
big
man?
talk.
What is black and white anymore?
And the
Like, I
governor of
don't
my
even get
state
it
said
anymore.
he should be able to qualify for reparations with that bullshit. Which is why we got to get this classification and all this right here. I don't know anymore what to call it. Get it together because it'll fuck up the claim, man. And that's what bothers a lot of people.
You can't fuck it up if it's a lineage based. And I hope
Eh,
it. That's why I'm not
So,
concerned about all the tags.
say, could I ask y'all, since y'all are doing the claim and whatnot, what do we need to do as a people to get the claim?
You get your paperwork. You start doing your
Okay.
lineage. Be able to
Uh-huh.
get back before this. If you can get back before this country was a country, that would be the best. But like 1880, I think, or 1860 census. I think it's the 1860 to be safe, but
So it's just getting
1870. It would be
1870.
1870.
okay, 1870. So it's just getting
mine goes
census
back to the
records.
1700s already. But yeah, that's what you want 1870, like they're saying.
What,
But
what
go
what
back as
side
far
of
as you
their
can.
family? Is it matriarchal
It
or
only has to be one. It
patriarchal?
It
only has
doesn't
to be
matter. You
one.
just need one from that period.
Just one. Just
And
one.
then get involved, become vocal,
Yeah.
tap in, start pressing your local politicians and your state representative, your state senators.
Yeah, I mean, look.
Boycott them
Real
niggas.
quick.
Boycott all everything. Don't. You don't need. We don't. If I want representation, I'll get a lawyer. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't need a politician.
Okay.
Mm.
Yeah. We know art. Art. You and your anarchy shit. I feel you, bro.
Yo, Ria.
Jamal, you got
Can
it.
you
And then when you go after the white man, they be like, well, white ain't no color. That's white is paper and all that nonsense.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Destroy them shits.
Hey,
We're
y'all,
not
it's
even gonna
Jamal time.
approach it
Y'all
like that.
tripping right now.
Those are
Jamal, go
pink
ahead.
people.
Yo,
Look,
Ria.
look. I'm U.S. Code 8, Chapter 4.
Oh.
Okay, they gonna ask me what color. I'm just gonna keep saying U.S. Code 8, Chapter 4, nigga.
It's prison babble at the end of the day, bro. You just prison babbling.
Jamal. Was that crickets? Is somebody playing crickets or is that crickets in somebody's background? I think that's crickets
It's
in my
actually
background.
crickets in my
Yeah,
back.
I think that's real life crickets.
Yeah, that's
Oh my God.
so. Look,
Yeah,
Ria,
go ahead, Jamal.
I appreciate you holding the space, and getting and just having the conversations because yesterday the space that you had, like, it was inspiring. I think you got the word out to a lot of people that didn't even know this was going on. I was in DC yesterday, and regardless of what your definition of black is, FBA people understand when we say black what that means. So the display of black love that I saw yesterday was unlike anything else I've seen in my life. So what I want to say is I don't agree with everything the beautiful Miss Wani said, but the one thing that she said that was important to me was that you can't be two things. You can't wear two hats. That's it.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
You
whoa.
only can wear one hat. And I'm saying
Wait,
that
wait. What
saying
are
that
we
to say,
talking
can I
about?
finish what I'm saying? I'm saying that to say, woke. I think I love that you're up here and you're explaining how you feel as a Hebrew because right now, even though you're saying you're not a part of that sect, to everybody on this panel, you represent all the Hebrews, however they come. So when I see this black love and the only disruption the whole day was Hebrew Israelites, a big group of black men who could be helping us in the fight are disrupting us and against us. And what they were saying, I know you're not saying it's a lineage, but they were saying we don't deserve reparations because that's not FBA isn't our lineage. That's what they were saying, the people who were there. So regardless if you agree with them or not, you weren't there because if you were there, you would have to pick a hat to wear because you couldn't wear both. You have to pick. So this is what I'm saying. What are Hebrew Israelites doing to get
And you said yourself you care about foundational Black Americans and you care about the cause. You said you care about it and you think we deserve it. So if you think that, how can you wear both of those? You can't do it. So it's about priority now. Now it's about priority. If you gotta pick a hat, you gotta pick a priority. What are the Hebrew Israelites doing to get tangibles for foundational Black Americans? I don't
Wait,
know what they're doing.
wait,
I'm
wait,
not
wait, wait,
in it.
wait. See, you can't sit there and say that. That's a complex situation because you're sitting there and saying you have to be one
I'm
thing.
not. It's not
Well,
that
hold on. Let me just
complex.
let me
You're
get.
making it
Hold on.
complex because you're not picking a
No, 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 no.
priority.
Hold on.
You're making it complex.
You
It's
said it
not.
has to be
It's simple. It's
okay.
simple. Pick
Okay,
who's giving you
Jamal.
tangibles.
Okay, Jamal.
Who's giving you
You're gonna
tangibles?
go ask Massa and say,
It's
please,
not
some
about
Massa.
asking. It's
Oh,
not
well
about
then go pick
asking.
it. Go pick
Listen,
it.
it's not about asking. The
You
Hey,
reason you
all
you
right,
don't
playing
whoa,
both
whoa, whoa,
understand,
sides.
whoa,
You
whoa,
playing
the
whoa,
both
whoa,
reason
sides.
whoa, 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 whoa. I can't hear shit. Y'all yelling in my ear. Got pausing. Hey, all right, let him land real quick. Then you can respond. Was I on mute? Sorry about that. Did y'all hear me? I was on mute.
no, we didn't hear you.
Could I
Oh
reply
yeah.
to Jamal after you speak?
Just let Jamal land real quick. I
I'm a
got this
land.
spot
I'm a
sitting.
land, bro. I'm a land. This is all I want to say. You weren't at that rally, so you think it's about asking. What I want to say to Woke is I appreciate you being here, bro, because a lot of people can learn from this. And that is you gotta wear a hat. You gotta pick one. And I'm saying that because it's probably you might have a big audience. I don't know. And that's the thing about platforms. None of us, I don't know a Hebrew Israelite that has a bigger platform than Tariq Nasheed. So if your platform isn't bigger than his, you should be saying nothing negative about what he's doing. What you should be doing is getting your people to join his platform to get what we need. It's about platforms and priorities. And if you're not bigger than that person, that next platform, you need to be joining them. Because I was ADOS, I was a part of the tribe, I was B1, and my knowledge brought me to FBA. And there's nothing, none of those groups are a bigger platform are talking about tangibles the way that FBA is. I'm that, so that's what I'm gonna claim as my hat to wear. And I suggest everybody else do the research and find out their lineage so they can pick a hat. Because at that, what they were talking about, if since you weren't there, Tesla did a great job of explaining how we put ourselves in these positions. So when we get to the point, we can pass the bills ourselves. We don't have to ask. We're already in the position to get the things passed ourselves. And that's what I got out of it. Thank you, Re-Ups, for giving me the opportunity. And Woke, I appreciate you being here and having this conversation.
No problem, bro. I just want to say to everybody that was at the rally, I mean, since if I'm a Hebrew Israelite representative up here because that's my faith or whatnot. I mean, I apologize for us as a people. I mean, that was disrespectful to y'all hard work, and I'm sorry that occurred with y'all because that wasn't right. That wasn't on point. That wasn't on code. That wasn't okay. So I mean, I apologize for my group of people. You know what I'm saying? I'll do that humbly. With Jamal, so let me get this right. You're saying politically, I need to wear whatever group that's making the tangibles occur. I need to wear that hat politically, but I have to wear. I can't have my faith hat in my private life. You know what I'm saying? Like, why do I have to?
Political.
What is the complete
It's
hat you're
about
speaking on? Is it
no,
okay?
it's not about political. Really, it's about perception. Perception is everything. So whatever you bring to the public, that's what we perceive you as.
Okay, but
Perception
Jamal, do you understand? Like, okay, you breaking up a little bit, but I think you're done speaking.
as for them.
You still talking?
Did he say begging massa?
Jamal, you in the? I
Our
think that's what I heard. Jamal, you in the Matrix.
No, but my thing with Jamal is just like if I show up, just for example, I stay in Houston, right? The damn Astros. Look, I know it's different. This is an example, okay? They just won a damn World Series. If I show up in an Astros jersey, I don't watch baseball. I really don't really care about baseball no more. I used to play. I used to watch it back then. I don't care no more. I show up in an Astros jersey. Shit, I'm an Astros fan today. People don't gotta know that I don't never watch the damn game, right? I'm just here to have a good time. They don't know what I do in my private life. They don't know my faith. So if I show up at a rally for reparations, I'm not finna show up in there gang banging my faith to
But they
distract
did.
everybody. See what
But
I'm
they
saying?
did. Hmm.
Okay,
I
I
feel you.
disagree with that though, but I'm saying for me, because y'all are telling me I can't be both things. So I'm saying if I would have show up, like for example, shit, I went to
Hold on,
I
check
went
this out. This is
to
all I'm saying because it's reparations in the title. You're giving me feedback if you can reach your mic real quick.
okay.
So it's reparations in the title, right? I'm gonna just go right with that. You can't be two things at once, literally, because your political status does not translate into faith, right? It's literally because you're a descendant of a slave. You're classified as colored, black, or Negro. All right, you would have been, fuck, I guess it's freeman or child of a freeman. I forgot the correct term, but it's got to be under that. Or where this faith is coming, that's why I said religion fucked us up, bro. It's just another divide and conquer type thing. I,
Could I ask you a question? And correct me if I'm asking questions because I won't understand because I'm trying to
yes,
hear where
sir.
y'all coming from. For example, right? Dr. Umar came down here to Houston, right? Me and my partners, we went, cool. I went out, showed up, had a great time, built with people, met people, heard the seminar. Cool, had a great time. I like people didn't know that I was a Hebrew Israelite, you know what I'm saying? And it was no problem because I was there to build with my people. So my thing is, if I'm not letting my faith go against the mission, quote unquote, why do I have to quote unquote pick a hat?
You're picking a hat when it comes to reparations. The
But I told
reparations.
you,
Listen, reparations is policy and all politics, right? It's legislation. There's no
yeah,
faith. Like our government, the government, wait, church and state is separate, right? So don't bring it into the conversation.
I wouldn't bring it into the conversation. If we're there for reparations, Hebrews acknowledge our ancestors were former slaves. We came here by slave ship. Boom. We don't not acknowledge that. We just say our original origins were Hebrew.
But you don't consider yourselves black. Correct me
We
if I'm
say
wrong.
black because black is a designation given to us, but we fill out black on forms. We put black, we put African American. We're not over the top and can't function in this American society. We know what we are, according to most people here.
Okay.
You see what I'm
What the
saying? Like
fuck
we
is
don't.
black?
It's what I'm like. We
Like
say
you're not gonna file that to get a check. So I don't know why we're still talking about it. Like
yeah, because
it
see,
means nothing to reparations.
It's
in
what
our
we
belief,
Literally,
listen.
yeah,
Art,
I'm sorry.
art, art, art.
Basically, what he's saying is he only say that to black people when it's time to come together. They
no,
only
I
say
said
that
it's
they're not
U.S.
black to
Code
black people.
8, Chapter.
I get you on your anarchy shit. But most of us in here, we call our motherfucker selves black, bro. Just fucking facts. Black culturally, black ethnically, and black racially. That's all we got. Now, if you got a better name, or if you want to come up with something where we can all agree to disagree on what we are, bro, I'm all for it, bro. But for now, that's just what we are. We're black, bro. We're black. I get what you want to say about that political, all this. That's part of where the problem come on. You niggas is all fucking cold, bro. What the fuck do we need enemies, agitators, and people to come in here and so COINTELPRO when you niggas doing it yourselves? Like this shit is all politics. It's all policy. Like that's why like it's offensive for them to be at a rally for reparations. That somebody that came up with FBA organized and you niggas is out there having a clip saying I'm Hebrew Israelite. I don't want reparations. I don't agree with it. I'm waiting for Jesus to come back. No, like I'm not understanding. You like church and state is separate for a reason, bro. One has nothing to do with the other. Like for real.
That's
That's
what I'm
all I'm
saying.
saying.
I'm trying to figure out what this black thing is because it seems like some kind of cultish religion at this point. You know the difference between the actual color black in our skin? Like we're not black.
I'm
There's no
black.
parallel where
I'm
we're
black.
black.
I'm black.
Okay,
All
well,
day, every
good
day.
luck
I
getting
wake up with this shit.
reparations. People have been claiming black for a
For
long
no,
time,
listen.
and
For
you ain't got no
reparations,
reparations.
my political status is freedman. On paper, on my driver's license, I got to mark a B. If I need to apply for a job, I'm probably gonna mark white, like straight up. and wait for them to try me during my interview so I could sue their ass for discrimination. I just gave y'all some game. I dropped the jewel.
All I'm saying is what you apply to get a job and what you apply to get reparations are two different things. Obviously,
I'm aware. Yeah, I'm aware, bro. DC gay go.
We know our skin ain't literally black, dummy. We know that. It's a term that we use to identify ourselves.
yeah,
Y'all quit
it's not a
repeating that
good
Big
same
look.
stuff.
low.
It's some Eurocentric. I don't even
No,
know what
it's
the fuck
not.
it is.
It's not
Who came up
Eurocentric.
with it? Who called you that before you called you
It's
that? You
not
called you that for no
Eurocentric.
reason?
It is not Eurocentric. If you can calm down a minute, I can explain what it is. Okay? So, mostly speaking, when people that looked like they were of African ancestry were seen outside of Africa, they would call them black. So, the ancient Chinese people saw people in their land and they said, there are some black dwarfs over there. Black, black, black is used to describe these other people that are not them. When the explorers were in the Western Hemisphere, they said Ethiopic type, black people. There surely were black people in these lands. All of these statements, Greek philosophers, Greek people said that black, black, black. And the only time they would be more specific is when they were speaking about Egyptians. So when they knew where you were, when they knew what land you came from, they called you by the name of your land, Ethiopia, Egypt, whatever. But if they didn't know why you were there, like they weren't expecting to see you, they started calling people black to describe them. They also call themselves white as well. It's not a derogatory term at all. It's just descriptive term. And there's also a whole lot of terminology where they say black as a cooking pot to describe somebody as very handsome. So the belief system that black is negative is false. They used to call people black that were Moors over in England. They used that terminology and they described them as very handsome men. Black is a cooking pot. The only thing that wasn't black was their teeth. So it's not negative. But again, if you're a weak person, you get scared away from everything. And I'm not scared away because some white person says something negative
Not
at a
about
time.
being weak. I don't
It
want to be
is
fucking
about being
called
weak. I'm
black.
not
It's
finished. I'm not
was it
finished.
gonna brand it on me now? Like
No, it's
I'm,
not. You
I'm
can
a
be
ten of
whatever you
brown.
want.
What do you
You
like?
can
What
be
do you
the
mean?
first
Like
what you can be whatever you like. I don't want you to be black. Anybody who doesn't want to
can't
be
even get
black,
money for that shit.
oh God. Anybody who doesn't want to be black, I don't want them to be black. You don't deserve to be black. Our ancestors fought and got a lot of cultural clout and power off of being the first black this and the first
I'm
black
black and I'm
that
proud,
and the
nigga.
first black that and this. Songs about it, we pumped ourselves up
I
with
get
those
the
words.
sentiment, but
And if you don't like it, I don't care. I'm not in the business of
basically Massa
convincing
made this
stubborn
system and
people.
everybody adapts.
I'm not in the business of convincing stubborn people that want to be contrary, that want to be fictional ethnicities. I mean, this person literally said, my nationality is Hebrew. That's not a
You calling
nationality.
yourselves black and that's not fictional? What the fuck? Are we
We're
really doing
African
this?
American. We're African Americans, and white people
Black's
call
the back
themselves
of my
white. Is
screen
that
right now. Like,
fictional?
what do you mean?
Are white people fictional? Because they certainly do refer to themselves as white. So
That's
what are you
fictional
talking
too.
about?
That shit is fictional
What are
as
you
fuck. Have you
talking
seen
about?
White? Like,
So
have you seen it?
one other thing is Asian people, um, they were called Chinamen, right? And everybody else was called Frenchmen, Chinamen, Scotsmen, Englishmen. But the only thing that's a slur is Chinaman. Okay, because the other people did not abuse themselves the way that they abused Chinese. When they called them Chinamen, it was in a negative way, even though it started off just being a description of who they were. Chinaman is not an insult, but it is now because they used it negatively.
I'm just
So
saying it's not even a logical descriptive factor. It's fucking retarded. It's just some classification system
So
that just makes no sense.
I'm not scared of white
Okay.
people. I don't care if they call black people black in a negative way. If they, whatever, that's the name that I'm going to use. I'm not scared of white people because they called Chinese people names. They made them stop using the word Oriental. And there's more things that they have opened their filthy mouths up and tried to dirty. Well, I'm not going to let them dirty up the clout that we built up on first black this, first black that. And there's thousands of first black American this
Get
and
some
that.
seconds and some thirds, maybe a couple fourths. I don't want just one Martin Luther
Peace
King.
to
I
Well,
want
art.
our
So
panel.
so 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 art. Like what do you want? What do you consider to call yourself?
they never have an answer for that, do they?
The
Hey,
art
could
appeal.
Running
That's
their
what I'm gonna call.
fucking mouths.
I
Wait,
ask you one question before I pop
we don't
out?
have an answer for
What
what?
what do you want to call yourself? Short form answer, please.
U.S. Code 8, Chapter 4, because that's going to get me a check. Anything else is a moot point and
Friedman.
not even a real descriptive factor.
Okay, so it's a freedman. Okay, cool. Political status. Okay, we'll call you a freedman from now on if that makes you feel comfortable. I don't give a fuck. I'm black over here. Political
Hey,
class
could
freedman.
I ask y'all a question? Because I came in thinking FBAs believe one thing. What, just a general question, because y'all been asking me questions. As far as the
Mm.
FBAs go, what do y'all kind of, I guess, believe how we got here? Do everybody believe in the
Yes,
Aboriginal
we're
thing,
yeah, no, we're
or
out of
just
Africa. No, we're out of Africa. We believe in the out of Africa
Oh,
theory.
that
Some of them,
Darwinism
hold
shit?
on,
Holy
some
shit.
of them.
so
Darwinism?
what?
We came on.
Because
Nigga, we came on motherfucking slave ships, however many, maybe 80,000, maybe 300,000. I don't know. Find some shit manifestos and prove me different. I don't fucking know. You made it with some of the people that was probably here already. You know, you had the intercontinental slave trade that happened between America, so that did some amalgamating. Then you had white people fucking on and raping. That said some amalgamating. Like y'all niggas are gotta stop with that fucking shit, bro. Like for real, you just being a contrarian at this point,
Oh,
my
that out
nigga.
of Africa theory literally makes no logical fucking sense. And anybody
so
Okay,
that
then
evaluates it
prove it.
realizes Darwin
so could I
debunks himself in the theory.
Prove it.
Like he
so could I ask
literally
y'all a
debunks
question?
himself.
So just for
Can I finally?
understanding, for so it's in FBA. It's some people that believe the Aboriginals, what y'all call
This,
them, Pretendians, and
um,
then other people believe in it. I'm just asking for clarification.
can
All
I
right,
say
Minister. Well,
something?
can I answer a question since I have my hand up?
No,
So
you cannot. You can go on mute and just wait.
May I
Go ahead.
ask a quick question? We weren't talking about the out of Africa theory. We were speaking about part of our lineage that came over on a slave ship from Africa. So we're not talking about Darwinism. So please stop making fake arguments. It's not cool.
Fake
Heavy,
arguments is thinking that 600,000 people populated 48 million a day. There's no
Sir,
math.
I said 80,000 to 300,000, and that's a high estimate. And 97% of those went to South America.
And either way, we fully amalgamated anyway.
So now, what do we want to call ourselves now? That's what we should be talking about. Like the
I
poll
would
that
like to
Wani
say
had.
that amalgamation is made of 3 different native groups and only 1 foreign group, but you want to
Lord
claim the
Jesus,
foreign group. Makes sense to me.
let
who's
me
claiming the
say
foreign group?
this. How many people came over on the Mayflower? 102 people came over on the Mayflower. There are
And
now
one of them is
30.
my descendants.
There
Mm.
could be. Uh, Now there are 35 million people that descend from the Mayflower. So don't worry about how many people came over. It's enough to make us up,
The
okay?
Mayflower, when was that?
The Mayflower.
Yeah, but when what era was that?
Oh God.
I asked because in 1524, the first landing and the first and indigenous, I can put this in a
So,
jumbotron.
Art, check. No, no,
Hold
check
on,
me
hold
out.
on. Let me just at least
With
get this
all
part
this,
out.
listen, with all this information you have, right? How the fuck are you helping us get reparations, bro? Because you're just a wealth of knowledge. You know, you can debunk anything. Are you going in white
What do you mean
spaces to
debunk
do it?
anything? I didn't debunk U.S. Code 8, Chapter 4. I didn't
No,
debunk
no, no. You're into being a contrarian in these spaces, bro.
No, there's
So
no contrarian. A check is not based on anything that's any mentioned in this conversation. If it's not, is your lineage in a U.S. Code 8, Chapter
I put
4,
a
it's going to
I
get
put
that check.
a
hey,
I
peace,
put a
everybody. I was
video
actually in the group. I'm just gonna head out. You guys have a good day. Bye.
I put a video in the Jumbotron. This is another issue where why the Hebrew Israelites are a no-go. One of the issues is that they think Mexicans and Haitians and all these people are related to us and they are an oppressed people. That flies in the face of facts. They have nothing to do with us in this country. And the other issue is that we have a very specific stance against immigration, and that completely conflicts with Hebrew Israelites. So they're complete opposition to what we believe. They cannot coexist with us whatsoever. They have nothing to do with us. Their lineage beliefs are false. Their immigration beliefs are false. And they do believe this. They're out there with the signs, they got the t shirts. And for them to come up in the room lying and pretending like they don't have anything to do with that, that's false. They're just trying to exist in the room and not get their asses handed to them, is what they're doing.
Well, I mean, immigration is not logical either. So that's
I mean, hey,
like what the
hey,
fuck?
we
If people do logic, like it's literally immigration is not logical in every facet of whatever they say it's for,
Art,
and yet
hey,
they keep doing it. Like
hey,
it's
art. If you've never raised your hand to give an original thought or your opinion about the title, okay? And this is what I'm gonna start doing to niggas like y'all. I fucks with y'all, but if y'all gonna jump on these stages to be fucking dickheads and be contrarians and just give us pushback, I'm gonna start blocking you niggas, bro. Like to me, it's just sound a bunch of fucking nigga babble that this code and that code, nigga. I'm not hearing that shit. You're black. I don't give a fuck what you want to call yourself by what code. On that fucking application, your driver's license, nigga, it say black. When that police pull you over, you's a nigga. When you go to get these reparations, your political classification is gonna be freedman. Whatever code you want to go by, whatever, it's probably say that in there, bro. Miss me on all that, bro. I'm getting annoyed with that shit. You just coming off the mic to be, do what you do. Just chill out. Frank, go ahead, Ponce, and then the woke sports fan. Y'all niggas gotta stop this shit, bro. It's
hey,
all
Rio, should I
cold
pop
fucking
out, brother?
behavior.
I just want to say
Oh yeah, you
appreciate
good,
y'all for the
bro.
space, man. Um,
Yes, sir.
I just want to say, Wani, you need to get some help, sister, because you clearly have a deep pay for us. It ain't always like that, but I appreciate everybody else that was respectful. Um, y'all be blessed, man. Keep striving for it. Stay on code, man. And hey, let me know next damn reparations rally. It might pop out. So yeah, somebody can DM me some info.
Pop up for
Um,
what?
Money, I already blocked you, so don't try it, sister. You don't even like black men. You look like you might be mulatto, so I don't really got nothing to say to you anyway.
Whoa, whoa,
But
whoa.
anyway, y'all
I'm in
have a
love with
blessed
Wani.
one. Appreciate y'all. Sister, you sound like you got divorced. You might have a couple kids too. You need to get some help. But I
You
appreciate
better
y'all
look me
again.
up. I
Love
don't.
y'all. Anyway, sister, get some therapy. You need some help.
Get
But I
yourself
appreciate
some
you.
therapy with
Your
your
mom.
fake ass belief
With your
system.
white ancestors, sister. You might not even be black. Peace and
Everybody
blessings,
has
family.
white
Shalom.
ancestors. That's our lineage, dear. That's the whole point. And you're too stupid to realize it.
Frank, go ahead.
I wonder if Woke
Hey,
gonna
we
go
got
back
some
and
hands.
tell
Get
his
to the
Israelite
hands.
friends.
Frank, go ahead. Frank, and then Ponce. Frank.
Yeah, yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
All
we
right,
can hear
okay,
you.
cool. All right, cool. I just been listening to everything everybody's been saying. I want to say thanks to Rhea for hosting the space, and again, much congrats to the success of the event yesterday. I was able to watch it a little bit. I was just glad to see so many people out in numbers, but to get to the topic and whatnot. Honestly, and I think I heard someone say it about wearing the double hat. You really can't. And I say that to say this, that, when I'm not really a religious person myself, I mean, I respect people's religions. And when it comes to this fight and what we're doing, it, we can't be led or expect people in those positions to lead us into it because it comes with its own issues. We can't think religion is going to, or use religion or hope that the people who are in certain religious groups are going to come and get on our bandwagon when they have their own things that they have built their entire life and outlook and existence on. Like it's just not gonna happen. Like so, if we're on this train, it's got to be a black first thing. It can't be no other. Oh, well, I'm running with this. Like you can do that in your own part time, but when we come together and we're having something, we got to be on one chord. Because if what they're talking about, the people showing up yesterday and causing a ruckus, that's crazy. It's completely ridiculous, and we shouldn't have to deal with that type of stuff when we're trying to come together as one and take care of what we're trying to take care of. Because it's going to be way too disruptive. It's way too disruptive. And just the whole thing, like, especially digging into some of the religion stuff, I don't know how many people have gotten to that whole Council of Nicaea thing. I remember learning about that some time ago. So if you know anything about that, to think that anything is really going to come from one of those groups that they came together and decided, all right, this is what we're going to use to kind of get over on the world, I don't know what to tell you. I really don't. But I'm going to just land my plane for right now.
How y'all doing? It's Pons. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Hello?
we can hear you.
Okay,
What's up,
cool.
bro?
I jumped into space because I seen the Hebrew Israelites and the Moors. Now I'm a Moor out of Chicago, Temple #1 under Boswell Bay. Number one, this dude Haka Bay or whatever dude's name is, when we went out there to that rally today and showed his ass, I was pissed off. I've been cutting up on him all day. Number one, Moors, I don't know what that dude on. I'm from Chicago. We don't get down like that. Number one, Moors is not supposed to be stepping on any podium. You know what I mean? Interfering with any brothers trying to do anything. If you're a Mason, we don't talk about them. If you're a Hebrew Israelite, we don't talk about them. If you FBA, we don't talk about them because we all in the struggle trying to do what we're supposed to do. So we supposed to never get on any podium talking about anybody that's black that's trying to do anything. Yes, the sciences say black means death. That's the sciences. But if you got any common sense, then you know how to differentiate all that nigga babble from just science. It ain't meant for everybody. So these fools, they get on with that fez on, with that light on their head, and they get on stage, which they not supposed to do. That's according to the laws. The prophets say you don't get on any stage and say anything about this said government. You don't get on any stage and say anything about any black groups. That's just in the laws. So they don't know their laws. They haven't been through the 7 adept chambers. So that fool, and Tariq is right when he said these niggas be doing nigga babbling. Them fools go to prison and they learn the sciences from jail. They ain't learned it out in the world. They ain't about this business for real. So when I see these prison niggas go and put that fez on, that's not necessarily they went through the 7 depth chambers. They don't know they laws. I've been in this 10 years. So it was embarrassing. It was sickening. And it's to the point where y'all even had to put this up a title representing what I'm about. And these Hebrew Israelite guys, man, I'm not supposed to really talk about them on the public platform. But them guys, they're on a whole nother level, man. I don't agree with them either. Because they don't know the sciences. I battle against them cats all the time. What's the etymology of the Bible, homie? How you gonna believe in something you don't even know where it come from? As soon as you try to question them brothers on that book, they get the, well, see, you sound like the white man, and we got to start this conversation. What are you talking about? This is just knowledge. This is just science. What's the etymology of the Bible, brother? If you don't know that, step on off with all that screaming at people on the streets, man. So that brother that was going at Sister Wani, them niggas are just contrarian, like dude said. A nigga picked up a book and found and learned something, and I want to try to.
Was it me or he got snatched in the Matrix?
I think he got snatched.
Snatched.
Damn. Jamal, you got a little response while we try to get bro back? I mean, he was really going for the Hebrews. Hey, Ponce, if you can hear me, you're in the Matrix, bro. It's your connection. He got a mean PTR, though, bro. He looking right at that man. Right at y'all ass. Go ahead, Ponce. You got it. You can land your plane, bro.
Talking to me? Or me talking to
Ponce. Ponce, if you can hear me, bro, you got it. You know, you can land your plane, bro. Well, shit, go ahead, the art. Yeah, I think he just have a connection.
As far as the Hebrew Israelites, everybody knows. I think they're just going to repeat the sentiment that they were wrong. That's clear to anybody with common sense. With that being said,
the repetition and the echo chambering.
They keep kicking me out, so I'm gonna land my plane. But I was telling her elevation not law. Soon as you more get to talking, come on, man. They doing that nigga babble. That ain't the sciences. So I'm gonna land my plane, bro. I just want to say I apologize to the FBA family. That's not how Moors conduct themselves. You know what I mean? And I had to put that on record. Love y'all.
Yeah. So that it seems like they label anything that's opposition, right? Like anti-Semite, fascist, non-voter, anarchist, contrarian, right? I remind people, and Martin Luther King was a contrarian. Um, Malcolm X was a contrarian. Black Panthers was a contrarian. You starting to see a trend? So like if you guys, and this is addressing you particularly, Rio, if you want an echo chamber, I don't want to be in echo chambers anyway, because I already know what that's. You hear 5% of the conversation, you already know what the rest of the 95% is. So I'm not a fan of echo chambers. I'd watch reruns if I was gonna do all that.
Yeah, who was up? I think it was Frank.
Okay,
Brother
sorry, I
Frank.
was away from the screen. Yeah, everybody knows I love. I'm always with the shits. I'm always with a good debate. I just can't take the babble, the nigga babble. Like I'm not a fan of nigga babble at all. A debate, hell yeah, steeped in
Yeah, but
fact.
nobody brings facts to the table, so it's all nigga babble.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Friedman and Frank, whatever.
Wait, he said nobody brings facts?
The majority of people talking about nigga babble rarely bring facts to the table. It's the
We
facts.
have
Like, what are
plenty
you
of
saying?
facts. Are you saying that our lineage is fictitious?
I'm telling you that your lineage is done by you, and each individual in here has a different variant of that lineage, right? Like you do your genealogy, which is separate of everybody here. So I don't know what is the unifying factor, especially if we're talking about a group that's amalgamated.
It's people that have come out of chattel slavery. I mean, I could put it together for you very
But
neatly.
I've already identified that the people that are classified as black could not have hit more than a peak number of 28 million,
Okay,
and we have
whatever.
48 million people in
You're
this,
missing a
and only
lot of
1 million
things that went
immigrants.
on here in this country, but that's okay. If you want to throw
I
something
tried
out
to read
there,
something from 1524 saying that the people that were natively here look like Ethiopians, but I got cut off.
Yeah, but weren't those people amalgamated as well?
In 1524, I don't know,
nobody,
Well, I
maybe.
mean,
meaning,
eventually, I mean, we're just not going to stay in 1524. We're going to progress, right?
Either way, they were in a there was a first sighting, and they were the classification they gave them were they look like Ethiopians.
okay,
You come
what's
up
the
with it from
problem
there.
with that? What's the problem with that?
That says the people that were natives were black. I don't know.
Not all of them.
Nobody said
Okay.
all of them. No,
Well,
like
then that's fine. We've already
the ones
established
they
that
hit in
some of
the
the people
Carolinas,
here, we've
the
already
ones that they hit.
established that some people here were looked to be of African descent. Okay, what's the problem? What's the argument? Who are you arguing with?
No, you said because you isolated that
No, I
everybody
did
is off the
not.
boat,
You've
and that's
made
not the
up a
necessary the
whole
case.
scenario of what I said. I
That's
did
one
not,
variant of
sir. I
people.
argued that black people were all over the place. You don't fucking even know me.
I didn't say. I
You
just said
don't
what's
know
based on what
me.
you said in the
You
context of what
don't
you just
know
said.
me.
I
I
didn't say I
said that
did.
we're an amalgamation of Africans that came over on the transatlantic slave trade, Europeans, and different types of indigenous people, some being red,
So at
some being
least,
other. It shows up in our DNA.
yeah. But so why are we
It
claiming that
shows
one
up.
thing
There's
when
no
there's multiple
argument.
things? Are
There
we
is
going
no
by the one
argument.
drop rule?
What?
Like, how are you deciphering what you are out of that amalgamation? Are you just doing? Are we doing the one drop
What
rule? How are we
Black
rolling this?
American is? It's an amalgamation. Black American is not
Okay,
an
so let me
African
get this
in
straight.
America.
Let me say this straight. So Obama is no more white than he is black. Go.
Sir,
What is he?
Black Americans. Okay, let me break it down a little bit more. So the first generation of people that came over on slave ships, they were forced to procreate with Europeans on plantations, right? And then that next group either procreated with other mulattoes or white people becoming whiter or pure Africans. That is what basically we are, this continuous amalgamation. But wait, there's more. There were a substantial amount of people of African ancestry outside of the plantation. Either they bought their way out, or they were not suitable for slavery, or they came in another way. Okay? Those people had you know, procreated with Native Americans, the red ones, the other ones, and white people all over the country. The Appalachian area, we have these things called triracial isolates. Have you ever heard of those?
Yeah, but
Triracial
that doesn't
quad.
answer the question
I'm
why
still
Obama is not white.
talking. I'm still talking. Triracial and quadracial isolates were all over this country. And this man named Walter Plecker was very concerned about the fact that so many people were mixed, that he made sure that if anybody came in with certain last names, that they had to classify as Negro when they were really Indian, Negro, and white. He didn't want people classifying as Indian if they had Negro backgrounds. He didn't want people classifying as white if they had Native American. Now hold the phone. Slavery is over. And so now we have the mulatto mixed people from the plantation get out, and they start mixing in with the other black people that have already mixed with different kinds of European. Because so now, just like in my part of my family, one line mixed with Swedish people because they were had gotten out of slavery earlier than the other groups. And so in Delaware, there was a Swedish settlement. So they mixed with Native Americans and Swedish people. So people like that grandfather's line mixed with people like my grandmother, who's from North Carolina, who didn't have those types of admixtures. Those people mixed up together. We're an amalgamation created here. It's called ethnogenesis. We are an amalgamation created here. We are not from Africa. We're not African. We don't have that nationality. Just like a gray wolf is from Eurasia, right? A gray wolf is the first canine. But we are like the German Shepherd. We were created somewhere else. The German Shepherd was created in Germany, okay? The Spaniel was created in Spain. The Spaniel's origins is not Eurasia. The German Shepherd's origins is not Eurasia. Our origins are here, okay, because of the amalgamation and the experiences and the length of time here created a whole new person. So why is that so confusing? It's confusing because you're disoriented. You're disoriented. Like most people, they want to view us as an African that's just over here
No,
in
that's
America.
literally what it means to be black. You can look it up. I can show you. Matter of fact, I'll actually go look, get the .gov and post it in Jumbotron. It literally
Whatever.
means your origins in Africa.
No, sir. We call ourselves black. Our legal name is African American right now, and you keep bringing that up so you can use it for a fake argument. You're
It's
known
not a
for a
fake
lot of fake.
argument. It's
You're known
reality.
for a lot of fake arguments.
What
We
the
are
fuck? That's literally
loosely
reality.
known. We're loosely known as Black Americans. We're known as black. When you say a black person, you refer to us first. Everybody else has to specify what do you mean? What kind of black? Because most of these people have literally petitioned not to be called black. As much arguments as we get from Africans, they never wanted to be called black. And recently they've tried to call themselves black for the clout of it. And but there's some of them, even over in Germany and other European countries, where they petition, we don't want to be called black. We want to be called this and that. They're over there pissed the fuck off about it because they know once they enter the Western world, they get classified as something black, black German, black whatever, Afro Ukrainian. They have a bunch of names for them. We are the ones who are black. The reason we're black is because broad terms were used for us because we didn't know which exact part of Africa we came from. The rest of these people know. Everybody else knows where they came from. We come from so many places that we couldn't possibly name those places in a title. So we're black. These other people are not black. They're Jamaican. They're Nigerian. They're whatever. Okay? That term was never even used for them. Where is a sign of a Nigerian marching around talking about black, black, black? It's not done. If you go to South Africa, they actually have a classification called black, colored, whatever. But they don't call themselves black. They don't have signs. They don't have clubs that says Black Fishermen Society. We do. All of our clubs say Black Teachers Association, Black Pilots Association, Historic Black Colleges, yada, yada, yada. These other people around the world don't call themselves that. They don't use that term. Even when they're living with white people, they don't. So please stop with the fake arguments.
And there's a cultural difference too. Like we don't flee, they flee whenever they face hardship, but we stay here and fight white supremacy. So that's a big difference too.
Joppa party.
Yeah,
Hey, well, let's get
1970.
to the hands. I think it was Frank and then Freeman. What up, homie?
All right, what's going on? Yeah, yeah. To be honest with y'all, we're supposed to respect everybody's thing, but if you got people like the Israelites and this guy right here just kind of dancing around, we gotta stop entertaining it because it's really wasting time. Not to say that we can't still talk about stuff and have conversations, but I've learned in a lot of these places when you got people who like him who come in who have these whole bunch of different ideologies and kind of just keep pushing buttons. They just yo. You gotta we gotta stop dealing with that shit. Like all that troll agent behavior. That's how I'm starting to look at it because all they do is end up diverting us. You got our sister over here breaking all of this stuff down, and for him, I know it just went in one ear and out the other. Like she just gave a nice breakdown that a lot of people can learn from, but is he gonna take that and go anywhere with it? Probably not. Like we really gotta stop entertaining them because if these people was coming over talking about they not black and that's a thing in their community, fuck them, bro. Like for real, for real. We got too big of a fight and too many issues to be dealing with to be going back and forth with motherfuckers who don't even want to be a part of the shit. Like if you fighting and doing all this extra shit, signing petitions and doing all that, and you don't even want to be part of the system, fuck you then, bro. Like I don't know. There's no point in us even giving it energy. Like we gotta stop with these fucking trolls.
And another reason why you ignore them, because let me say this, you all their headquarters, the Moors, the Hebrews, the goddamn Nation of Islam, all that shit is in Chicago, and they don't do shit. They don't do nothing but talk. They stand on corners and talk. They ain't gonna do shit about nothing. I'm talking about the headquarters are here. They don't own shit. They talk all that bullshit and get up in the morning and go work for white folks. All of them got jobs working for these white folks here. And they waiting on reparations. Don't you let them tell you that they ain't turning down no money. And they be chasing behind little girls and shit like that, you know what I'm saying? You know, that's what the fuck they do. They ain't no special motherfuckers, man. Don't let them tell you that they really own some other shit other than what other black folks own. That shit just sound good. Matter of fact, ask them what type of currency they're using to buy the products that they buy. That's how you shut all of them up. They talk all that shit, especially the Moors. They talk all that shit. What currency are you using? The American currency? Okay, well, shut your ass up and take that bucket off your goddamn head while you in this goddamn room with us. That's how you treat them. That's how we treat them. Because we go on the front line and fight. I'm talking about physically fight and every other way fight. You can't get them to do shit. You can't get them to do a goddamn thing in this city. And their headquarters for all of them are here. In Cobra, the AKAs, all the most special Negroes that come talking all that high powered ass, coming with all that high powered conversation. When it's time to go fight on behalf of anything, they all be somewhere else. You know, with
Point
them Pope
taken, point
Bibles, them big
taken.
old Pope Bibles and shit, reading them big old Pope Bibles and shit. When the real shit happening. Well, I was at church, man. So don't let them fool y'all. Don't let them fool y'all like they really be on some Prince Asiel and Benjamin them and all of them. They didn't do nothing but play credit card schemes and all that shit. All of them went to the penitentiary and got out for playing credit card schemes and all that shit. That's what the fuck they do.
Point taken, Freeman.
Damn, bro. What up, Mark?
Yeah,
Fellow Chicago
yeah.
Peace.
brother.
So I'm telling y'all, look, let me give you the rundown. The Nation of Islam headquartered
Are we
here. The
talking
Nation of
or
Islam,
who's
Islam is
who's speaking
headquartered
right
here.
now? Is it
The
Freeman
Hebrew
or is
Israelites
Mark
is headquartered here.
still talking or
The
what? What are
Morse
we doing
Americas
here?
is headquartered here. And Cobra is headquartered here. The NAACP.
Hello.
Hold on, Mark. Hold on, Mark. Let the brother Freeman get it in real quick.
Peace. Salute to the greatest white supremacist
slayer of our time, or at least one of them. Re-ups, we got the homie ATLian, the plug. Appreciate him. Salute to the Freeman family in here. So it says Hebrew Israelites and Moors say no to reparations. They could say no all they want. That did not stop the reparations rally.
They ain't saying
Yesterday.
no is what I'm trying to tell you. They waiting on you to
Yeah,
fight to
but I'm
get it,
not
and then
done
they're gonna turn
talking though.
back
You keep
black.
interrupting, Mark. You keep interrupting. Let's have a conversation. They can say no all they want, but they have no power, and them saying no didn't stop the reparations rally. I just found out that it was about 3,000 people or 4,000 people there.
Yup,
I think that that's
maybe
phenomenal.
more.
I think that's phenomenal. I was at the reparations rally, and it was lit. The energy was lit. They can say no all they want, but that didn't stop AB 3121 SB 189. So their religious beliefs ain't got shit to do with our politics and our reparations. So as much as they say no, we say yes, and they can't stop it. So I crashed my plane right there.
But what should be done with people running around a movement that is doing something, actually getting legislation, actually disaggregating here in California, actually speaking about reparations plans here in California? What should be done with people that are openly treasonous, screaming about Jesus all over the place?
Hey, Wani, ask them what they're building. Tell them to give you the address
They're
to show
doing
you what they're
nothing.
building.
They've been
They ain't building
screaming
shit.
bullhorns for
Yeah.
decades.
They're not building shit. Okay. The last time the Nation of Islam was building some shit, Elijah Muhammad was alive. Okay. So these people don't build nothing. They're nothing but Hebrew preachers, Baptist preachers, Muslim preachers. All that shit ain't nothing but, you know what I'm saying? They
But
just
when
different
I
type of
saw
preachers.
them in Harlem, they were screaming at white people and Jewish people, saying that they were fake Jews. Now they're screaming about Jesus and Mary in my ear. So I don't know what they're even doing at this point. They sound crazy. What, talking about Jesus is going to give us reparations? So they've like altered their message over the years from the abusiveness toward random people passing by to now screaming other information. So I really don't know what their message is, but they've been screaming for decades and doing nothing but getting into trouble.
Go ahead,
Well,
Giant.
I posted in the Jumbotron what the census gov means by black when you check it, or when you use it at a job application. It still applies all across the board. And then I also posted for Freedmen, U.S. Code 8, Chapter 4. So when somebody says you have to pick something, you can't be two things. Well, that's weird because it looks like some people in here might be two things, right?
So can we
No.
ask you what y'all building? Can we ask you what y'all building? Can you what the fuck what we talking about? What y'all building? Hebrew nigga. What y'all building?
Who you calling
Not a
Hebrew?
damn
I,
thing.
I, I don't worship Massa's religion. You know what
What
I'm
are you
saying?
building?
Amen
What are
Hotep
you
came
building?
way before
I don't
freaking
get whatever
Hebrew, the
fuck you call
Torah.
yourself. Can you tell me what you building?
What are you building?
You know what I mean?
The
Communities.
white
You know what I'm
man's
saying?
world?
Oh, we see
Like,
see
what are you
you can't
saying?
ask if I'm asking you a question, then evidently I'm doing what the fuck I'm asking you. So let me ask you
Okay,
again.
well,
What are you
cool.
building?
Okay. What
What are
am I
you
doing?
building besides
Right now I'm
marching around
explaining
talking about nothing?
census.gov. I'm
If you
explaining, I'm
ain't building
showing,
shit, shut your ass
I
up. And
posted
matter of fact,
census.gov.
man, you shut
Like,
your ass up. You ain't
you
building
don't
nothing,
even
man.
know
All
who I
y'all do is
am, and
talk.
you're
Get the
telling me
fuck
to
out of
shut
here.
up. Like, what are you
You know what I'm
saying? I
saying?
answered your
Man,
question.
be
Well, I
quiet.
will
You ain't
tell you
building
one
shit.
thing. I had
What
a
are you
meeting.
building? You showing
I
I
ad
just
had.
hominem
told you what we
attacks
were
on
building.
people.
Let
Grad.
me say
Any like
something.
grads, you
Let
can
me
throw
say
ad hominem
something.
attacks, Mark. You're great.
Hold on.
Like,
I've
what the
had a
fuck? What are you
meeting.
building?
We've been having meetings, and I have my meeting with the Office of Management and Budgets, which determines what black means here in America. As a matter of fact, I had a very long meeting with them, and we have a group of us that have been having meetings every couple of weeks with the Office of Budgets, OMB, Office of Management and Budgets, which will define what Black American means in the future. So you
Yeah, and the
actually
darker
brought,
Native
you
Americans are
actually,
are
we did,
petitioning that too.
oh, we actually are doing things, and we have a lot of traction and a lot of organization behind it, because it wasn't just one person. We've been having a meeting with them, and in fact, but they have so many requests for meetings from us, from our group, that they've extended it past December, when my second meeting is, to now March, because it was so overwhelming with our group, making sure you redefine what black is, make sure these Caribbeans are not a part of it, make sure these Africans are not a part of it. One of the things I presented was that medically we should never be misclassified as Africans. You know, when you go into the doctor's office, you have to put your race. There's a reason for that. It's not just so they can be mean to you and give you poison. We actually are fundamentally different than other people. We are different than white people. Our physicals come out with different levels. And that goes true for the Africans. If I do a physical and an African does a physical, it's different. We have literally mutated over here from being over here, just like Aboriginals mutated from being in Australia. We're not African, and we can't be classified as African because of just that one thing, and let alone a whole lot of other social things. I mentioned the racial tension and the fact that they're literally not us and should never come over here acting like we're just going to add to your numbers. You're not fundamentally us at all. You can't add to our numbers. We can only make more freedmen by having children with freedmen. We can't add to our numbers by dumping foreigners on this land.
My only issue is that we're literally trying to go off of a description. Like it's like a word, right? And then we have a description for it. And you're like, well, we're about to change the description. Well, we haven't thus yet. So it still means the same
We're
definition it
doing
means
it.
right now.
We're doing it now.
I understand it, but it still
You
hasn't
don't need
Just
Google to
like
like,
there
change the
hasn't been no
definition.
mandate to change it yet. So until that mandate happens, we're
okay,
talking about
well,
a
we're
fairy
doing
tale
it now.
definition and not the
It's not a
actual
fairy tale
definition.
definition. We literally made them have a listening session with us because of the
Okay,
demand.
but it still means what it means. I literally just looked it up and posted it in a jumbotron. Like, what do you want me to
Hey,
say?
so
Like,
Art,
I'm not saying it
Have
ain't gonna
fun.
change
Art,
in the
did you
future.
participate in the OMB sessions? I'm just curious.
What are you talking about for California?
No, the OMB, just the Office of Management Budget
For the nation.
for the nation.
Oh,
The Office of Management and Budget just had open sessions regarding this very
not.
topic.
I haven't sat in any that's related to
Did you know
setting a
about
Black
them? I mean,
America,
because
but
you're so fervent about this topic, did
yeah,
you
well,
know
there
about
is
those
another.
sessions?
No, there's another petition going on with the same group about another
This is
like
not a
Black Indians
petition. This is a
native.
This is
direct,
not a
this is not
petition.
a petition. This is a direct conversation with the people that define these descriptions for the government, for the doctor's offices, for your employment, and for the
No, I
census.
get what it is. I don't like. This is what I'm saying. It's like there's a small group of people meeting in a room, sat and it's trying to decide what 300 million people are going to classify themselves out. It's absurd on its head.
300 million?
There's 300 million people in this country, right? And they're
Are
making.
white people trying to change their shit? I know Arabs are trying to
Yeah,
be
well,
removed
you think
from
there's
being
only one
called
group
white.
trying to change? I just said the Indians and other people obviously try to reclassify that shit all the time. They have more than one
Which
meeting.
Indians? Which Indians?
I have the petition on my thing if anybody wants to see. It's actually on my
Native
profile.
Americans?
Well, yeah, just post it in the jumbotron. But let's get to the
Yeah.
hands. I think it was Frank and then show me.
Yeah, speaking on that guy's point about the whole what the definition says on the whatever website, man, fuck that shit. I'll be honest with y'all. Fuck it, right? Why are we gonna sit up here and keep abiding by whatever the fuck it says on Google? Now I get some shit is fact, this shit that, and the third. When it comes to the terms of what we call ourselves, if we have to go by base what's on the computer, then we might as well have 30 other fucking names because some white man put that shit on there. Any of y'all know anybody who put that definition on there? I don't think so. So what's the point of sitting up here and saying, oh, well, this is what the definition says? All these fucking words were made up. There was a point where that shit didn't exist. So trying to
All
push the
words are
whole
made up.
this is what the definition is on the internet as what black means, fuck the definition. Fuck it, because if we're gonna do that, we might as well abide by to all the other bullshit they post on the internet and just shut the fuck up. But that's not
Not
what we're
to,
finna do.
I mean, not to
So
mention, culturally, we misnomer ourselves anyway. Like we go by some other shit
it
anyway.
happens, but to keep pushing it, this is what the definition is, so this is what it has to be, bro. It's all it is pushing the system that we're already dealing with on top of our heads even more. The fact that you're pushing that, and I'll be honest with you, especially when it comes to like the whole Israelites and all that shit, I look at y'all as tools of the white supremacy in the system in and of itself. You know what I'm saying? I really laugh at y'all niggas when I be seeing y'all because the shit don't add up. It don't. I know y'all niggas for more for scamming dudes going in and out of jail talking about, oh, this shit right here gonna set you free. Now the nigga ain't got no lawyer and he's got an extra 15 on top of the 5 he's getting. Because the Hebrew Israelites and the fucking Moors said, oh shit, well, I got this for you. Well, now he's down 10 grand and he's still going to jail for an even longer period. So taking all these suggestions from you or from y'all, bro, that shit is out the fucking window, bro, because y'all motherfuckers is a tool to the system that we're already fighting. So sitting up here thinking that we gonna sit up here and take you super seriously, I'm not, man. I'm just saying.
I feel you. I feel you. Point
No, no,
taken. Show
they're
me
not a
what's
tool. They just talk shit on weekends. You know what I'm saying? They work for these white people. What are you talking about?
A
They,
tool
they,
for
they,
what? That makes no sense because you're working in the confines of the white man system saying
no, no, no.
somebody's a
I
tool
said
for the
you
white man
work
system. That
for
makes no
these
sense.
white people and you talk shit on the weekends. Put your dashiki on the weekend and talk shit.
Bro, he
Talk
even
shit.
got us weekends off, like the predominant movement that got us
Okay. You know
40-hour
what the
work
fuck I'm
weeks and
saying.
weekends
You
off. You
know
probably
exactly what I'm
don't, but you
saying.
want to comment on weekends
Hey,
off.
See,
hey, hey.
that's that
He just
Asian
likes
talk.
to
That's that
argue.
Asian babble.
Hey, Mountain Man, I don't know you, bro. I see you requesting. You ain't following nobody. I'm following. I don't know if you here with Re-Up or somebody else in the space, but yeah, I'm gonna let Re-Up handle that. Show me what's good.
What's up, y'all? Y'all know I don't really say much, but the topic, my family is Hebrew Israelite, and for one, those 5 people, well, I don't know what the fuck they had going on at that rally, was a complete embarrassment. But I want to make it a point to say, taking 5 men and putting it on the entire religion itself is weird. I don't know what kind of brains or what was their agenda going there and doing that. But we are black and we believe in reparations. I don't know what they had going on. And then also to Mark, to make it a point as if the Hebrew Israelites is any different from any other religion and they just some broke going in and out of jail niggas is weird. Working for the white people, the same white people that everybody that's black work for. I don't understand that point that you made. Um, but there is some, radical. The younger guys are very, out of control, and the elders fully understand that. But that's what they do. But don't put that on every hero Israelite. That's not how we function. We march, we do everything for reparations, just like our entire, black people just in general. So I'm not sure if this is just like a conversation just for Hebrew Israelites, just to be bashing. But I just want to make that point that all Hebrew Israelites don't believe that we shouldn't get reparations. Those was those niggas, and that's it.
Are
No,
you a
We
Hebrew
not
actually, it
bashing. We
Israelite?
wasn't.
just
Are you a
no, we
Hebrew
not bashing. We
Israelite?
just trying to get some clarity. And personally, I haven't seen on my timeline any other group that are Hebrew Israelites come out and say, "Hey, we don't understand what fuckery they on, but we ain't on that." I ain't seen nothing like that. So
Yeah, my dad have already been reaching out, seeing who those guys was going to the rally doing. I talked to Re-Ups about it yesterday, because that's a problem. Absolute, that's a problem.
It wasn't
They
five
should have stood there.
people.
Are
Hold on,
you a
Woni. Hold
Hebrew
on, hold on, hold on.
Israelite? Show.
They should have stood there and they should have collected the information. They should have bowed their heads and been quiet. They should have listened to what was said at that rally. What they did was absolutely unacceptable, and that's just period.
Well, the best way to handle it is to ignore them because they're insignificant, nothing that they are. I mean, a lot of this stuff we give it too much attention. And I just said to you, and I meant what I said, that all the headquarters for these organizations are in this city, and we still have the highest unemployment, poverty, crime, bad schools, and don't none of them say a goddamn word about shit. Okay,
It
I'm
wasn't
telling you what I
five
know. That
people.
I'm telling you what I know, not what somebody told me. They right here in this city, and they meet amongst themselves and shut the hell up about issues that are plaguing our people in this city.
point taken, point taken.
I
But
want
Show
to
I
me.
want to say,
say
How you guys doing?
I feel y'all rage though. That shit had me mad as fuck. I was
It's
in
not rage. I'm
Rio's
giving you truth. I'm giving you
inbox going
facts.
off too. So.
I
It's
have
not rage.
one.
I'm giving you the facts of the matter. I'm giving you facts that
It's
they
not
do
five
absolutely nothing.
people.
But
It
it's
was.
not facts, Mark.
It
Probably
was.
in Chicago, where you are from, maybe they don't do
You
anything. But here
headquartered
in
here. What do you mean where I'm
Texas,
from? This is the headquarters
um, you know.
for the groups. What do you mean?
But
Well,
This
what
is
what
where the
you what
marching
you
orders are
seeing
coming
in
out
your
of.
city, Mark? What I'm saying to you is, what you are seeing in your city and your personal feelings about what niggas is doing in your city is
Ma'am, are
different
you listening?
than
I
what
said
niggas is doing
the
in Houston,
headquarters
in
for these
California,
organizations are here.
and
Do
like
you
it's
understand that?
different.
The headquarters for these organizations are here, and
It
they give
doesn't
the marching
matter.
orders to the other cities.
It doesn't
You're not just
matter.
moving how you want to move when you're part of those groups. You taking marching orders from the headquarters.
Oh, okay, Mark. If that's how you feel, I'm not going to argue with you. I just
Right.
told you
So
that
let's
that's
just
not
leave it
a
alone.
fact. A person
Let's
that is
just leave it
Hebrew
alone.
Israelite, that's not a fact. But if that's how you want to feel, then that's okay.
I just want to clarify something. It wasn't just five people, it was a whole bunch of them. And they also had a huge, they went off somewhere and had a huge circle where they were all holding hands at some point. It was a lot of them, and they all have the same beliefs.
That was in the evening when it was over with, and they was like the only one
Hmm.
on that lot. What the sister was saying, I get what she was saying earlier. Now, to Mark's point, I'm also in Chicago. I'll give an example of what he's talking about as far as taking orders from the headquarters. One of Malcolm X's friends, when he was still in the nation, um, it was out in L.A. and the cops, I think, blew his brains out. I think shot him. Did he shot him in the groin as well? And he and Malcolm was heated, and he wanted action. He wanted to say something, but then Elijah Muhammad told him to keep it calm and collected, and let's not make a move. So that right there is an example of what Mark is talking about.
I
That's
also
it.
want to say something real quick. Um, sorry
Well, that was
to
the
sorry to have to make a lot of comments, but I've been doing this since 2020 on Clubhouse, and Hebrew Israelites routinely and Moors routinely come into the rooms and try to derail the conversation. Come in saying you're not black, you're not going to ever get reparations, the white man, blah, blah, blah. So to think that it's just five people, no, that's their overwhelming prevailing belief. That's why I know it's all of them. And like I said, in order to exist in this space, they're going to come up with the fake outrage. Oh my God, I can't believe they said that. That's their doctrine. Their doctrine is exactly what they said. And I'm not going for it. I don't care how polite they say it, I don't care how sweet they try to be. They're lying. They believe that Mexicans and Haitians are in our lineage. False. They believe we come from the Levant region. False. And they believe that we should not try to go after the United States government for reparations. They don't want to hear about the Jews getting it. They don't want to hear about the Indians getting it. They don't want to hear about the Japanese. They want us to dismiss our claim. Partially, I found out a lot of these people are not even Black Americans. So that's something that's pushing it. But they really do, for some reason, maybe they know better than me, they are they have a knee-jerk reaction against it, just like Africans do. It's like a knee-jerk. Should Black Americans get rep? No. And you're like, wait a minute, you're African. What is your problem? And then they don't even know why they hate it, but they hate it. And then they don't want us to be a part of the country. You're not Black American. You're not an American. They want to detach us from the country. They have a lot of things. They don't want us to be black. They have a lot of issues. And I don't like anything they have to say. Everything they say, I view as pure garbage and easily debunked. And that's why now they have so many different camps and similar to Christianity because they've been debunked a million times. So they have to bust off and create a new group to recover from being debunked all the time.
But what we
Man,
are finding out, I know there's been back and forth on this, but we are finding out even somebody alluded earlier. Now there was some mix up as far as something I said from based on what I was told yesterday or the day before in a prior space and what you and Reeves were saying. But based on what we're seeing, not everybody does have the same viewpoint. Some people are for it, some people are against it. I get the whole thing of the base of like where they got their beliefs from or that whole system, but we also know that just like there are different sects of other beliefs and other faiths or whatever, Evidently, there are different perspectives on this. Not all the people, just like not every Muslim believes in jihads and crashing planes into buildings or whatever. Although some of that stuff was made up propaganda because of some money stuff by the person that bought the World Trade Center before then. But still, we know that not everybody believes in not all of them believe in jihad. Not everybody. Listen, like I said earlier, there's stuff that I believe scripturally that people will think that I'm a total fucking heretic, but that just shows you that not everybody's on the same page. There might be a
Okay, but
base
all white
belief,
people
but
aren't
not everybody.
Christians, right?
Yeah, we know. Yeah, we know that, but
So,
still,
but we have to
but
deal
there,
with
but we know
collectives.
that. But and I,
No,
but
no, 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 no. We have
no,
to
no, no,
deal
no.
with the
The first
collective.
off, I wasn't
The
done.
collective.
But if we're
Well,
gonna
you
go there,
cut
of
me
course.
off. You
N-
cut me off.
No, you cut
We
me
have
off
to deal
earlier.
with the
You just cut and you
collective.
just cut me off again, Wani. Come on now. Come on, sis. Now my thing is now to answer your question right quick before I finish. Yeah, we know not everybody, but we ain't finna fish through all of them and find out which one is the snake and which one isn't. Yeah, absolutely. I'm on that 100%. But still, we know that not everybody thinks the same. And I'm not saying that to cape. I'm just saying that as a fact of life. But I'm not gonna take a certain bias of mine and be like, oh, you one of them, and just lump everybody in the same damn. Just like I said earlier, and we've been saying this the whole damn time. We're not one big fucking Negro. So if we're fine, but my thing is, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what belief system you have, whatever your religion is.
It
If your ass is
does.
able to show that you trace a lineage of you that shows your ancestors way back to at least 1870 on the census, that's the only thing that matters. If you don't qualify, then you just don't qualify.
Actually, if you go by
Bro, they
Darity's
had a prayer
rules,
circle about us not getting reparations, man. I mean, that's a lot right there. They had a
it
What,
prayer
will.
what,
circle.
that's fucked up, and I just learned, and I just recently learned that, and yeah, and I'm not
Mhm.
for that. But anybody, but evidently not everybody believes that. So if somebody, really, a lot of people just started recently calling themselves Hebrew Israelite. They just picked a certain practice or whatever or belief system to follow, but they know damn well that they're descendants of chattel enslavement. But
Yeah.
that's not a big fucking thing that like, oh well, you Hebrew Israelite, then you don't get reparations. No, they know something else. If some people, some of them out of that group don't want to request reparations, fine. Sign that shit over for the rest of us that's going for it. But some of them
But
have
here's
the
my point.
understanding that they can trace the lineage back to at least 1870 over here, then they gonna go for it.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not gonna
okay.
throw stones at them for wanting to go for it.
All right, so this is what I'm saying. Right now, we focused on reparations for Foundation Black Americans. That's what's happening right now. We have all these people talking about 2,000 years ago. That ain't got nothing to do with nothing. We talk about in 1826. If you was here, 1865. If you was here and you was a slave and you was released as a slave, you are due reparations right now. And we ain't stuck on
Absolutely,
that
that's
other
what
stuff.
I agree with. That's the only thing that matters. Not this other stuff. All this other stuff is extra, pretty much irrelevant because it's not going to be based on whether or not you're a Hebrew Israelite, whether or not you're a Christian, or whether or not got all the facts of where we really come from. No, show that you can go back to at least 1870 here.
You
All the
got
other
to.
I
stuff
want to
don't
point
matter.
out that I said that about an hour ago, maybe an hour and a half.
Right. Absolutely. But people still wanted to make it about being a Hebrew Israelite all because they had a personal bias. It ain't about that. They don't give a fuck about your bias or not having a bias about Hebrew Israelites or you're a Christian or whatever. Are you able to show that you got lineage going back to 1870 or before? That's the only thing that matters. That whole other shit was a fucking distraction.
I think it's
And
all based
believe.
in fear, man. I think it's all based in fear. I think this is just being a coon wrapped up in religion, man. That's all it is.
Yeah, it didn't even need to go down there. It didn't.
Did you know that Darity had a stipulation that if you have not been identifying as Black American, you're not eligible?
Yeah, I was aware of that, but I don't know if Darities is going up because a lot of people talk about these bills, but then when you look at the actual bill, it don't say like HR 40 say African Americans, for
Well,
example,
you
right?
know what? When white people start crunching the numbers, all of these people that have issues being Black American can very easily be purged out because they're going to be looking for ways to cut corners. So I hope and pray that all of those people put I'm a Moorish American, all the bullshit they've been spitting in my fucking face, all of this Hebrew stuff. I hope they did put that on there. I
But we
hope
are Black
they
I
American.
hope that
What
they
are you
put
talking
political
about?
parties because
I'm
people are voting
confused.
for the two parties that literally wanted you enslaved, one, and the other gave reparations
what
to
does
slave
that have to
owners.
do with anything?
You're
Wait,
It
what?
asking
has
for the
every damn
very
thing to do
people.
about it.
Like, what do you mean? Like the Democrats wanted
It's
slaves and they
about
haven't changed.
race. This conversation is about what Darity, try to stay focused. The conversation was what Darity said should be a requirement. And one of the requirements was you had to identify as black for the last 10 or 12 years. It says nothing, and we're not talking about political parties, dude. Again, a fake
So are
argument.
you saying that Hebrew
That
Israelites
does
don't
apply. What
identify
are you
as Black
talking about?
Americans?
If you put Hebrew Israelite on your paperwork, that is not black American, correct?
What, who's Wani? We are black. How are we not putting
That's
what?
not the, ma'am. I just said the term Black American, like when they say, what is your race? If you put other and then put mixed, or if you put other and then put Moorish American, or if you put other and put Hebrew Israelite on there, that would be a disqualification. So I
I
hope
don't even
Darity,
know who does that. Like, who does that?
No, that's
Well, I
what
Well,
mean,
apparently
well,
the
that's what
Hebrew
Darity's
go
Israelites would be
advising.
find
doing
out.
that.
Hebrews and Moors.
Oh
Like those
God, Wani,
people that
you
was there to
tripping?
be a
Y'all
distraction
tripping?
at the rally yesterday, those would be the people that would do that, and that's the understanding that's being brought up. I'm with that. I'm with that understanding right there. I get acknowledging that, but all that other stuff after that,
I have
that
a
totally
different
derailed the
approach.
conversation.
I have a different.
Mimi, really?
Hear me out.
Hold on, Mimi. Hold on. We had hands before you came up here. I think it was on Frank. I think Frank had his hand up.
Yeah, no, yeah, I did appreciate it. What I wanted to say, honestly, especially when it comes to what happened yesterday, we need to treat this like the Jewish community is trying to treat our brother Kyrie Irving. As far as until one of their head leaders, whoever that is in Chicago or something like that, comes out and gives a definitive statement, we're gonna assume that most of them are on that same type of time. Because to just start caping for people and saying, "Oh, nah, it's not like that." Has anybody come out on the main stage like they were talking about
No.
earlier, big platforms? Has anybody come out and said, "Oh, nah, we're sorry. The majority of us don't believe that." Ain't nobody came out and said nothing. So until that happens, we're not gonna sit up here like the apologies those two have. It's appreciated. It's dropped in the bucket until
But
the
just
main
like
people,
shot. Go
now
ahead.
hold up. Until the
Go ahead.
people above y'all, because y'all ain't the ones calling shots, nor are you the ones that's going to galvanize 1,000 people, let's just say or so, to get up and say, "Oh, nah, we're not doing reparations." Neither one of you two can have the ability to do that. So until the people above you who call all the shots give an apology towards us, we're not just going to start caping for the group. We're not because that was
And
completely uncalled for, especially if it was a big group of people.
But
Okay,
just like a person like
it was
Al
my time.
Sharpton and them wouldn't, just like an Al Sharpton wouldn't speak for us or Messy Jesse or whatever, we're not gonna try to decipher through all who all says the same rhetoric as them. We just have
Uh,
the understanding that not everybody believes that same thing.
uh, okay, I
you
was saying,
just said we're not supposed to wade through which white people are racist and which ones aren't, but you want us to wade through which
I
Hebrew
didn't say
Israelites.
that. Where did you? Where
well,
the
there are people.
hell? Where in Hades did you get that shit from, Wani?
She's saying,
So
hey,
we are supposed to think collectively when it
I
comes
said
to
no.
white
I said
people.
we're not. No, I said we're not gonna go through all that just because. Just like we're not gonna fish through all of what you call it for the which Hebrew Israelite believe this way and that way. We just have the understanding that not everybody believes that. Just like Al Sharpton or Messy Jesse can't speak for all of us. Okay, not
okay,
everybody
I
has
was
the same damn understanding. That's the
okay.
thing.
Okay, so
I was like,
collective.
hold on, Miss Wine, Woo Wine. You're from Haiti. I hear your voice. You sound pretty.
What?
Are
Haiti?
you from Haiti? You're from
Fuck
Haiti.
no, I'm not. Fuck
Where you
no.
from?
Don't worry about it.
Okay, you're not from America. So let me say something, and I'm gonna say something to Mr. Grits or Grant, however you want me to say your name, Grit
Grimes.
Grinds. Okay, the last time I checked, when it come down to reparations being in Black America is Abraham Lincoln, 2 acres, a mule, or what have you, the Republican Party, Negroes. If
40
you go back
acres.
there,
40.
for, thank you. Thank you. 4 acres and a mule, 2 mules. Thank you. Correct me.
One mule.
Your
Okay.
point,
Well, you don't
Mimi.
have that option. Hold on. Hold on. I'm talking to my American. I'm not even talking to you, Miss Wu Tang. I'm not even talking.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Come on, man. You wilding right now.
What I was trying to say is when that happened, it was only one party, and that's the Republican Party with the help of Abraham Lincoln, Negroes. If you can just start that, they're Democrats. Your parents raised you as that. They were groomed too. But the second party is Democrats. The Republica and Republicans was by black people. It's pretty cool, right? Just do that part with the help of Abraham Lincoln. And I was trying to have a discussion. Is Abraham Lincoln really white or some shit?
My family ain't
And he
raised to
had,
no damn Democrat.
well, hold on. Hear me out. Now, hold on. Hear me out. Now, I just noticed there's a lot of folks that have an opinion and they happen to be black from Africa, South America, all of that stuff. The only way you can get your reparations is you have to come over here to my reparations or country, which would be North America, because you're not going to receive your money over there. So I'm talking to y'all, Marcel's. I'm talking to just, whoever wants to receive your money. I'm trying to get you there. Stop begging, because you don't have to beg being a U.S. citizen. So the only way that you guys come over here with your South American reparational thing, you have to come to North America to receive your monies.
No,
What's
the hell
happening
you
is
don't.
your
Who told you
mix
that?
is a mix. It's like crayons. It's like, when you merge colors together and stuff.
Those who are
Hear
south
me
of
out
the,
when I'm talking. Let
those
me let
who
me
are
talk to
in the
let me talk.
islands or South
That's the
America, they need to
only
holler
way they're
at
gonna
other
receive their money.
areas. They do not
These other
qualify for
countries
the
don't have
reparations that
Just a
will be
dumbass
passed out by
farmer.
the
I'm
U.S.
telling y'all the facts.
Where did you
This
get
is
that? It's
just
not
an
facts,
immigrant.
Mimi. Where did you
What?
get that from?
What? Who is talking to me?
Mimi is
You
on that
know
loud
damn well
boy.
who's talking
I
to you,
want
Mimi.
facts.
Mimi,
I
when
can
you
Okay,
tell
And
smoke,
some
what
what
you
you're
people
smoking
when
on?
speaking
you
is
okay,
not
no, I'm
okay,
facts.
okay.
facts.
All right. I'm back.
I can tell. I
I
can
can't
tell
take it.
some people when you
What
file
you're
your
Okay,
saying,
I
taxes.
Mimi,
mean,
is
Hold on,
not
hold on. I'm
I
gonna
facts.
be
can't take it.
nice.
I can't take it
Let me
back.
take my voice.
Your
When
parents
you go
raised you to
file your
smoke crack.
taxes,
Yeah, we're not doing that. I changed the title. I was listening in the background. I got kind of tired of that. Y'all could switch it and go somewhere else with it now, if you may.
but don't do that. When you go file your taxes as a U.S.
Meaning,
citizen,
I'm gonna
there's
drop you
some
down.
blocks
I'm gonna
that you
drop
can
you
fill
down.
in.
I'm gonna drop you down if you don't stop your nonsense for
After
real.
work.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, even though he got up here.
How
Oh shit. Sorry about that, folks. Yeah, ATL, you could have dropped that bitch down. Oh god.
I was trying, bro. I was trying,
I get
bro.
exhausted just listening to her crazy ass sometimes, man.
Smurf chick,
Shit.
damn it.
What we talking about? We still on
I just wanted to add one more Hebrew Israelite thing, talking about draw. So the other guy that did the rally just before our actual rally with that had people at it, he was Hebrew Israelite, and everybody was like, "Why the hell are you doing this rally for? You don't even believe in the lineage." We already had this huge argument with these people. They don't believe in our factual lineage. They want to believe in a make-up lineage. Moors and Hebrew Israelites. They want to. They have it's like a fantasy in their head. And if you come at them, they'll want to do both. Oh no, we believe in both. No, you can't do both. You can't do. I can't be uh, in the Ku Klux Klan. That doesn't work. Okay, conflict of interest is what it's called.
That's absolutely not true, Wani.
Oh, yes, it's absolutely
And
true.
then
One,
for
not
you,
everybody believes the same thing, which
yeah,
has
you
been
can
constantly
like
brought
They
up.
do.
First of all,
we keep
secondly of
saying
all,
that,
the
and you
reason
keep
why
going back to saying that that's what it
Well,
is.
the
If
but
hold
see,
on,
term,
but
if
see this, but the
he
thing with
did a rally, clearly he believe in reparations. So for you to
no,
turn
he
around and
doesn't.
say
what
you can't do
No, he
both,
doesn't.
clearly we're
no,
stating to you that not everyone feel
You
that
know
way.
what?
That
He
like,
got
what are you talking about?
but
seven
show me.
people
See,
came
this is
to
the
the
thing.
rally.
Show me that
May
it
I
makes
say
everything
something?
questionable
A
regarding.
It's
handful
like
of
she wanted to
people,
be a problem. Is
a
what I'm starting
handful
to
of
see.
people came to the rally because his following is Hebrew Israelites, not Black Americans. That's why
It was
nobody
people
showed
from this
up.
app at his rally that was not
Nobody
Eastern
showed up.
Israelite.
Well,
What
first
Nobody
are
of
you
showed
all,
talking
up.
we
about?
have the understanding that we don't follow what Rashad Singleton was building because that dude was evidently an op. It wasn't because he was a
Yeah,
so-called Hebrew Israelite. He was a
yeah.
fucking op.
Exactly.
Because this motherfucker came up last minute, just started a Twitter account talking about reparations last minute, literally the first few days of October. And everything, and like I've been saying in several spaces recently, everybody is quote unquote pro reparations, but not everybody has the same talking points. Just like the white supremacists believe in quote unquote reparations as far as dictating to us what we should get or how should what we should expect for reparations. Father Crime said no at first, and then he said, yeah, as long as you get Native Americans added to the ticket. That's what he told Ed Gordon in an interview. Kamala said, I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something specifically to benefit black people. No. Old man Bernie Sanders said, no, that's not feasible, and then started talking about education. Just like B.S. Jarrell even talk right wing talking points as so called left leaning as that motherfucker is. He said education, and it's not about victimization and stop playing the victim. So everybody has in their
America
mind
has
an
no
idea.
left.
Fucking Vlad even tried to dictate some time ago. He was low key trolling, saying, I believe in reparations, but it should be in the form of education. So a lot of people believe in quote unquote reparations, but not everybody's talking the same shit. There's a reason why Rashad popped up and Stephen Fetchit Johnson and the rest of these motherfuckers popped up last minute. It was totally to undermine what Tariq was building.
Well,
So it's
he's
not
stronger
because
than
he was a
Tariq.
Hebrew
But
Israelite,
the
it was
thing
a
is,
Well,
fucking op.
the thing
well,
is
he's
like, has brother and sister, we can't
what
agree
the
on
hell?
who gonna get it or who ain't gonna get it. Like,
Okay,
Nigga.
one, hold on, time out. One, we not brothers and sisters. If anything, if I'm being nice, nigga, I say you a distant cousin. You ain't no motherfucking sibling to me. Everybody on this stage is relation to me. Even the Israelites up here, I fucks with them heavy. They black. Sound like they black first. You, you on the wrong stage, bro. I thought you was a real one. No, you got to get out of this space.
Came in with the French accent, didn't he?
What did he
For real, you
say? You
tripping.
can't dictate. What
His
the
bio
hell?
literally has the word Asian in it.
Where you from, bro? Where you from? Taranga. You
He's a
on mute,
op,
bro.
man. I'm telling you, he's a fucking op.
What is it,
You on
Yoruba
mute,
or
bro.
something, or French, Yoruba French or some shit?
I don't know.
Well, I
Hey,
just want to say,
Taranga.
Moni, I'm doing both, and nobody's going to stop me from doing both. I'm going to represent my religion, and I'm going to fight for reparations. And can't nobody tell me what I can do and what I can't do. At the end of the day, I will be doing whatever I have to do for reparations, being a Hebrew Israelite, period. So I can do both, and I'm going to do both.
And I follow the Christian faith, and people gonna try to give me flack for that. I still believe in reparations because at the end of the day, just
Oh
like
no,
listen, we saw
Grimes. You believe in white Jesus?
no hell no, not no white
White
Jesus.
baby Jesus, that is.
No, not
Oh
even that.
Lord,
Not even
You
white
Grimes.
just
baby
said
Uh-huh.
you're
Jesus.
Christian.
You
Not the
heard it.
blonde hair,
Jesus
blue
didn't make
eyes.
Oh
Christianity.
Lord.
See there your asses go
Grimes.
right
Hey
there.
Grimes.
What
I
I'm
just got
saying.
my daddy to take down a
There
picture
your
of white
asses go
Jesus.
right there. Say
Yo, I
exactly
want you
what
to
the fuck
stop
I said.
copying
I
Horace,
said
Watch
man.
before
that.
that I follow. I said before that I'm
I
Stop
from the
just
copying
church.
got this
Horace,
nigga to
bro.
take down a picture of
Y'all
white
y'all
Jesus,
copy
man.
kind
That
of
shit
our
was a
I've
sight,
religion.
been
man.
saying from the church. But see,
You
like, and
better
that's
off
why I
leaving it
say
at home, though.
that's why I said earlier. With my belief about things regarding scripture and all that, will have all the average Christian call me a fucking heretic. Because when it comes to the second coming and all that, I don't believe what the average person believes, and I'm using the actual fucking script. Excuse me, using the actual scripture.
Did
I
you know
So,
mean,
that
but
the
isn't the
but
actual
still, but
scripture
still, but
heresy?
still, even with that put to the side, I'm still pro reparations. I still believe in reparations because you have idiots like Herschel Walker saying, "Well, what about forgiveness since slavery was 150 years ago?" No, you still owe that debt because my ancestors worked for it. I don't see any of these white supremacists that claim to be Christians talking about well, we don't need to keep this wealth and pass it down from generation to generation, and they asses made all that billions and trillions of dollars off of slave
Yeah,
labor.
you
Well,
know what?
General,
Ask them if they want to get rid of
hold on.
inheritance.
You guys keep
Exactly.
talking like you're
That's
on the
the point that I've been
phone.
making all this damn time. Like as much as you say y'all need to work hard and
May
stop
I
making up
say
excuses and
something
shit.
real
Hey
No,
quick?
guys, your
what
voices are
are
pretty
you? No,
strong. I
are
think
you
Wani
gonna
wants to
not
come
pass
in.
This
that
guy,
heritage and that business down to your
Grimes,
descendants?
Grimes, Grimes. First of all, you just keep talking like you're on the phone, but I just want to say
I am
something.
talking on the phone, Wani.
General,
What are you talking about?
general
And so are
Christianity,
you.
general
This ain't even about
Christianity
Christianity. It's about
does not
reparations,
Wait,
clash.
sweetheart. What the
wait,
hell are you
wait.
talking about?
General
She.
Christianity does not clash with reparations because, number one, you don't have to tell anybody you're Christian. These other people
Right,
can't
because that's
control this.
none. That's
Can I
irrelevant.
say
Exactly.
a sentence?
I disagree with your ass. Damn
Quit.
it.
She want to
What's
fish
wrong with
though.
your ass?
She want
God.
to.
What the fuck that? That's what got
Yeah,
us here
listen.
sitting in front.
Y'all two have been going at it since this space open, bro. Like, oh my God, Grimes, chill. Maybe I shouldn't have
Shut
had
your
to.
I
fucking
got to
ass up
chill.
a minute.
Shit.
Oh my God.
Joel Osteen gonna bring us
Anyway,
reparations.
general Christianity or whatever your religion is doesn't clash with it because you can really just shut up. We're not talking about religion at the reparations rally. Keep it to yourself.
Which is
But
what I
the
said.
but the other groups, these lineage focused people that believe they come from the Levant region and that all black people come from one area and that the slave owners just picked out these people like, oh, they're the bad ones. They're all the same guy all over Africa. And they didn't just randomly snatch up people. All of those people that believe that, we know that to be false. We come from all parts of Africa. We don't come from one persecuted group of Jews or one persecuted group of Moors or any of that. That's proven false a million times over. So this is where the clash comes in because they believe these that we're some specific person from a specific group that came over here and got persecuted and that they're special and that they're chosen. And yeah, we are special, and no doubt about that. But we don't come from one group. Okay, that's the one part that's wrong. We're special.
I can agree with that. I can agree with your point on that.
Uh, Go ahead, show me. Big Boulder, Frank and Ponce.
You can. Ponce wanted to go. His hand was up. I'll go after him.
Okay, Ponce, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, that brother Mark, man, when he was saying that, all these people are headquartered here, he right about that. The brother was spitting a lot of facts because I'm here in Chicago, and my opinion of the thing is the Moors. I can't speak on the Hebrew Israelites, you know what I'm saying, even though they my brothers or cousins. But the Moors, we had 120 years. We did what we could do. Now it's y'all time. That's how I feel.
Your
You know,
mic is loud as fuck.
my fault. I got just a
I got
heavy voice.
Ponce. I got Ponce in.
I got a heavy voice, my bad. But as far as the Moors, man, we don't really get into all that. And so, I guess Sister Wani, she met a couple Moors that obviously didn't know they understanding, and they shouldn't even be on no platform saying anything about anything with FBA, as far as especially negative. So that's just I want to put that out there, but trying to paint us with a broad stroke in our organization that you will never see a Grand Secret Chairman come and apologize to none of y'all. That it
May
don't
I
work like that.
may I
You
say
it
Let me
just
ask you a
don't hold
question.
on, sister. It just don't work like that in our organization because number one, we shouldn't be on no public platform to be saying anything anyway. So you would never get a Grand Secret Chairman to come out and apologize to FBA. That just doesn't work like that in
Okay,
our
so
organization. Now, what you was gonna
let
say?
me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. What has the Grand Sheik? What has the Moorish Temple? What has the Hebrew Israelites done for the collective benefit of foundational Black Americans or Black Americans in general?
Ponch, you gotta unmute your mic, bro. He probably still going.
Okay, yeah, it's a drag. I'm listening on my computer and my phone. Sir Major was saying something. Uh, since the 1920s, bro, we was the one kicking it off with Marcus Garvey. Did our organization kind of dissipate over the years? Yeah, just like the Black Panthers dissipated because of the government. So we've built things. Now it's more individual. Me, I was a high school counselor. I was a substitute teacher. I'm a social worker right now working with the homeless, primarily black. So now it's more individual. Can I say truthfully on stage, is the Moors doing anything right now? No, they ain't. They're not doing anything, and they know they not. And I can say that because I'm a Moor. But so we're not doing anything collectively, but individually, we out here doing the work. Just like the Hebrew Israelites. They're out here doing the work.
Like, how
As
are
an
the Hebrew
organization, as a
Israelites?
movement, are we like the Nation of Islam with some big power conglomerate? No. We got
How? Let
factions,
me
we
ask
got
you a
splinter
question.
cells, we got agents as well.
Hold on.
So
When you say, I just got to cut you off because I kept trying to get in there and you just kept talking over me. I want to know, when you say they're doing the work, I hear a lot of people say, "Oh, we're doing the work. We out here stumping. We out here in the mud. I done got it out the struggle." What are you all doing, or what is the Hebrew Israelites doing when you say they're out here doing the work? How? How so? Screaming on the end of the corner, yelling at white folks, calling them, what's that word they call them? Re-up.
Old
Edomite.
Faith,
Edomite.
Edomites.
Yeah. Calling people names on the street. You basically took it off Twitter and you're in the street calling people names. That's not doing the work. Arguing religion is not doing the work. If you ain't out here trying to mobilize people, if you're not out here running for office, hell, I'm told that some of y'all don't even believe in politics. If you ain't out here trying to liberate black folks on a real level, then you ain't doing nothing. You're no different than people that run their mouth on social media every day. So don't lecture us talking about you're doing the work, because you can't even name what the work you're doing. That's my mom.
I'm about to say, who is that in the
That's
background
my
picture?
mother.
Shout out to FBA mom.
Thanks.
Can I speak? Was Ponce finished?
Pontus,
Okay, I
did you
think
care to
that.
respond back to what I had to say, or no? If not, we can go to the next speaker. Okay, we can go to the next speaker.
Okay, so yeah, I don't know. I just know what we do here. I can't speak for the entire Hebrew Israelite religion as a whole. I can only speak for us in Texas. And what we do here. Yeah, we have like the ones that stand out. And again, those are we call them the radical Israelites. They are completely, it's just what they do. But here in Texas, we have a lot of programs that they come to. Like we do housing, we pay light bills. It's all kind of stuff we do out here, just in general, just for the community itself. My dad himself do everything. And I think I had a point to. Oh, Woni. Now, if these Hebrew Israelites that decide to say on their documentation that they are Hebrew Israelites, then they not gonna get a check. I'm not gonna sit here and believe me, them handful of people is not going to destroy the entire movement. We can't act like a group of some is going to just destroy everything. It's just not going to happen. We believe in reparations. Some don't, some do. That, I mean, that's for all religions, whether it's Christians. It was a lady on here a few days ago that was Christian, was saying we're not going to get reparations. We just got to pray to God that they change being racist in the world. She was a whole black lady that was a Christian saying these things. I didn't make it an overall Christian thing where I'm like, the Christians don't believe in reparations. She don't believe in reparations. Just like them guys that was out there acting a goddamn fool, they don't believe in reparations. That's on them.
Did the
We can't
Christians
put
come
that
out
on
and
the
speak against
entire
their rally?
religion. You know what I'm saying? Like that, it's not fair to people
But
like
who was
me
out
and
there
other people that
screaming?
believe in reparations that's actually doing like it doesn't, you can't do that.
But who was out there screaming and heckling us? Not Christians.
I didn't say they were Christian.
I know, but you guys put yourself on the bullseye, and so that's why this conversation is happening. If you had been quiet and did Hebrew things in the corner, then that wouldn't have happened. The room wouldn't have been named about you. If people weren't out there being obstructionists and a previous Hebrew
Well,
Israelite
people
opened
people
up a
have the
room and
right
started a
wanting to
rally.
speak. They can say what they want to say.
Okay.
They have the right to do that.
Did you
I
hear what
can't
I
tell
said
the next
before about?
man. I can't tell the next person, like I can't tell you not to speak in spaces. I can't tell the next grown ass man what he can say and what he can't say.
Oh, I know you can't,
But
but
what
I
we can
can.
do is, if it's a problem, which it was, and they made it, it's a space about it right now. The people that believes in reparations is telling you we believe in reparations and we're Hebrew Israelites. That is on them.
So you know
It
what?
doesn't
So
matter at the
here's
end of
what I
the
say. There
day.
has to be accountability, right? Because a
Absolutely.
large group, hold on, a large group reflects all of you all. That's just a sad reality. And so if you're trying to delineate, cool, we'll take that. But what needs to happen is there needs to be protocol, right? Because you guys are an organization, right? And you guys do have chapters throughout the United States. And so what needs to happen is you and your team need to sit down with the OGs or the Grand Sheik or the Grand Wizard and sit down with those folks and have that conversation. Because all y'all get paid with a broad brush because you are a organization.
Absolutely true. Absolutely true.
So I guess the question now is, when will you go back to your leadership so that way y'all can have a national
Well,
meeting because you guys are getting in the way. And I'm not saying you personally, but y'all are getting in the way. And
yeah, my dad
we're
is
taking
already on it.
names.
He already on it. He already been
Okay.
reaching out. Yeah, it's already
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Because that was embarrassing. That was a utter embarrassment, and that's what the government and that's what white folks look at. That okay, because the government don't give a damn if it's a religious group or a political group. They're going to see it as see. We don't need to get on reparations because they're not all on the same page. And so Wani is correct. You guys, 100%. I'm saying you all as a body, you all are those groups or individuals are indeed instructionists. You guys are getting in the way and you're meddling with our check. And when you do actions like that, you become a clear enemy. And once you become a clear enemy and you become marked, you know what we have to do? We got to get y'all out the way. We got to get y'all out the way. So the brothers like that Tahari Bay guy, he's a clear problem. And so what we got to do now is go to the people who he identified with, the leadership there, and they're going to have to take a stance because we need to know, are you with us or you're not? Because if you're not with us, we have to start strategizing on how to get y'all out the way. And that's just not you, it's just people who identify like that. I call those the top hat brothers, the maroon top hat brothers.
Where is that Moore? Where did he go? I wanted to I wanted to ask him a question.
Somebody being Ponce de Leon back in here.
Well, I don't know about them, but I'm getting my damn check.
That's what's
You
up.
know what? We need
Yes,
to have an
sir.
Rio,
opt out database. We need somebody that does technology, Wayne. We need an opt out database
ATL.
because, yes, where you have
Hey,
to put in your social security number, put in all your personal identifiers so that way when reparations come, you won't get a check. It'll go back to the Freedmen Bureau's fund. And so your check, well, you won't even get that. You won't even qualify. You're disqualified automatically. And that way, it'll go back to servicing freedmen people, FBA people.
Hey, Rhea, I just wanted to ask you, what did you think about Tahakra Bay out there acting like a damn fool, looking for attention?
They're all fools. All of a sudden, I don't know where they got the idea I'm against reparations from your fucking mouth, I think.
Yeah, that shit had me dying. He was just out there all bug-eyed, looking for attention. It's just, I don't know.
So now I'm told that he came with two bodyguards. Is that true?
Yeah, they look like bodyguards, but they didn't look menacing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he had two
they,
of them. He had two bodyguards.
yeah. So they didn't look intimidating at all. And I'm not saying that every bodyguard is supposed to look intimidating, but they look very sloppy. Nothing about them was professional, and they would have got mollywopped had anything happened out there. If you're going to come to try to intimidate somebody or make a political stance, you need to come with numbers. That event was the wrong event to do that with. Now, I guarantee you he wouldn't have tried it with Farrakhan. He knew what time it is because everyone out there is a security guard. Everyone that rolls a Farrakhan, everybody's security. So thank God nothing happened. Um, I remember running into this Bay guy. I didn't know who he was. Now that everyone's telling me who he is, I ran across him on here and on Clubhouse. He's a troll. I think he's definitely anti FBA.
Hmm.
He's one of those guys. Black is not. You got to pick up the Black's dictionary, and black is dead. Black is not a color, and blah blah blah. Like that guy's. He's touched. He's touched. Um, but his organization and the Israelites, and I would even say the Divine Nine. Y'all got to take a position. Ain't no more straddling the fence. Ain't no more getting in the way. If you're not voting with us as a body, as a collective, then we're going to start ousting you all. And we're going to start keeping a database on who is against us.
Hey, I got a question for the Israelite chick. The Israelite chick, when y'all was helping folks and paying rent, was y'all paying Dominican Republican and Mexicans rent too? Because y'all claim them to be part of
Say
the
that one
club.
more time, please.
You said y'all was helping folks pay their rent and raising money and stuff like that. I was just curious, since y'all consider Mexicans, Dominican Republicans to be part of y'all tribe, were you paying their rent
No.
or black people's?
So hold on. Before we get to that, thanks, Big Low. Um, Miss Crystal, you said with a check last 8 generations, and you got American Indian in your profile. So I'm just wondering, do you even qualify to ask that question, Miss Crystal?
I don't see why I'm not. I was born in America,
But
but I
but
still
but you
asked the question.
but
I
you
came in the room
American.
because I saw the art in here and a couple other people, so I came in here behind them, and I was just listening.
Okay, but
And
yeah,
I just
you
asked
can't.
one question to the thing: will it last 8 generations, or will it just last for you?
I
You think
mean,
about your
what?
family, or
Oh my
just for
God!
yourself?
You damn! You gonna slow down? Damn! Damn! I was just trying to
Mm.
ask. Do you even qualify?
You too funny, Rio.
Shit, I mean, she came with it. Then she was okay, man. Shit, I was just asking. You commented real quick. Will it last 8 generations? I mean, you're American Indian, so why does it matter to you? Your 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 claim is with someone totally different.
Yeah, my claim is different, but I'm just asking for. Don't you think about
Why is
your
everybody in this
children,
space
your
not even
grandchildren, your
answering
great
me?
grandchildren, and their children, children? That's just a question.
So
Have
does
you
the
You don't
noticed
got to
reservation?
that?
answer it.
So
Have you
no, did the
noticed that?
reservation? Oh, I'm sorry. Did the reservation? Does the reservation handle that for you and your generations, Crystal?
So my family didn't live in the project, so we didn't live on the reservation. We live in the house. We still have our land. We didn't give our land up. So that's that.
Okay, girl, you look like a big black bitch. Let's keep this shit real. I don't know what you're talking about, American Indian. And if you is, prove it.
What happened, Rio? What you say,
No, she
Big
just
dog?
got disrespectful. We went to with the project shit, and that she grew up in the house. Yeah, that's you. Better run, fat ass.
Have you
All
noticed
right.
everybody
Okay,
in here?
let me answer the question. So my dad is a nigga. He believe in helping niggas, and that's it. So the whole point of the organization was to help our people, just in general. We don't help Mexicans. We don't help. No, we help within our own congregation. Period. It's word of mouth. If your auntie need her light bill paid, they come to us. It's not a program where they can send people and Mexicans and all kind of motherfuckers. That's not how we roll. We roll
Do
black
you
only, and that's
believe?
it.
Do you believe they're in your lineage at all? Because that's a
The
very
religion
strong
itself
belief
believe
among your group that Haitians and Mexicans are in your lineage group.
our religion go by the Bible. Period. In the Bible, it explains who belongs to who. I mean, some of the Hebrew, like my dad, even though in the Bible he believe. I mean, in the Bible it says that certain lineage as far as Latinos or whatever. But my dad himself and how he teach us is black only. We don't represent other nationalities. We don't represent Mexicans. We don't consider them our brothers and sisters. We are just black. That's how we are taught in my household. We don't even fuck with Mexicans just in general. I don't even like them, to tell you the truth. So no, I don't. So the religion, part of the religion believes that. But just for in my
Do you
What
know
the
household,
where
hell?
this
we
is?
don't.
That's racist ass.
Do you know
And that's
where
just
this
what it
is
is.
coming
I am
from?
racist when it comes to Hispanics. I don't fuck with them. And I'm going to just keep it real, whether that's being racist or not. Same way white people don't fuck with us, I don't fuck with Mexicans.
Do
I
you
don't,
know?
It's
Do you
all
period.
good.
know
I think
why?
everybody racist inside. So
Do you know
Go
why?
ahead, Woni.
part of the group believes the Haitian Mexican
I do.
situation?
I do. Part of them do. Yes, ma'am.
No, I said, do you know why they do?
Because we go by the Bible, Woni, and what's in the Bible is what the Hebrew Israelites go by. They don't separate what's in the Bible to our feelings of today. Some of them go strictly by the Bible, and that's what's in the Bible. So that's what they go by. It's the Bible.
Do you
Just
know
it's
what it's called? Because there's no Haitians in the Bible. The Haitians were just created 500 years ago, just like us, and so were Mexicans. So it can't be in the Bible because there's no such thing as Haitians and Mexicans when the Bible was created. They're 500 years old. These are new ethnicities. So I
Well,
don't
Wani,
understand.
they believe the Haitians are, if I'm not mistaken, Levites. They believe that Haitians are from
correct.
the tribe of
But
Levi.
they, but how? They can't be. They weren't around.
Hey, excuse me, real quick. I'm in Texas also, and I kind of want to push back on what she said about the Hebrew Israelites. Actually used to go to a barber shop where the guys that own the shop and work in the shop were Hebrew Israelites, and
Did you ever see him lose an argument?
I didn't engage, but just watching their arguments, they're
I
gonna
ain't never seen
overtalk
my
you and
people
stuff
lose an
like that.
argument in St. Pete ever.
I'm gonna push, but I do want to push back on the inclusion part because I actually had a boss, um, that was Hispanic and he was a Hebrew Israelite, and I'm in Texas also, but there are mad Hispanics that are Hebrew Israelites here in Dallas,
It is.
Well,
and
I
I
think she
thought
just
it was.
specifically said her sector, and I'm more so chalking it up to it's like the Protestant religion. You know how we practice um, Southern Baptist. You know it's AME, Kojic, Episcopalian. You got primitive, all that kind of stuff. You know
Well,
it's
I
just different sectors. Practice is different.
Well, I say that to say this, but I say that to say this though. I think, and this is just an opinion,
Ponce is
right? This
back.
is this is
Whoever
not
wanted
a
to
this.
talk to the more. Oh, I'm
I'm
sorry.
I'm
Go ahead.
I'm gonna say I feel like, and this is just an observation, an opinion, and I could be wrong, but it looks like sometimes when the Hebrew Israelites do stuff publicly, that they kind of push the Hispanics to the back. They push the others to the back so it won't look like there's inclusion, but in
Well,
real
they
life there
mainly have
is.
their own organization. They have their own. They don't. Some of them are. I know there's one in I believe it's Spring, Texas, where it's a mixture of black and Hispanics. But mostly they have their own places to go. They don't mainly mingle. Everybody don't mingle
Let
with each
me
other.
ask a
Some do
quick
though.
question. Are we missing a key point? How can a Mexican claim to be from the
Yeah,
Levant
that's where I'm
region
going with this, Miss Wani.
or
That's where
the
I'm going with this, Miss
a
Wani.
Haitian,
Because
the
everybody
Levant?
believe in their own religion. We have different
That's not a
people. You know
wait
what I'm
a
saying? Like
minute.
that's
No, no,
just
no. Hold on. You're saying that your group of people is from the Levant region or anywhere in Africa. How can a Mexican claim or a Haitian claim anything going back that far when they're only 500 years old? Black Americans are 500 years old here. They can't claim to have come from somewhere if they were just amalgamated somewhere else. Mexicans have nothing to do with Africa. They're Spanish, they're indigenous, and they might have some admixture of Africans that came over. How can they claim any of that?
and
That
and
doesn't make
that's
any
and
sense.
that's where my confusion lies as far as me watching them mix. Like from what I understand, like I guess that's why I never really bought into the the practice of the Hebrew Israelites because it says one thing and does another. And once again, this is my opinion, but it doesn't. The math isn't mathing. Is all I'm saying. And re up, you could drop me back down. That's all I wanted.
Hey,
No, I appreciate that.
and also, if
Hold
you
on.
a
Who?
Hispanic, if you're a Mexican, you could just walk up and if you're a white person, you can walk up and say you're Hispanic, and they'll let you come in. And that doesn't make any sense because they say that a white man's the devil and Esau and all this stuff. But
Okay.
it's people, it's
So
ones
who
up the
had a
street from my
question
house.
for the more? Who had a question for the more? Because
I
Ponce is back on
do.
the scene. Okay.
Um, my question is, where do you think Black Americans originated from?
We originated from the northwest, southwest of Africa. We were originally known as Moabites, Hamitites, and Canaanites. So when you get the Mexicans, they wasn't called Mexicans. They're indigenous, number one. And
True.
so we believe we all came from that region. So we go back that far.
Hold on, let's
So the
stop
label
there for
that
a
Facts.
second. Hold on,
the label
Hey
that you
GA.
Cam, you Mexican. I want to drop you back down.
excuse me, the label that you're putting on that, they're not Mexicans. They are Moabites.
They Mexicans.
We call them Mexicans now, but they're not. They're from our lineage, so we do believe they're our brothers, our cousins, our distant cousins. But we do believe.
I'm not related to them. Y'all related
Hold
to
up,
them.
hold on, bro. You tripping? You mean to tell me the people that was up in L.A. calling my people monkeys? You mean they're my cousins? Is that what you're trying to tell me? The people that was in that back secret meeting, the illegal meeting, plotting on redistricting against my community. You trying to tell me that was them my cousins and them? Come on, man. You're not that. You're not that. You don't believe that.
This is very sad.
Mexicans are racist to blacks. I'm gonna say that as a
Mexicans
Mexican, and
are.
I'm half Mexican. I don't even like seeing that stuff. I have to check people like that because that shit's
They're
not even
racist,
funny.
but they got
Mexicans
that
are
black
not in the
granny in the
Bible.
closet.
Mexicans
Everybody
and
racist.
Haitians.
Everybody's racist.
Everybody isn't
Mexicans
racist
are
because
not.
not everybody has
No,
the
it
same
is.
understanding
No,
of
Hold on,
when you
race.
see no,
one mic.
everybody is because once you go,
Um,
if you go in a white
Cam,
neighborhood, they're gonna look
Cam,
at you.
Cam. That's called being prejudiced. Only white people are racist. Now calm down. Thanks for dropping that. All right, sorry about that, Wani. You got it. Keep it up crazy.
There's no such thing as Mexicans in the Bible or Haitians. I don't know who is educating these people, but the person is.
We got that message. I thought I brought that home. There was no
No,
title of a message,
no. There's no such thing as Mexicans that far away.
and
Bro,
this
you
is
could
the
literally
problem.
be saying the same
And
thing
No,
and
no,
still be
no.
wrong, bro.
let me say this. Let me say this.
Hey,
Then I'll.
he said, "I thought I brought that on home. I thought I put the button on
They
that one already."
Moabites, boy. They ain't Mexican. I like how he
Let
did
me
that one though.
He said, "I thought
let me
I
say
thought
this,
I
and
put
I'm
the
gonna lay
button on that
about
one."
play. That's why that number one, that brother Tahar Bay, he was never supposed to show up at that rally with that light on his head. That's number one. That's the first mistake he made. You're not
Well, who's
supposed to
gonna
do
hold him
that.
accountable, brother?
Can I ask
No,
a
most definitely. I've been chopping them down all day, and I'm making calls out of
But no, like,
Chicago.
let me ask you this, because I'm trying to understand this, right? Is he a
Hmm.
leader within in the Moorish thing, or
He ain't nothing. He
is he
a
like a
regular.
boss?
No, he ain't. Oh,
Oh,
you have to have the title Grand Sheik or Chairman, or kind of be a sheik in order to have any type of
so
power in our
he
organization.
basically like so. Look, help me understand. Is he equivalent to like a regular person in the Nation of Islam, like the FOI,
Right.
versus
Yeah, that's
having?
all he is. If you don't see
Okay.
a sheik or grand sheik in front of someone's name, they have no power. They're regular citizens.
So who do we get in touch with to get him a tap tap, give him a spanking?
You jumped on late, sir, Major. When I first came into space, I apologize for that, brother, and I said we was gonna get down on him. You don't get in contact with nobody. We do not do that. There's no one gonna apologize. There's no one gonna explain nothing to you. I'm not even supposed to be on this space saying anything on a public platform because that is
So
not what
y'all
we're supposed
handle
to
that
do.
in house.
So hold on, Rio. So you
Yeah.
saying that I can't make a call to the Grand Wizard or to the Grand Sheik, and there's not no. I'm not gonna say DP, but there's no protocol.
There is a protocol. What will happen is I don't see them East Coast brothers a little different than Chicago. So what will happen is you have to find out what temple that brother is a part of and get in contact with his grand sheik and chairman. Now his
Mm.
grand sheik and chairman is supposed to discipline him, number one, for showing up to that rally with that fez on. This is why y'all making this space and bringing heat on us because that
Mm.
brother was not supposed to have that fez on when he went up there. He was supposed to have that light off his head and then go up there and whatever political belief he has, then he has the right to do that as a person. But once he
Right.
put that fez on and you say anything publicly about any organization, then he's violation of law. So therefore, when you find out who his grand sheik and chairman is,
Oh,
he
we
will
gonna
get
find out by
disciplined.
tomorrow. Hmm.
Oh, most
Listen,
definitely.
we're gonna find out by tomorrow because we got a good team over here. But he out of pocket, and what hurts the most is This guy had an issue with Tariq. Went to Tariq's event and showed his behind.
He definitely did.
Now,
I was
now,
outraged.
and then the most important part about it, right? We could have ignored that part had he not put an organization stamp on it.
Most definitely.
And he got two additional members from his organization to back him up
Most
as
definitely.
if that was supposed to intimidate us. Now
Most
you know
definitely.
just as I know if anything happened, it wouldn't have been a good look for him. However, not to mention the brother's got a questionable background, a very checkered one that's been public, you know, and so now he is putting FBA at odds with people that he rolled with. You get what I'm saying? And
Most definitely.
Tariq is going to ignore it. Tariq may not label the entire organization behind it. However, it's people like myself and other people who truly support Tariq in this movement. We take great issue with that. I was shocked because I do know with organizations such as yours in the nation, there's protocol and there's a constitution. Most organizations got their own constitution, and so he needs to be handled. But when I'm bringing this concern to you, you know, and I recognize that I came on late. You said it ain't nobody going to apologize to us. That is consistent with the the deliberate disrespect from an individual representing an organization, and so I would just request that if y'all got on the call with Brother Tariq, or just reached out to him and have a brotherly conversation, because I think that would be the only way I think we can get all this stuff nipped in the butt. You know what I'm saying?
My thing is that's why I jumped on the call when I seen the title, man. I'm like, nah. And I was watching the footage like everybody else. And when I seen that dude out there acting a fool with that light on his head, I was angry, bro. So and then I knew a space was gonna pop up talking about Moors because of what that dude actions was. So that's why I'm jumping in here representing for the Moors out of Chicago, Temple #1 under Broswell Bay, Grand Chicken Chairman. That no, we don't even roll like that. He wasn't even supposed to be out there, #1. And he wasn't supposed to be out there with that feds on. Because
So
now I
you're
gotta
not
hear
supposed to be involved in our movement, correct? Because you don't have anything to do with it.
no,
No,
we
what?
consider ourselves about
You
we
we're no no
we
no no. We don't
hold
have
on,
any of these
because this is
Moabites.
what
We
you
don't
say?
have any of these Moabites and Mexicans and Hippites and Hittites. We don't have that bullshit on our lineage. So what you gonna do about that?
Well,
And
Monty,
well,
please sister,
what?
don't be
What are you gonna do
disrespectful.
about it? We're
But
not.
what
We
I
don't
would
have all
say,
that stuff.
what I
We don't
would
have
say,
those things in our lineage.
right, I understand that. What I would say is this. #1, the sciences are not meant for everybody. You're not supposed to even be knowing all that. And number two, them brothers that you be hearing saying all that stuff, the, it's just
You
like
just
Tariq
said
said.
it. You said it.
It's just like no, the sciences is the sciences. You're not gonna change science. I don't care what you say just because you don't believe in what we
You
believe
mean the
in. We're gonna
Moabites?
stand on top of the science.
That's
But
not science.
what I'm saying is, if I'm talking to an unlearned person, then of course you're not gonna understand it. You unlearned. You don't
Oh, I
know
do
what we
know.
know.
I know what your
No, you don't
doctrine
know what
is.
we know.
Yes, I do. I know
No,
what
you
your
don't know
doctrine
what
is.
we know.
Yes, I do. I know your doctrine.
And
That's why
that's what
I
I'm
asked
saying.
you.
And that's what I'm saying. This conversation
That's
is
why
just
I
not
asked
really
you what
meant for
you
you.
believed in, so everybody in the audience can hear what we're up against. No, you're not going to be a Moabite and a Hittite and a whateverite, and then try to claim to be a fucking freedman. That's another lineage. So why are you
Well,
guys
But
I
we,
don't
trying to
know.
Moni,
I
push
don't
no
that?
matter
know.
what
I
you
don't know
say,
what
you
they
can't
got
It's
going
stop
on
time
with
to
us.
that.
align them with sin. It's time to
Like,
align them with sin.
So it sounds like it sounds like Wani ain't got an appetite for the e-bites.
She ain't
And
got
the
an
low
if
bites
appetite for
he
none of
can't
that. She
stop
don't like none of that.
anything,
Right,
like,
bro. It's just a personal bias.
And that's all it is. Wayne just got a personal bias, and that's cool. It ain't meant for everybody. But like
It's
I
not
said,
a
on behalf
bias.
of the
It's a
Moors,
fact.
it's
Clearly,
not no
clearly it
fact,
is a
Wayne. You don't know what
bias.
you talking about. You
Your
Clearly, it
unlearned.
is a
lineage
bias because
clashes
even
with
you said
our
out of your own
lineage.
mouth, I'm so sick and tired of everybody talking about Jesus and we having a think about reparations. At the end of the day, if you're not
Hold
able
on.
to track all the way back to 1870, then you don't require like you don't
So
get it.
so 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 so
This is for
let
those who
let
get
let me
who
try
are
to vocal
descendants.
let me try to articulate it this way. All right. His name is Potts, right? Potts. So Here's what it boils down to. Reparation, you recognize, I'm sure, is a very serious business, right?
Most definitely.
And the only people that are eligible, that qualify, are folks who are foundational Black Americans. What I hear Wani saying is that in your organization or your religion, you all will allow or entertain or intertwine other ethnicities. Like, isn't it true that a Mexican or a Hispanic can be a Hebrew Israelite? Is that true?
I'm not a Hebrew Israelite. I can't speak for them.
Okay, isn't it true that a Mexican or Hispanic can be a Moor?
Definitely true. We call
Okay,
them Moristos.
okay. So the Moristos would not be eligible for for reparations in the United States.
Some of their descendants might actually Afro Mesoamericans. Some of them got mixed in.
No, 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 no. If they are not if they are not a descendant of American chattel slavery, and if they are not, um,
They
if
do
their
not qualify,
ancestors,
brother.
I mean,
They
they can
wasn't
be
in
of
here enslaved.
Mexican
okay,
descent and still
so
be. That's all I'm saying. They can still be. They could be of Mexican, some variant of Afro
Oh
Mesoamerican
my
descent.
God, be
They
quiet.
wouldn't
Stop being
qualify if they wasn't
condescending.
Hebrew Israelite or more. It doesn't matter what
yeah,
they wouldn't qualify just in general, period. So it
yeah.
doesn't
So
even
I
matter.
just
This is
wanted to
a
be clear that
pointless
Ponce,
argument.
yeah, yeah. I just wanted to be clear that Ponce, you do agree with that, correct?
I agree with that. They don't
Okay,
qualify. Ain't no
okay,
big
cool, cool,
deal.
cool. Okay, cool. I just want to be clear because if you're if now, what is your organization's stance or your chapter stance on reparations for foundational Black Americans? Are they in support of reparations?
The Moors are definitely in support of reparations. I don't know what them East Coast cats talking about.
Okay, 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 okay. Yeah, I think it'd be real dope, man, to jump on a call, maybe with you or your leadership and brother Tariq, or you guys come on and join us for a live discussion on Twitter, uh, to really just to get your y'all support and then have you guys publicly support this reparations movement. I think that'd be terrific.
Most definitely, most definitely. I can't speak for the organization, but as an individual, I would show up and defend. But that again, I reiterate, that is not something that the Moors do. That is, we're not supposed to do that. I'm breaking code by doing this
And why
right
is
here
that? Why aren't you guys supposed
because
to
the prophet said we're not supposed to talk against anything. This said government. That's why you getting the pushback you getting from the East Coast
Wait,
Moors.
who is the
Wait,
prophet?
why can't you guys stay away from the
Noble Drew
truth
Ali.
then? I'm confused. You are not supposed to be
You're
involved.
confused because you're unlearned.
Sir, I'm more educated than you. Be quiet. Now, let's get back to
You
this.
assume that.
You are not supposed to be involved in it, but yet there's nothing but a bunch of fucking Moors and Hebrew
I
Israelites in
guarantee
all
they
these
pay
rooms.
taxes.
And
You're
they're not
always in the
supposed to be
rooms.
doing that, Wani. What don't you
Doing
understand?
what?
You hearing it from
Doing
me.
what? Doing what?
Doing anything that they said or whatever you got a gripe with Morse about. They're not supposed to be doing that. They're agents.
Why
They're
are they
breaking
even in the
protocol.
why are they in this conversation when they don't even believe in our
They
lineage?
shouldn't be.
Why are you
So
here?
do you pay taxes? Is my next question.
Yeah, most definitely.
Wait, so you're not involved with government, but you just cool with them just taking your money?
The Moors, look, you understand something, man. Just because you're a
Yeah.
part of an organization and that's what the literature and all that say, don't mean everybody follow everything to the letter. It's not.
Then
It
what's the point of the
doesn't work.
organization
Hold on,
Well,
I
again?
you
get a
don't want to
call.
be in
It doesn't
prison.
work
I
that
would
way.
no, hold
I'm an
on.
individual. I have my own. I'm a thinking man. So, do I know where my organization stance is on that? Yes. But can I think for myself and move for myself? Yes, I could do that as well.
Hey, we not robots.
So,
Like,
so are you with your organization or are you with us? Because at some point you got to draw a line. Because if they're saying you ain't supposed to be here and you ain't supposed to be supporting nor be talking about it, well, are you the person who's supporting the FBA or are you the person who's the more? Because at
No,
some point, like I said earlier, if you
I'm the person who recognized that it's a new movement. I understand what my organization standpoint is, but my organization had its time. It's a new movement now, and we're
So
supposed to get
why is
on it.
it
Now, do
so
I
your
take you down to the letter of the
organization?
law? and say, hey, well, they said FBA, black means death, and all. I'm not finna do all that. I got common
So
sense.
so let me ask you. So, and I guess I kind of understand what you're saying. I guess, but how is it that you can pick and choose and cherry pick when you want to do something, how you want to do it? Is your organization a religious organization, or is it just more a social group?
I want to say it's that's hard to explain. It's it's more of a social group, but our religion is Islamism. So
Islamism.
Wait,
Islamism.
what the?
You gonna have to
What?
you have to
What in
explain
the
that
What
one
the
thug
to
hell
me,
is
Israel is
this?
this?
because
Is this new?
It's not new.
Yeah,
We've been around 120 years. See, that's what I'm saying. Y'all don't know the science
Wait,
we
so
gotta
because you're
learn
not
it.
a
Islam
We gotta
been
part of
learn
around
it.
it.
120 years?
the science don't work.
Most definitely.
Okay, so
Science.
wait. You don't have a problem with the fact that your religion is based off an older Egyptian religion. You have no quarrels with that.
No, no cause at all, because everything comes from that. We believe in the ancient Commission and depth system.
So I don't even know what to say to that.
I'm done. I can't. Yeah, I respect y'all.
I
I'm
told
glad that
y'all
you
y'all
at
wasn't
least
gonna
see the
win no
light.
argument with these folks. Y'all thought I was playing. Y'all-
No,
At
no, no.
the
It just
end
doesn't
of the
make sense to.
day,
It
if
doesn't
you're
make sense
able
to
to
go.
trace your lineage back to the
I
1870
lost tonight.
census, and bam, that's all that matters. All
So
the
wait a
other
minute.
stuff is
So
irrelevant.
so Ponce, basically you're saying this conversations are reserved for the initiated. Is that what you're
There
saying?
you go. That's it. There you go. That's it.
That's
So
wait,
it.
when you
so
see a
so
brother
wait, wait,
try
wait.
to
So
come
you want
spit you
to?
some fire, he's not supposed to be doing that. This is only for people who want to be conscious, who willing to open their ear. We don't
Can you
try to recruit
define
nobody.
conscience?
Excuse me.
You define conscience here, because I'm a little
Conscious
confused.
is the eye of horns, opening your third eye. That's all. You awaken to really what's going on. That's what
Okay,
the
but
What
if
what
conscious
you're
what
is
I
awake to
consciousness.
what's
what
really going on,
what I really hear you saying is, look, I'm a nigga. I know I'm a nigga. I want my check. That's all I hear. You a real black man, and you ain't about to turn down the check if you owed it. So you said, damn, what they talking about? I'm coming to get mine. You said my ancestors are owed this. I'm coming to collect on that 40 acres and a mule. I'm coming to get my cornbread, is what you're saying. So I get it, and I respect it. So the question is, are you FBA first, or are you a Moore first? It sounds like you FBA first.
His ancestors are from the Levant region, not
I
from
have a
where we're.
question for Ponce.
Wait, hold on. I got a question on the floor. Hold on. Ponce. Ponce, you there? Your mic is muted.
He's still talking.
Yeah, I'm here. Here we go.
Yeah.
So
I'm
I
here.
guess my question was, um, are you FBA first, Foundational Black American first, or do you identify as Moorish first?
I identify as Morris first because I know the sciences.
Cause you, cause of
can
what?
you,
I'm
can you
sorry.
explain the
That's
science?
not science.
He ain't with us then. He ain't with us. Straight up and down. He ain't with us.
Total trash.
If there was a line in the sand, there was a, if there was a line drawn in the sand, reparations over here, FBA over here, or the Moorish Science Temple over there, which one you on?
Moore Science Temple.
Mm.
He's done here.
Are we sure
You
this is
see,
not a cult? Do we classify that yet?
I'm
Well,
gonna
but it's
ask
kind
my
of like asking
question
him to
now.
put things before God. That's
I'm
what it's
gonna.
really asking him to do, and that's not a fair question.
well, he
Most
said
Nah,
that
definitely,
that
is
That
sister.
is
is
They
well,
fair.
fair.
don't,
no,
but they don't.
no, because when asked, is it a religion, he could even say yes or no.
Your religion has nothing to do with God.
It,
You believe
you,
that Haitians
honey, you
are
crazy.
from Africa. You
Is
believe
can
that
I ask my question
You
now,
please
and you
Mexicans are
guys
from
can
Yeah, go ahead.
Mexicans.
argue with him later?
Mexicans are not from Africa.
Can I ask my question,
That's
and you
not.
guys can argue with him later? Thank you. So for Ponce, I have a question. So how does one? Who was that? Oh, Ponce, I have a question for you.
Yeah, yeah.
So, okay, so how does someone become a part of the Moorish organization? That's all I wanted to know. Everybody else can go back to arguing with you. That's all I wanted to know.
Number one, you just find you a temple and you just go and join. We believe Moorish science is for everybody. There's nothing secret about. I mean, there's some
Nothing
secrets to
secret.
it. There's
Can we
some
see
Art,
secrets.
documentation?
Art, can you be quiet? I asked
Oh,
a
okay,
question. After
yeah.
he's done, y'all can argue with him. I just wanted to ask him in a question. Thank you, Art.
Yeah, sister. Number one, you just find you a local temple and you go in and you go and if you like what you hear, you join. It's
And
just
then you
that
gotta
simple.
sign your name in blood in the back room.
Lord, it
No,
should
you don't
be.
do. No,
It
you don't do
should
none of that.
be. It should be a secret talking about
Damn it,
Mexicans are
Major, come
You
on,
Moabites.
can't
man.
get involved with the
You'll need
government,
to
but
keep
you
that
pay
shit a
taxes to
secret
the
for
government.
sure.
This is crazy.
So Ponce, what is your position on a person like Naheem? Right, Naheem is a Moor, but he is consistently
No, he's
involved.
not. No, he's not.
Well, I'm saying he's
Uh,
involved in reparations. So
Yeah,
obviously there's
he's.
some sort of disassociation in
Yeah,
between being a
I
Moor.
don't know.
well, number one, we taught that we are all Moors. Number one, if you're a person of color, you're a Moor. That's number
I'm
one.
not.
Wait, huh?
Money, would you stop with the anti-Moor
Just
hate?
let him give
God,
the answer for that
What is
woman.
the
Do not.
Just
anti-war
let
He
him
not
hate?
give the
anti
answer
all
for
hate.
the
It don't
sister
matter
so
what
she
he
can go.
believes.
Please do
That's
not
all
label
she just
me
wants to answer.
under any of your
Wait,
garbage
wait.
bullshit.
He just
Hey, he's
and,
not
and guess
all
answering
of
what,
your
our
Wani? That's
question, sister.
fine.
He's
indivisibility
That's
asking
fine.
show
ethnicity right
me,
out the
not
door and
Wani.
said stop with the
He
Moorish
asked,
hate.
show me asked him. Let him answer. Show me's question.
No,
What was
Yo, how are
Clarisha,
we all
whatever.
Moors? You just denied all of us of any race or whatever we were before. You called us a Moor. Like
hold on? What
those
happened?
you
You
just
talking to
literally
me?
said we're all Moors. Like you just denounced all of our individuality in 1 second. Like what just happened
Well,
here?
I'm not saying I'm on. Look. Do we get into semantics? I mean, that's like if I'm arguing with a child, bro. You a child. I can't sit
Now
here
you
and be
calling
playing
me
with
a
you.
child? What the fuck?
Yeah,
This is
it's like
sounding like a
the
cult.
sciences go
This
like
is
this,
more and
bro. The
more sounding
sciences
like
go
a
like
Science,
this.
cult.
science,
What
The
the
science. You
sciences
know
go
what
like this.
science is.
Hey, either you know or you don't know. If I'm in high
what kind
school
of
and you in
science is
third grade,
that?
you thinking you think
Wow.
because you know a little math, you think you know some addition that you know multiplication. You just know
Okay,
addition,
show me
homie.
the science. Where's the equations? I want to
The
see
No.
these.
science don't know.
How
Like
about
what
this?
is
This is how you learn. This is how you learn, brother. You
does
carry
math add
yourself
up?
down to a more science temple
No, you just
and
give
you
me a
go do
book. I
your
already read the
studies.
book. I'm good. Just give me a book.
There ain't
You
no
know what I'm
book. You
saying?
can't. It don't work like that.
Just
You
give me
got
a
to do
book.
studies. You got to put work in.
Nah.
What work? Work to do
It
what?
don't
Work to
work.
get some
It don't
fictional
work. What
knowledge that don't even
science?
exist because you can't give me a book? What the hell?
What
You
work?
got to get a
Yeah,
book to find
y'all
out
been sending brothers
Mexicans
to
are
jail. That's the
You
Moabites.
got to get
problem.
a
Y'all
book
stuck
to
in the
find out
system.
anything. So you sound childish right now, homie.
You got to
You,
get a
you,
book to find out
so
Haitians
E
are.
equals MC squared. What does that mean to you?
Nah, more equals you going to jail fucking with them. That's what that shit mean. It don't work for black people. What science is he talking about?
What are you?
I don't even know what science he's
Those
talking
brothers you
about. What
talking about are
what is the
renegades.
science?
Those same
Nah,
brothers are the brother that
see,
showed up at that FBA rally. Those are the agents.
nah.
Those are the renegades. So I
That's
don't know
Until
what
your
you talking
leaders
about.
come out, bro. Because again, like how the Jewish people trying to do
Is there
Kyrie,
like
until your leaders
Hebreology or
come out,
something? What is the
we
science?
not taking no side apologies. And if y'all not gonna come out, that means you're not with us. That stands the point. Y'all agents,
Ain't
agents.
nobody
What you
gonna
need
come
is
out apologize or
Hebreology.
nothing, bro.
I want to see the
That
It don't
then
work like
Hebreology.
that.
y'all not messing with us. Y'all not with the team.
It
Y'all
don't
not
even work
backing
like
us.
that.
Your
Then
Frank,
that
he
goes
ain't
to
even
show.
bringing out the sciences. How I
It
know
ain't
this
no
I'm
is not a
not
cult?
because
sciences.
This sounds
it's
like a
just a waste
cult.
of time. It's not for everybody. It's not for you to know, bro.
It's
You gonna
not.
It's
keep
not
trying
for
to
me
go
to
in
know.
circles.
What the
It's
hell are you
because it's
talking
gonna be a
about? That's
bad
like
faith
saying, yo, you don't
argument,
even know
bro.
what 1 + 1
It ain't
is.
no bad
I'm
faith
sorry.
argument,
You know
bro.
what I'm saying?
Show me what the
Fuck the
scientists will
chemistry.
have
We ain't even gonna do none
results.
of that.
I've literally studied this, and it's just like
You
I
you
said.
but you can study what you want, but if you ain't a part of it, you don't know
What
nothing.
does that even mean? Are we in? This is some cult. This y'all fucking with us. You
Yeah,
gotta be fucking with us.
because and they try to pretend like, oh no, we don't believe that. When you pin them down, they want to say they don't believe these things. That's the part I don't like.
And I'll give you a great